Good morning, everyone. It's September 12th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. Our first item this morning is regulatory extension requests. We'll do them separately. We have three this morning. The first is Duncan Muncaster Road Site Plan Amendment Number 820230060, Regulatory Review Extension Request Number 4, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The second one is Black Hill Project Plan Amendment Number 920120004C, Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1-2012-021D, Black Hill Town Site Plan Number 820241000, Regulatory Review Extension Request Number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next one is Bradley Hills Grove, Section 2, Preliminary Plan Number 1-2023-0090, 8509, 8513, Meadowland Lane, Extension Request Number 3, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. We have, before we vote on this, we have one speaker this morning, Michelle Rosenfeld, to talk on this project. Welcome, Ms. Rosenfeld.
Good morning, and thank you. I appreciate the time to speak. I will be brief. It is unusual to oppose an extension request, but this is an unusual case. I represent confronting property owners, Sean and Kathleen Cahill, and an abutting property owner, Patty Waxall, and I've submitted a letter into the record, and there are additional individuals who I don't represent, but who also have joined in this request. This is the applicant's third request for an extension, which, if granted, would extend the standard 120-day review period for a subdivision application to more than 2 years. This is an extraordinary delay in getting an application for a subdivision submitted to a planning board hearing. My clients have been tracking this application. They have concerns about it, and it's been burdensome on them. It's been burdensome both in terms of time in order to check the regulatory records, and it's been burdensome in terms of the cost. They retained me to participate and represent them in connection with this matter, and in part because they're not familiar with how to follow the online submissions. So it's not only an inconvenience, but it is a cost. I will note for the record, and there are photographs in my letter that show that the signage is either covered or has been down. So there's not notice to the wider community that's readily visible that this is even pending. We've monitored this for more than a year and a half. The only two actions on DAIC in the last in 2024 have been two requests for extensions, and it's really unfair for my clients to be required to follow a stagnant project. So for these reasons, we ask that you deny the application for an extension, the request for an extension. At this point, we think it would be appropriate for the applicant to need to file a new application following the required community meeting, because after this amount of time, there's new neighbors in the community. We would expect it's just been a very long time since this was presented. In the alternative, if the board entertains the extension request and is inclined to grant it, we would require that the extension include a condition of approval that requires the applicant to mail a copy of any new materials submitted to the planning department to all parties of record within 3 business days of submission to the staff. And we also would ask that all the signage be reposted and maintained properly if the extension request is granted. Thank you. Again, I appreciate your time this morning, and that summarizes my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenfeld. I'd like either the applicant or staff to talk about the reason for the extension. In the record, it said that there were some issues with storm drain issues or storm water management issues. If you can talk through that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here on behalf of the applicant to speak. If the staff would like to precede my statements, I can wait, but
Yep.
also
That,
answer the question.
well, it's up to staff. I also know that Ms. Stephanie Dickel with staff is also available online. So
Right, so, Elsa Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. I think we'll let Ms. Lee Cho go ahead and talk about the progress that the applicant has been making towards meeting the DRC comments, and then we can follow up from there.
thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. So there has been some time since the original of acceptance of the application, but there has been a reason. This is not a situation where you have an applicant that has, not prosecuted the application or proceeded with the application. The applicant has retained counsel to assist in resolving a very unusual storm drain related issue. DOT and DPS are engaged and involved and are in conversation with the applicant on a potential solution. And the engineers have evaluated the drainage situation. We have no issue with obviously reposting the sign since we've had some storms and it's not unusual for signs to fall. We will have that reposted immediately. As far as Ms. Rosenfeld's request for copies of the resubmission materials, we would object to that kind of request. That is, we would have no problem emailing Ms. Rosenfeld electronic copies of what's submitted. That is a courtesy. Everything is filed with Park and Planning electronically. We don't do any paper submissions, so I think it would be unusual and extremely burdensome to require that kind of thing for in this situation, but we'd be happy to provide an email as soon when a resubmission of any new materials is made so that Ms. Rosenfeld's clients are made aware of that so that they don't have to check the board's website. That's not an issue. But just to address the board, I mean, we are at the table and the applicant is actively working and engaged on coming up with a solution and addressing the issue that has been raised by the outside agencies, and it's taken some time. So on that basis, it's our position, there's absolutely no basis for a denial of this regulatory extension request at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee Cho. So based on what I've heard, I am recommending that we approve this extension with the caveat that that the applicant reposts the signs, right? And that the applicant, when they submit any submittals they provide to Park and Planning regard to this project, that they send an electronic copy to Ms. Rosenfeld to distribute to her clients. There,
Can I just clarify? I don't know the staff. Sorry, new AV equipment. Staff wouldn't recommend a condition to that effect, but I think staff would certainly support Ms. Lee Cho's assertion that she would do that as a courtesy. As she pointed out, all the materials that are submitted are electronic. They're available to everybody 24 hours a day. So I think the accommodation that Ms. Lee Cho is offering is perfectly reasonable. I would not recommend putting it in a condition that puts us in the position of really DPS in the position of having to enforce that,
right.
which I don't think is reasonable in this
No.
case.
Okay. All right. So
Can I ask a question? Is it possible in case that this case needs another extension or something that they would want, at least they notify, the, community that it's going to go to, or at least Ms. Rosenfeld, that they are planning to apply for another extension. It's just an email.
We would have no problem with that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So so putting up the signs, is that, are you saying you don't want that as
This is something that they're required, I mean, the signs are required to be maintained, so they're already required to do that. And I think as Ms. Leach has pointed out, they fall down, they're put back up.
okay, great.
May I ask a quick question?
Please do.
What, I've looked over this materials. I'm still not entirely sure what the basis for objecting to the extension is and what grounds it's on. Is it within our rules under section, under the county code, that anybody can just ask for this to be rejected? Is that what we're doing? Because I don't see any reason to reject it within the correspondence or within the testimony. I see no basis for rejection of the extension that is well within our, like, legal authority. Like, I'm wondering, this may be a legal question.
No, there's no criteria. It's just whether the board believes an extension is warranted.
Okay, great.
And I feel that the applicant is moving forward on the project, so there's no
Yeah,
reason
no.
to not.
No reason not to grant the extension that I say.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
No questions on my end.
I have a comment. I think that an extension is in the best interest in the economy of this board and the efficiency of the applicant, and denying the extension would only exacerbate cost and expense.
Thank you. Thank you. No other comments or questions. Do I have a motion to approve the extension request for Bradley Hills Grove, Section 2, Preliminary Plan 12023-0090-8509-8513 Meadowlark Lane, extension request number 3.
Yeah, move that we grant the extension.
I
Second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. We're
Thank
going
you very
to
much.
go
Thank you.
directly into item number 4, our roundtable discussion, where Planning Director Jason Sartori will lead us through this. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and I'm happy to be back reporting to the board with our biweekly director's report here. Most of my report, I'm going to be turning it over to our senior urban designer, Paul Mortensen, to announce the winners of this year's Design Excellence Staff Photo Contest. But first, I wanted to give a few updates. And even before I jump into those updates, I just want to acknowledge the work of our communication staff in doing the upgrade to our audio system here, and just encourage board members and others who come up and speak on the dais to make sure you're putting the microphone directly in front of your face. It does improve the sound, this new system in the room, but it seems as if your face is not right in front of the microphone, it doesn't pick it up as well. So
You are correct, and thank you for making that note.
if you see me throughout the day doing this, that's why.
It just comes right into your face.
know.
That's the
Okay, so I wanted the board to know last night. We were joined by Chair Harris and I, along with Andrew Friedson, Council President, hosted our first Attainable Housing Strategies listening session. We've got 6 of these scheduled, 5 in person. The second one is tonight at the Wheaton Rec Center right up the road. We were joined by Commissioner Linden and Commissioner Hedrick as well last night, and a number of council members. It was I thought, a great kickoff to this series of listening sessions. It's an opportunity really for the county council members to hear from the community people's thoughts on the recommendations that the board made on attainable housing. And I thought it went really well. We have another one next week in White Oak on the 17th. On September 23rd, we're in Germantown. September 25th, we're in Bethesda. And then October 2nd, we're doing one midday that's going to be virtual. All of the others are from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And so I encourage people who are listening in to go to our website, where you can learn more about attainable housing, but also get an opportunity to sign up to attend one of these upcoming listening sessions. it was really well tended. I think we probably had about 150 people there last night. Yeah. So the next thing I wanted to highlight, next Thursday, we will be celebrating Parking Day. And this is something we've done a number of years in the past. You can see pictures here from some past Parking Day installations. Basically, it's a global public participatory event dedicated to reimagining how we allocate space by repurposing surface parking lots. And the actual day, if you go online and look, is on Friday. And in the past, the county has participated in this, and we've joined the county. The county's not participating in it this year, but we wanted to still do it. And we thought, well, rather than do it on Friday, let's do it on Thursday when we have planning board, so that you all will get an opportunity to go down and join our staff, and be it parks and planning staff, who will be celebrating Parking Day and repurposing some of the parking spaces in the public lot that's directly north of our building. I also want to just real quickly thank Sophie Kotzker, Marin Hill, and John Ryder, who have been the ones who've been organizing this effort for us and ensuring that we've got some good representation from staff there, but also some interesting things to pull people in to use that space differently. And the last update on events, continuing on this placemaking theme, is our Damascus Placemaking Festival, which I've talked about a few times before. It is scheduled for October 19th to 20th, so it's a little bit over a month from now. This is where we will close Main Street in Damascus and reimagine how that space can be used as a vibrant community destination point. And you can see here some of the concept designs that have been prepared and released to showing how the Main Street is going to be changed to do exactly that. And so we're really looking forward to this. We've had a number of these in the past in Burtonsville, in Fairland, in North Bethesda, and this is just, it's a great opportunity for the community to come out, to be together in a space and use it differently and imagine what it could be in the future. And the last announcement, I just want to highlight a couple of internal promotions that we've had here at the Planning Department over, since my last director's report. First, congratulations to Dave Ansbacher, here, who is our new Countywide Planning and Policy Division Chief. Dave had served as the acting division chief since I took on the role of planning director. And in that role, he has overseen our transportation planning, historic preservation, growth policy, housing policy, environmental resources, zoning, and many other things. And Dave joined the planning department in 2009, and most recently led the development of the bicycle master plan, was the co-project manager for the Complete Streets Design Guide, and oversaw the development of the 2023 pedestrian master plan. I'm really thrilled to continue to get to work with Dave as a member of our senior leadership team. So congratulations, Dave. Also, I'm really happy to announce that Jonathan Jones, affectionately known as JJ, has been promoted to a Planner 1 position in our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. JJ graduated in 2011 from Frostburg State University with a bachelor's degree in urban and regional planning. He's worked at the commission since 2011 at our information counter. So he's one of the most knowledgeable people in the department on how everything in the department and in the county works. So we're really thrilled to have JJ up now on the 14th floor, where he is serving as one of our development application intake reviewers. So congratulations to JJ on his well-deserved promotion as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paul to go through our photo contest.
Thank you, Jason. Again, I'm Paul Mortensen, Senior Urban Designer in the Director's Office. I also was hired several years ago to start and maintain the Design Excellence Program in the Planning Department, where we try to recognize through our design reviews, through our master plans, through our policy reviews, elements in the urban design and architecture and landscape architecture of our county that helps to make this county one of the best in the country and in the region. Part of that effort is a design excellence program that we have every 2 years, which we'll have our next one next year, next October, a year from this October. But another element of it is also to engage and train and actually show off our staff and the great talents and abilities that they all have. We do design projects, we talk about policy, we do master plans all the time. But actually the people that work here in both park and planning are very creative, artistic people. And they do artwork and they do photography extremely well. And so this is one way that we like to use to really show off the talents of our staff. And in this year, we chose the theme Complete Communities. Again, probably as part of Thrive, Montgomery 2050. We talk about the idea of complete communities, of walkable communities, neighborhoods, where people have the ability to not only, for the communities not only be environmentally sustainable, but to be socially sustainable as well as economically sustainable. And so those were all elements that we wanted to try to capture in this year's photo contest. And we used these photos not only to show off the great talents that we have, but we also use them in the work that we do. So when we talk about complete communities, we talk about wonderful neighborhoods, and in our master planning efforts, we will be using a lot of these photos that we have gained over the years in that effort. So these photos all go into our photo library where we can use it into the future. This year, we had 220 photos. We had a lot of photos. It's very interesting process because a week before the deadline this year, we probably had about 5 photos. And it's common, you know, artistic people save their creativity and to present their creativity to the very last minute. But this year we had 220 photos. We had 52 participants that submitted photos. They were allowed to submit up to 5 photos. We had 24 finalists that were chosen by an initial jury that we had of professional photographers. And then from that list of finalists, the director, Jason, and I chose 5 winners for this year's contest that meet the category of complete communities. I want to go through the finalists first, and then I will announce the 5 winners. When we do announce the 5 winners, Jason will hand a certificate, and if they could come up and just stand to our side, and then at the very end, I'd like to get a couple of photos with our finalists, our winners, and the board. Each of the winners, by the way, will receive a very nice prize of leave, hours of leave. Finalists, the 24 final photographs. Here you can see 2 of them. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, but all of them represent, again, complete communities, and they were very well presented.
For the record, this is the first time I'm seeing the names associated with the photos.
These photos were taken throughout the region and actually throughout the world. We tried to really open it up and allow photos, you know, great examples of complete communities from across the country and across the world. And so you'll see some of these. You might have seen them before if you visited some of these areas, but a lot of them were also taken from our region specifically. Great shots showing not only the different uses of our cities and of our neighborhoods, but during different times of the day, and just you know, how we can use these in many different ways. Some great shots of art and people, music.
Was there a reason that you didn't put the location where these places are?
Yes, well, we can, yes. In some of the submissions, people did provide where they were taken, and others they weren't, but we'll definitely keep on presenting. Again, beautiful shots within cities and communities. So, if I could we're going to have the 5 winners now. The 5 winners were, we have 5 different winners. And as I suggested, we have entries from both Parks Department and the Planning Department. This year, if you track this, gives a little bit away. We have 3 participants that are winners from the Parks Department and 2 from the Planning Department. I think last year we had more from the planning, and so, you know, there's a little bit internal competition maybe, but anyway, they were great shots all along. Our first winner today is Jordan Gray with this shot of the Sligo Creek Festival from the view of the musician rather than the view of the audience. I thought it was a great shot. We thought it was a great shot to show how different places, you know, in this case, you know, we want to talk about the Parkine Day. Well, here we're using the street as a plaza and a great place for celebration. So Jordan, if you could come up. Just have him stand there, yeah. The next winner is Alex Rixey. Alex has a great shot here, showing a plaza. If he could come up, showing the plaza, obviously in another city, but again, of children playing and people watching and, you know, dining out and multiple uses, again, for the, for a public space. Great photo. The next winner is Aaron Pant. Aaron has a shot here of, I believe, in DC at night, and during, you know, using the street again, using the city as a festival location as well as, you know, the uses that we have each night. Our fourth winner is Xingfang Chen. A great shot here of using what probably used to be industrial land and the land kind of under the infrastructure of a bridge. Now it has become a very active park, and by bringing in sand, beach volleyball, and the different activities, it's just a wonderful shot showing inside kind of the urban area and kind of the gritty portion of the urban area and really turning it into some place where people can actually enjoy and really celebrate the city. Great shot. And our fifth and final winner is Zubin Arinvala. And this is a wonderful shot of downtown Silver Spring, showing again how, you know, the plazas here are obviously for people, but also when you bring in the market and the fruit and the, you know, of our area and the region and the colors, you know, just again, a very exciting shot that shows how wonderful some of our centers, particularly in Montgomery County, are and can be when we use them in multiple ways this way. So again, our final winner here, Zubin. If we could get the board to come down, we'll get a picture, and thank you very much again.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
I'm sorry, but this thought has been in my mind. I'd like to add to it. I think it is important, I don't know, just suggestions. These pictures has to be taken by staff. But a lot of times it's family members. They travel together and one of the family members is taking the pictures. I think it would be good that although the prize goes to the staff, but if it is a family thing, I think it's a good idea that we allow pictures taken by the family members from different events to participate. Just one suggestion. The other suggestion is that I do not know if these pictures are taken by cell phone or by professional cameras. So this is something that maybe we should make some distinction, because I have seen a big difference. And if you learn how to do with cell phone, I'm sure it would be. But again, if it is with cell phone, and maybe if someone takes with a professional camera, it's not going to be as, cell phone is not going to be as good as with that. And again, I think it's very important to me to see the locations, because you could see which cities or countries that are exemplary of this kind of things. Then you keep your eyes open. And it is important that we share those locations with the staff, because the idea is complete community. So who are the exemplary for these ideas? And I do not know if commissioners can participate, because we don't need the prize, but just, that was just
We'll
that,
give you
not
a day
important.
off, I guess, of a planning board meeting. Is that a prize for the commission?
None of my photos come anywhere
But I
close to
really
this.
enjoyed this. Thank you.
Well, I think, what's important is throughout the country, throughout the world, there are absolutely beautiful examples of great urbanism. And when I talk about urbanism, as I've said before, I'm not talking just about cities. I'm talking about neighborhoods and small towns and communities that are walkable, where people engage with each other, and it really promotes life. And life of jobs, of where you live, of where you go to school, where you go to church, all of those elements that are part of a complete community. And so this is also not only to show off all of our great staff's abilities in photography, but it also shows off the great places of the world. And when we can study them more and understand them more and what makes them great, then we're able to then translate that into the work that we do here
Totally
in master
agree.
planning
Yeah.
and in reviews and in policy. So thank you.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break to take pictures. But before we take the break, I just want to say thank you, Director Sartori, for your presentation. The board is going to be looking forward to Parking Day next week, and we're going and the Damascus Placemaking Festival. And congratulations to David Ansbacher and Jonathan. Was it John Jones for JJ for your promotions, well deserved. And thank you, Paul, for taking the lead in the photo contest. And thank you to our winners. I really admire your creativity, and thank you for participating. And I also like the picture that you started, I don't know, was on the front of the, when you first presented on the contest. That was a really creative picture too. I hope we see that somewhere as a logo somewhere. So thank you so much. Any other board members want to say anything before we end here? Okay, thank you. We're going to end now and come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, 850 Sligo Avenue, preliminary plan amendment number 120919009B, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Adam Bossi with planning to present this case. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Happy to be here this morning to talk to you about 850 Sligo Avenue's preliminary plan amendment. Just for the record, my name is Adam Bossi, lead reviewer for the project with the Down County Planning Team. 850 Sligo Avenue is located in Silver Spring. That's in the southeast corner of the county, and it's also in the Fenton Village district, of the Silver Spring downtown adjacent communities sector plan area. The site itself that we're talking about today has a site area of a little less than half an acre. It's zoned CR3, and it's in the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone as well as the Fenton Village overlay zone. And again, this is in the 2022 Silver Spring downtown adjacent communities plan area. So this is a property with existing development approvals that ultimately approved one lot for up to 85 multifamily dwelling units with 12.5% MPDUs and just less than 7,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The timing of these approvals, unfortunately, essentially aligned with the COVID pandemic onset. The sketch plan was approved in 2018 and the preliminary and site plans were approved in 2019. So shown here on the left is a general validity timeline of this preliminary plan that we're discussing today. The plan was approved with a 3-year validity period and a 5-year associated adequate public facilities finding. That middle section here shows the council did extend all valid preliminary plans at the time back in June of 2022. So they gave all valid preliminary plans as well as their APF periods an additional 2 years of validity. That brought this preliminary plan's validity through June 15th of 2024 and extended its APF through the same time, but 2026. So the request that's in front of you today is another 2-year extension to the preliminary plan's validity period. That would bring it to June 15th, 2026, and that would align it with the APF expiration period. We did receive this request in a timely manner, so it was filed prior to the June 15th, 2024 expiration date of the preliminary plan, so it does remain valid while we're doing this. And the applicant contends that this is the minimum time necessary that they would need to then move forward and record a plat. The applicant's rationale for this request is essentially they've experienced a series of delays coming out of the COVID pandemic, stemming from market uncertainty, rising construction costs, and financing. We also had the downtown Silver Spring downtown adjacent communities plan approved in 2022 after this project was entitled. And that brought with it some changes to the property zoning and changes to the sector plan guidance that impacts the property. Prior sale attempts that the applicant has gone through did not materialize. When they filed the application, they were working with a potential suitor for the property, and unfortunately that has fallen through. The applicant does contend that this project does remain viable, and again, that's why they're here today. And this request is in line with their APF validity period. And over the course of the life of these entitlements, there have been no major changes to Chapter 50, the subdivision ordinance. What there have been some changes to is the zoning ordinance, as I just mentioned, and the sector plan. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about new condition 13 that we're proposing here today. Again, while there were no changes to Chapter 50, there were changes to the zoning ordinance, including the adoption of the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. Now, when we published the staff report, in finding 4 of that report, which begins on page 13, we presented an overview of how the existing approved project for 850 Sligo conforms with the updated requirements of the zoning ordinance. Now, after the staff report was published, we realized that there were some vesting allowances that we often see for projects like this that would allow them to continue to move forward to construction with their projects as approved. We realized that those vesting or legacy provisions don't apply with the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. So I do have some corrections to findings in our staff report specific to how the project complies or doesn't at this point with the Silver Spring overlay zone. Now, new condition 13, which is on the slide here today, it says prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall obtain approval of a site plan amendment to conform with the applicable requirements of the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone, unless DPS determines that the overlay zone does not apply. So what this means is this development would need to come into full compliance with the overlay zone prior to actually going to construction.
Could you explain what is exactly that? What does that require the contractor or the developer to do that they're not doing now? Because that may be another hamper for them to move ahead.
So I think I can answer that with the next couple slides. So there were only a couple distinctions that we saw between what's approved right now and what's required with the overlay zone that we think would need to change with a future site plan amendment prior to them going to construction. So this is essentially a condition that puts them on notice that that site plan amendment is necessary and that there would need to be some changes to the project prior to construction. It wouldn't impact the preliminary plan validity findings that we were talking about in our recommendation for approving that. But it's really because the overlay zone does not have those vesting provisions as others do, they will be on the hook to comply with the overlay zone fully prior to construction. And those specific areas where we need to correct the staff report to reflect this, to reflect where this particular project does not appear to comply with the overlay zone, has to do with the overlay zone's provisions for MPDUs. So the Silver Spring overlay zone introduced a 15% MPDU requirement. When this project was approved, it was approved with 12.5% MPDUs. So that's a difference of 11 out of 85 units as approved were to be MPDUs. At 15%, that's 13 units. So that's something that we would look to be revised with that future site plan amendment prior to construction. The staff report for MPDUs, public open space and public benefit points, and I'm going to walk through all these right now, should need to be, those findings should be adjusted with the resolution to correct that. So our staff report originally spoke through, as it shows here, how we felt it conformed substantially with those requirements. But as we realized that those legacy provisions don't apply here, we've introduced new language with that references new condition 13, which says that the MPDU requirement would need to be fully met with a site plan amendment prior to construction.
I understand that. The only thing it is that, to me, it seems like that when I read the report, that they had some marketability issues. That's why this keeps delaying that. And these provisions may add to it, and the project may have more issues in regard to happening. And my question is that, do we want to wait longer and put it in jeopardy, or should we go ahead and let it happen and get what we can get out of it? And I do not know, because this is a market situation, and it may be yes or not yes for the project to go. And if they wait longer, it may make it even more difficult. So I just don't know that if these provisions make the project to be more jeopardized of happening.
So I'll chime in. Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. For the record, I think up until earlier this week, I think staff was in agreement with you. I think we've had there was a resident who recommended that we go for the higher MPDU percentage, and in looking into that in our discussions with legal staff, it's essentially a legal requirement that they have to, and they would have had to do this at building permit anyway, even if they had gone to building permit now. they didn't need an extension. They still, when they got to DPS would have said, you're not in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And so they'll need to do this anyway. So we agree that there may be additional issues, but at this point, it's a matter of where they are in the process and the requirements of the ordinance. And I'll defer to legal if there's anything that needs to be added to that. We got thumbs up from legal.
So, yep, so what I would recommend now is thank you for your question and you answered it. Could you finish the presentation? Maybe are there any other things that we need to, before we discuss?
Yeah, certainly. So the first correction, again, had to do with MPDUs in finding 4. The second correction had to do with the public benefit points as required by the overlay zone. As the project was approved, it included points for transit proximity, which the overlay zone has since removed. It also requires 10 points for exceptional design. This project scored 5. So this is something with the new language here in new condition 13, as Elza pointed out, that would need to be addressed with that future site plan amendment. The last item for correction having to do with the overlay zone, it had to do with public open space. The project, as approved, provided some off-site public open space along Fenton Street. The overlay zone, the sector plan recommends sites that are not recommended for public open space to provide a fee in lieu to contribute to public open space downtown. So again, with condition number 13 that we've presented here in today, through that site plan amendment, the applicant would need to address that at that time as well. Just regarding noticing, the applicant did meet all their noticing requirements. We did receive one letter, as Elza referenced, that was after posting, and that was regarding the MPDU percentages. Overall, our findings, the application satisfies the applicable sections of the subdivision ordinance and does substantially conform with the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan as conditioned. We are recommending approval of the preliminary plan amendment with 3 new conditions. Those are 11 and 12 that were included in the staff report, and new condition 13 as presented here today. With that, I'll conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Sure. See if I can get this right. I've been listening to you guys this morning. Okay. For the record, I'm Stacy Silber with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer, here on behalf of the applicant, Moonlight. As has been mentioned, I think Mr. Bossi did an excellent job of explaining the issues associated with this project. It's a challenging site. There's been a lot of intervening events that have caused it to slow down, and it's difficult to make it pencil. I mean, there's been many folks that have looked at it, and it's challenging. I've discussed with Mr. Bossi and legal this new proposed condition 13, and understand the legal background with regards to it. I think the issue is that the way that it's kind of falling out, I don't think that was the intent probably of the council, that in effect that basically all plans that had been filed prior to the adoption of the overlay zone in effect had to come back in to be in compliance with the overlay zone. That's kind of in effect what we're saying, is that all projects that had been filed but not yet built by the time of the overlay zone have to come back in for the overlay zone. But that being said, I kind of understand like the legal challenges, and I think that the way that the condition is worded, which would allow DPS to make an interpretation or to have some further feedback from council, et cetera, I think that it's fair the way that it's worded. So we support the condition as proposed.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Yeah.
I just wanted to, for I guess my own understanding and kind of how comparable overlay zones have operated, take Bethesda, for example. Is that overlay zone sort of enforcing a similar system condition on previously approved plans going into Bethesda? Or is there something about the way that this overlay zone was sort of conceived and worded that makes it unique? Because I definitely take the point that, if previously approved things are struggling, they're not grandfathered in, it definitely creates some challenges.
I think I'm inclined to defer to Ms. Vias on this one.
I don't know the exact language of the Bethesda plan, but in general, when zoning is adopted, in most cases, if the council thinks about it or somebody brings it to their attention, they can try to craft in it some type of legacy provisions, but I would probably say the majority do not do that because the intent of a zoning change and any legislative change is to have it take effect. Council wants to change something, so they're changing the law and they want people to follow it. However, there are instances where there may be cases and they would look at those and say, but there's 20 projects in the mix already. We don't want those projects to have to start over. Let's put some legacy provisions in here. And they may do that. But they have to do that expressly in order for a project to be protected or vested. In Maryland, Maryland is a late vesting state, which means that if the law changes and you are midstream in a project, you have to have a valid building permit, you have to have started construction, and that construction has to be recognizable to the general public that you're building what you've been approved for. So some states, all you need is a building permit and you vest, but Maryland is not that way. And so it's difficult to vest in Maryland. So you have to be pretty far along. If the law changes midstream, you may have to start over. But again, the council can, say we're going to protect certain projects if they intended that, and sometimes they do. Unfortunately, for this applicant, in this case, the downtown Silver Spring plan did not have any legacy provisions in it, so that if you were midstream, you have to apply it.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful context. So I assume what you're referring to is when council is drafting the actual DTA legislation or the bill, that's the moment in time they have to identify properties. There's no sort of like later on, they go back and sort of retroactively
They could change the law. They could do a text amendment. They could do that here if they decided that, in fact, we did want to protect them. But generally, it would happen at the time that they're changing the law.
Got it.
Can I chime in just for one thing? And in terms of the way that the law is worded now, I mean, there is a possibility that DPS may interpret what's been adopted as basically providing basically protections for these properties that were approved prior to the adoption of the overlay zone, just because it's so illogical. I mean, I agree with Ms. Vyas. However, I would say there was no discussion about this. I don't think this was the council's intent here, just for all the reasons we've all talked about. It would require projects to kind of slow down, potentially not move forward because they have to go through another site plan process and comply with the overlay zone. There just was no discussion about it. And typically, there's legacy provisions that capture projects prior to 2014, and I suspect it just may not have been contemplated. So there is a possibility that DPS may interpret this to say, yes, you are exempt, but kind of in terms of the timing, the fact that this applicant, where they are, I think that the condition is fair the way it's worded, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear on the record that we may not need any type of legislative change. There may be an interpretation by DPS as well, but I think this covers it.
So is that correct, Emily? Interpretation, so DPS can interpret something that you're saying legally is not possible. That's strange to me, really.
They can interpret how they would like to interpret, but whether they would do that and whether they would find that legal, we don't know. I mean, we're not their attorneys, so DPS issues permits and has interpretations.
I was there. That's what would be very surprised. Have you talked to DPS?
This issue just came up, so we have not. But as interpreters of the code, they would have the ability to do that. So it leaves open the opportunity, but allows it to continue to move forward. So I think it's a fair, elegant solution, what staff came up with. Thank you.
Can I ask just one more question? And it's good to hear that you're I guess comfortable, okay with these changes and these new conditions. But for the sake of just kind of playing this out a little bit, hypothetically, what if knowing that when you go to DPS to get building permit, they would make their own interpretation at that stage anyway. Their lawyers would weigh in, there would be a process there. But if we didn't apply these new conditions now, DPS would still sort of make their own interpretations at that point, getting to building permit. Is there from our perspective, from the applicant's perspective, is there a downside to sort of just kicking it down to DPS to allow them to weigh in without kind of weighing in ourselves at this stage?
I think there's actually a provision in the zoning ordinance that says that the project has to be updated to meet current standards. So the findings the board has to make sort of require the step that we're taking. So
okay,
from that perspective, that may be a challenge.
Okay, got
And
it.
just to
Thanks.
chime in too is, it is, because kind of what folks are saying is that even if we hadn't come in for the extension, this is possibly something that DPS would have caught. They may not have, truthfully, because it's kind of so unexpected. But I don't think it has to be a condition, truthfully, because it's something that would be required anyway, irrespective of the extension request. It's really outside of the extension request. So I think it could be part of a finding. Basically, as staff had mentioned, it's putting us on alert that this is something that, we have to address before building permit.
Okay.
So,
But as much as I know, when it goes to DPS, they're going to read this resolution for this extension. So it's going to bring to their attention.
Well-
And they're going to be talking. So just,
yeah,
that's what I know.
So this is my thoughts on this. So they're at preliminary plan stage. There's no site plan, correct? So I'm sure that based on also on the Silver Spring downtown adjacent communities plan, there's no site, what do you call it, open space requirement. The plaza requirement, but now you pay into the fund so that
Correct, yes.
so that we can use, so that money can be used for specific larger plaza areas, correct? So that will have to also be changed. There may be some changes in the design, I don't know. And also, I think at the time, this applicant could also probably negotiate something with DHCA, correct? In terms of different types of, they may have to be 15%, but I've seen sometimes they may have maybe less units if they do something else. There's also has to be this finding with DHCA, correct?
In terms of preliminary plan or a time of site plan?
Site plan, yeah. Because
I
doesn't
mean,
DHCA have to submit a letter saying that they met the requirements, and sometimes those requirements are negotiated, correct, or no?
No, I think that's correct. That's already happened for this, right? There's a requirement for them to get an agreement to build with DHCA before they move forward. I think were there to be a site plan amendment that, as necessary to update the percentage of MPDUs from 12.5 to 15, DHCA would have another review as part of that. So I think at that time, there could be some discussion along those lines. There's no guarantee, but I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's a challenging situation.
Right.
For all the reasons everyone has articulated, it's a real shame. This project is already struggling. And if they do have to come back in for a site plan, it's just.
There is approved site plan now?
We have an approved site plan already on this project. I'm kind of working pro bono for them because I feel so badly for kind of their situation, truthfully. But in any case, it's just a challenging situation, and it's unfortunate.
Right, and so
Yeah.
the point is that if it can't be, you are accepting the staff's recommendations, the revised recommendations. You will make best efforts to do whatever you to comply with these recommendations, correct?
Yeah, and we will work with DPS to potentially get an interpretation that in fact the intent was for project not to have to be subject to the overlay zone, requirement. But it's something we would work with, and I think the condition does address that as written. Allows that additional work, and if DPS determines that it's not needed, then we would not need to come back in for a site plan.
Right, and also, there is the option for the council to
Exactly.
weigh in that
Yeah.
they intended for this project to be
Yeah.
grandfathered
Yeah.
in that process.
Or others, right? There could be others out there too.
Right,
Right.
okay. So I'm,
That thing with the council requires a ZTA. I think that before, if it comes before that they want to give up to the project, I think you can talk to DPS ahead of time. And if they could agree that it's 12.5%, that's fine. If it is not, then maybe the other thing is that to do the ZTA and get it that to save the project, because that's what it takes. I do
Yeah.
not know how long
Yeah.
it takes, but it should not be very
Yeah.
lengthy when
Yeah.
there is a project wait.
yep, yep.
Yep, and I hope we can get DPS, because any process is just a cost. I mean, that's just the issue with all these things. It's cost and time and money, but we're comfortable with the condition as worded. Could it be a finding? I would prefer it to be a finding, truthfully, than in a condition, but if the will is to have a condition, I'm okay with how it's worded.
What's the difference between a condition and a finding again?
The findings are just the backup support for why the board is taking the action. So the condition is actually a requirement.
Okay, if there, if the applicant is accepting the staff's condition, then I'm fine with moving forward with staff's recommendation. Is there any questions or comments? All right, do I have a motion to approve the 850 Sligo Avenue preliminary plan amendment number 120190009B, with, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, the revised conditions 11 and 12 and new condition 13.
Yeah, move that we approved with the revised condition and the new conditions.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you. So we're going to take a 2-minute break and go with the item number 8, 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan Impact Payment Credit Methodology Briefing, where staff is recommending approval of proposed park impact payment reduction formula and methodology. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan Park Payment Credit Methodology Briefing, where staff is recommending approval of the proposed park impact payment reduction formula and methodology. This morning, we have Grace Bogdan here with the planning staff to present. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning. Today, we are presenting to you a methodology for the park impact payment reduction, and this is a code interpretation policy of the Bethesda Overlay Zone and, in part, an implementation of the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. So just a little bit of background, the Bethesda Overlay Zone was adopted subsequent to the adoption of the sector plan in 2017, and that overlay zone includes a provision which allows projects that are proposing to dedicate parkland to request a reduced park impact payment for that dedication. So we have been working over the past couple months, perhaps longer than that, with our friends at Parks who are here with us today on this methodology. So as projects start to move forward and are dedicating parkland, we can apply this formula to the project and determine what the park impact payment should be. When we were trying to determine what this methodology should include, we determined these 3 components listed on your screen are of most importance. The first of which is, what is the value of the land that would be dedicated to parks, and how do you determine what that value is? And so that leads us to the next 2 points, the first of which is density. So within the CGAR zone, when you determine mapped density, that's based off of a tract area. And the tract area includes the subject site and any other land that has been previously dedicated for public use. So this is most often like right-of-way, but it can also include land for parks or schools, anything for a public use where the property owner has not received a monetary compensation for. So if someone was to dedicate parkland, they could take density off that square footage. And so that was one thing that we wanted to take into consideration here. And then secondly, or lastly on the screen, public open space. So for CR projects, based on the lot frontages and the size of the lot, they are required to provide public open space on the site, and that's a percentage of their site area. And so if projects are dedicating parkland, the zoning ordinance does allow that public open space to be located within that dedicated parkland. So that's another element that comes into play when we're reviewing these projects and the dedicated land. So the next couple slides lay out the methodology that was included in the staff report. I'm going to read it to you slowly so we can walk through it together. The Planning Board may choose to reduce the required park impact payment by the adjusted value of the land to be dedicated to the Parks Department for a park recommended in the sector plan. The land value will be adjusted to deduct the park impact payment value of any mapped density taken off the land and the value of any portion of the dedicated land counted towards public open space. If the adjusted dedicated land value of the dedicated land is greater than or equal to the required park impact payment, no PIP is required. However, if the adjusted dedicated land value of the dedicated land is less than the required PIP, then that is deducted from the required park impact payment for the remaining balance. Okay? So this defined term, the adjusted dedicated land value, essentially what this means is we take the value of the dedicated land and we reduce that value of the mapped density taken off the land and the value of the public open space. And so defining what dedicated land value is, this can be based off of 3 of the following things on your screen. That's the value that's listed on the State Department of Assessment and Taxation website. This assessed value is updated every 3 years, or it could be the most recent sales price for the property. Or there are instances where a property is acquired where there was no recent financial transaction completed, or perhaps the SDAT value does not really reflect the market value of the land. And this often happens in P3 developments or public-private partnerships. So in this case, a third-party appraisal would be acceptable. And so to determine the value of the map density and the value of public open space, we had to make a square footage into a value here. So how to define this, the value of the map density is the square footage of the map density taken from the dedicated land to propose to be used, multiplied by the current PIP rate. So that turns that square footage into a value. And then the value of the public open space is determined by the area of the required public open space to be located within that dedicated land, multiplied by the per square foot value of that dedicated land. Again, making that a value. If there's projects that aren't required to provide public open space, then this does not apply. However, also there could be projects where they are providing their public open space elsewhere on site and not within the dedicated land, and again, then this would not apply. And so once we determine what the adjusted dedicated land value is for a particular site and what they're proposing, we compare that to the required park impact payment. And again, if that adjusted dedicated land value is greater, essentially the value that we are receiving from that dedicated land is greater, then no further PIPs required. We outlined an example for you within the staff report, and we do have an item later on the agenda that will be utilizing this. So we shared this PIP reduction methodology with the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee earlier this summer. Just to remind you, the Bethesda IAC is made up of stakeholders within the Bethesda community, both commercial business owners and residents, and they were supportive of the methodology as proposed. Therefore, we recommend approval of the methodology and adoption of the code interpretation policy. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
No, I have a comment. So when we were going through the elements, I immediately wrote down land value, tax assessed value, or prior sale, and then you use that also. And then I also like the other two variables that you used, because the price of land is not only what it costs or what its expense is, what value it adds to the community. And I think this is a great way to come up with the value. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, thank you for doing this and bringing it to us. I had read the next package first, and then and then I'm glad then I went back to this, and so it definitely was helped to explain it. So thank you so much. If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan Park Impact Payment Credit Methodology Briefing?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the proposed park impact payment reduction formula and methodology.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We're going to just take a 1-minute break and start our next presentation, item number 9, PLD Lot 44 and 4702 West Virginia Avenue, sketch plan number 32019-006A, site plan number 1-2024-0110, and site plan number 8-2024-0140, and Forest Conservation Plan number F-2024-0720. Public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of comments to Montgomery County Department of Transportation. This is a mandatory referral project. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, PLD Lot 44 and 4702 West Virginia Avenue. This is a mandatory referral project and also includes a sketch plan, preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan. It's a speed to market project, as they call it, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of comments to Montgomery County Department of Transportation. This morning, from the planning staff to present this project is Grace Bogdan. Good morning, Grace.
Good morning again. Grace Bogdan for the record with Down County Planning. We are excited to be bringing forward this project to you today. It's going to bring some really great elements to downtown Bethesda. As you stated, this is PLD Lot 44 and 4702 West Virginia Avenue. And this series of applications, we are recommending approval and transmittal of comments for the mandatory referral to DOT. Just to orient you, downtown Bethesda is located in the southern portion of Montgomery County near the DC border on the western side. Within downtown Bethesda specifically, the project is located on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue towards the northern portion of the Central Business District. The property is located on West Virginia Avenue before Tilbury Street. It's highlighted in the red dashed line on your screen. 2 blocks to the north of this, also highlighted in blue, is lot number 25. And the board may recall we brought a sketch plan for this property a couple months ago in May for the redevelopment of it. Both lot 25 and the subject property, or lot 44 portion of the subject property, are under a general development agreement with the county to redevelop these surface parking lots. And in total, the general development agreement and the redevelopment of the parking lots will help bring forward new residential development in downtown Bethesda. And these projects will both include a dedication of the sector planned Eastern Greenway, and the residential units will include more increased levels of affordability at deeper levels of affordability and larger unit types. And the replacement of the surface parking for lot 44 and lot 25 will all take place on the lot 25 site. Within or between these blocks, and highlighted on your screen in the dashed line, is a project referred to as 8001 Wisconsin Avenue, and this project has received sketch plan and preliminary plan approval from the board, which would allow a redevelopment of the entire block, and that redevelopment would include a mixed-use building with commercial fronting on Wisconsin Avenue and the residential facing the Eastern Greenway, and the Eastern Greenway on this block would be achieved through public open space. So we are bringing forward a couple blocks of the Eastern Greenway in this portion. For the subject property itself, it is approximately 0.74 tract acres in size, and it is split zoned. So the western portion of the site, where you can see the surface parking lot, has a higher density of CR3, and the eastern portion of the site, where there's an existing single-family home, has a density of CRT 0.5. The entire property has the same maximum height of 70 feet and within the Bethesda overlay zone. The eastern portion of the site, where the single-family property is, has an existing sketch plan and site plan approval from the planning board back in 2019 and 2020, which allowed a smaller scale redevelopment of the site for a 19-unit condominium building. The applicants and the developers for that application are the same applicant and developer before you today. So they saw promise in this property, and they worked through the RFP process with the county, won the portion of the general development agreement, and are here before you with this application. Farther to the east, at the corner of West Virginia Avenue and Tilbury Street, you can see there is an additional single-family home on the corner. The applicants had tried over the years to acquire this property unsuccessfully, and so this does remain outside the bounds of the subject application. On the western side of the subject property, highlighted in the yellowy orange arrow, is a public alley, an improved public alley 10 feet wide, which connects West Virginia Avenue to Chase Avenue. It operates in two-way direction and serves the businesses fronting on Wisconsin Avenue. And then south of the subject site, in the dashed orangey arrow, is another public alley which is unimproved. We refer to it as a paper alley, so you can see it on record plats. It's dedicated. However, the alley has never been improved for its intended purpose, and the properties in the vicinity have essentially used it as their own land over the years. And we will talk more about that in just a little bit. So the mandatory referral portion of the application is for the disposition of the county land, given that the parking lot is owned by Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and it covers the dedication and construction of the Eastern Greenway as well. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the site to bring forward a new mixed-use building with a maximum density of 125,469 square feet, and this would accommodate up to 59 units for sale, with 15% of those units being moderately priced dwelling units. The applicant has been working with DHCA, and there are terms of the General Development Agreement that require a portion of these MPDUs to be for sale MPDUs, and a portion of them will also be brought forward with a fee in lieu payment to the Housing Initiative Fund. And then there will also be 6 live-work units in the building covering up to 5,469 square feet of commercial uses. On the eastern portion of the site, the applicant will be bringing forward the Eastern Greenway, which is considered a major public facility, and that will be up to 5,582 square feet in size. And given this provision of the major public facility, the applicant is requesting to increase the building height from 70 feet to a maximum mapped height of 114 feet. And we will discuss that further in a minute as well. For the preliminary plan portion of the site, the applicant is proposing to create 2 lots. The western lot would be for the multifamily building, and the eastern portion to be the Greenway lot, which will be dedicated to parks. And then the applicant is also requesting to abandon a portion of that paper unimproved public alley to the south, and that portion of the alley is highlighted here on your screen. I'll show it with my mouse. And the northern portion of that alley would be absorbed into the multifamily lot, and the Greenway lot, and the southern portion of that paper alley would be absorbed into Chase Avenue Urban Park. And given that this paper alley was never improved for its intended purpose, we are supportive of this request. In terms of access and circulation, the applicant is proposing to locate the main access point for pedestrians into the main lobby of the building, as well as for vehicles into the structured garage off West Virginia Avenue. And there will be individual unit entrances for townhouses that are fronting onto the Greenway itself. The zoning ordinance requires 1 off-street loading space for residential units that are greater than 50 units, so this one is required to provide 1 loading space within the building. However, the applicant is requesting a waiver for this loading space and has alternatively provided a space within the right-of-way on West Virginia Avenue. This loading space and the design of it has been reviewed and approved by the Department of Transportation and DPS, and we are supportive of this waiver request. So with the provision of the major public facility being the parkland, the applicant is stating that it's diminishing their ability to be able to provide parking below this area for the public park, and is increasing the area within the building to allow this structured parking. Those provisions of the zoning ordinance allow this to be located within any above-grade portion of the building that has this above-grade parking. That space can be added, or that height could be added to the maximum height of the building. And so the applicant provided this exhibit, which was reviewed by Department of Permitting Services, and this height increase can happen with the planning board approval. So the maximum mapped height is 70 feet. The applicant is requesting an additional 44 feet in height to the building for the parking. The applicant included a justification for this increase in height in their statement of justification, and those points being that this particular project is bringing forward a for-sale building, particularly also providing for-sale MPDUs within the building. And so the price point for which those for-sale market rate units need to be sold at would be assuming that there would be 2 parking spaces provided. So there is a higher parking ratio than what you would usually see in downtown Bethesda, but it's given the nature of this particular project and all of the elements it's trying to bring forward. For the Eastern Greenway, the applicant is going to be dedicating the eastern portion of the site. As you can see here with the projects combined, as I previously presented, there is going to be a good portion of the Eastern Greenway delivered. The Parks Department created a framework for the Eastern Greenway a couple years ago, which outlines the elements that should be included in the Greenway as these private properties come forward, and that has been attached to your staff report. And the applicant has been working closely with the Parks Department on the design of this portion of the Eastern Greenway. And one of the main components is a 10-foot wide promenade. Even though this is one of the smaller portions of the Eastern Greenway, the applicant has been able to achieve that, and will also be including private seating nodes along the promenade itself. And then with the terms of the general development agreement, the applicant is required to provide a minimum $300,000 for improvements to Chase Avenue Urban Park. So not only will the Eastern Greenway tie into that, but the park itself will be revitalized. And we are recommending a site plan condition that caps that cost at $330,000. In terms of architecture, the applicant and the project was reviewed by the Design Advisory Panel many times in the recent months, and at the latest meeting, the ADAP voted in support of 20 points for design excellence. As you can see here, this perspective is taken from Tilbury Street looking over Chase Avenue Urban Park in the Eastern Greenway. So the applicant has oriented the building such that townhouses will be facing the Greenway, which is a recommendation of the Bethesda Downtown Plan, and that height has also been alleviated when it's facing the Greenway. So the maximum height here will be 43 feet 6 inches, similar to the width of the Greenway in this location, and then the height of the building would increase behind those townhomes. And then the massing behind that has been alleviated through articulation of facades and integration of the balconies and a sophisticated material palette, which is more evident in this picture, which is taken from West Virginia Avenue looking at the main entrance of the building. The pedestrian entrance in that street level has been accentuated with a stone water table base and the articulation around the windows for the first 3 stories of the building. As a CR optional method project, the applicant's required to provide a minimum 100 public benefit points. Many of those points are being achieved through the major public facilities for the construction and dedication of the Eastern Greenway, and the applicant is also achieving points in providing live work units, exceptional design, structure parking, and purchase of BLTs. And then in terms of the park impact payment, the applicant is proposing to utilize 54,594 square feet of Bethesda overlay zone density, which require the park impact payment. However, they are dedicating the portion of the Eastern Greenway. And so in this case, we reviewed the land value, the mapped density, and in this particular project, no public open space is required. Their adjusted dedicated land value results in a land value of 1.2, almost 1.3 million. And the park impact payment for this project would be $550 to $496. So in this case, the adjusted land value is greater than what the park impact payment would be, therefore no PIP is required in this circumstance. And in terms of forest conservation, the project is required to provide 0.12 acres of afforestation, which the applicant will be achieving through offsite baking or fee in lieu payment. And then the applicant, the design is impacting and requiring removal of 2 specimen trees one's located in Chase Avenue Urban Park and one's located just at the southern footprint of the building near the park. And so the applicant will be mitigating these trees within the Eastern Greenway, which will provide a mature canopy and a great scenery for those walking along the promenade. All noticing and signage requirements have been met. This project was reviewed by the Bethesda IAC in February of this year, and we did receive 2 letters of support from the residents, one of which is representing the East Bethesda Citizen Association. And so with that, staff finds that the applications satisfy the applicable sections of many of our guidelines and ordinances on the screen for the mandatory referral, sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, and substantially conforms to the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. Therefore, we recommend approval of each of these regulatory applications and transmittal of comments to MCDOT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. I'm Matthew Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gervich on behalf of the applicant, Broad Branch Partners, and their joint venture partners that are developing both this lot and Lot 25 that Ms. Bogdan mentioned. Seated to my left is Jason Weinstein from Broad Branch Partners, the applicant, and then seated to his left is our architect, Jeremy Sharp from Torty Gallis Partners, and seated to my right is Pat LeVay from McCrease Hendricks and Glasscock, the civil engineer. We just wanted to thank Ms. Bogdan, Mr. Heisel McCoy, Mr. Cronenberg, and the rest of their team, and then the Parks Department, Mr. Coppola, because they've all been very helpful in moving this through the process. It's a complex project in terms of the design. There's a lot of moving elements and coordination. And we're also thankful for the support of East Bethesda Citizens Association. Mr. Weinstein and his partner, Shane Crowley, who couldn't be here, have worked with them over the past 6 years and closely collaborated with the community to talk with them about the plan for open space and housing. And they had this vision when they acquired 4702 West Virginia Avenue I believe in 2018, and they reached out to DOT, the director at the time, Mr. Rashdi, who's no longer there. And it's taken us this long to go through the RFP process and a general development agreement. I would say that the entitlement process was certainly the fastest of those processes, so we're thankful for the speed to market process and your staff's help to navigate to this point. But we're in support of all the conditions and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Before I give some comments, do any of the board members like to provide comments, questions?
This is a very interesting project. I do appreciate the length of the time that you're talking about. I was part of the speed to market to bring it, to completion, and I'm very happy to see that we are actually using the process. Do we know how many we have had so far? Is it working? I'm just curious.
It's working. We've probably had about a dozen since
Okay.
we initiated it a number of years ago.
Because I do understand there's a little bit risk on part of the developers to take this on, all of it approved with the hope that not many changes comes, that you have to go back and redesign. But it sounds a very interesting and frankly very complicated project. I could understand. You said that it is one of the fastest, but I could understand why it takes as long, at least to do the general development agreement to come here. And best of luck to you.
Any other comments, questions? So, go ahead.
Just real quick. This is also. I just thanks for bringing this project. It's going to be a great addition to, the entire downtown Bethesda community. Adding to the Green Loop, going north south, or that may not be the right name for it, but that's going to be an enormous addition. I used to live just a few blocks away from this. Was constantly walking and biking up and down Tilbury to try to get downtown. And Tilbury is a somewhat quiet street, but this is just going to make it a lot more comfortable. It's going to lead to a more connected network. So this portion of the project that you're proposing that makes a significant contribution to that is going to be super welcome and super beneficial to the entire downtown area. And also, of course, just going north on Wisconsin from kind of the central part of downtown Bethesda, there's so many. We staff. You mentioned kind of what's in the pipeline right now with kind of these 3 consecutive properties, and it's going to really, in a wonderful way, transform this part of Wisconsin going north, and just continue to make it more of a kind of active, walkable area with more people, and in this case, more affordable kind of options for people, which is also great. So the deep affordability component of this is huge, and it's obviously rare that we can kind of achieve that in these kinds of downtown areas. So that's great, and thanks for being able to propose that. My one comment is just going to be about the parking, and I understand that there was you referenced some market demand research specifically because these are for sale, and also specifically because the predominant kind of unit size, I guess, is 2, 3, or 4 bedroom units. I was just wondering, could you speak to some of that market demand that you're referring to? Like, I think that there's probably comparable projects going on in Arlington, for example, maybe Fairfax near metro stations. This location, haven't measured it specifically. I would guess it's somewhere between a quarter to half a mile from the Bethesda metro stop. There's also, of course, really good bus access going up and down Wisconsin. Looking further into the future, we could be looking at BRT coming south on 355. I'm not saying anything you all don't know, of course. I'm just sort of just saying it. But right on the heels of the ZTA that passed back in December of last year, which reduced all minimums for parking within a half mile of metro stations. I'd like to hear more about kind of how you're interpreting that market demand, and because 1.67 ratio of 99 spaces to 67 units. in my view, it's a little high. It seems a little excessive for where this is, and also the kind of the type of movement around these areas that we're hoping to achieve. It's wonderful that you could make that pencil, because there's two sides to this argument. Of course, there's the affordability side and just kind of what makes a project pencil in the first place, but there's also the county goal side of this, where we're really trying to drive home the point that these are areas for moving around in more kind of pedestrian oriented and human centered ways. So yeah, if you could just speak to that, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, thank you for the comments. I expected this
Can you
question.
state your name first?
Oh, my apologies. I wasn't speaking into the microphone clearly either. My name is Jason Weinstein, principal of Broad Branch Partners. I was expecting this question. I think that for starters, the ratio and amount of parking is misleading, because if this was a more traditional apartment project at 125,000 square feet, like we'd have somewhere around 150 units. So 99 would be a much different ratio, whereas in this project, these are family style units, the majority of them being 3 and 4 bedroom. And the same goes for the deeply affordable MPDUs. Those are mostly 4 bedroom family units at deeply affordable prices. And part of what took a while, I know this wasn't exactly your question, but just some additional context, that was part of what took a long time as we worked through the general development agreement, was finding a way to deliver deeply affordable for sale family units, because it just doesn't exist. Certainly not in this location, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make that work. And so it's obviously a very unique product type. And with the market rate units being what they are, of that size, 3 and 4 bedrooms, the market research does show that those are people with 2 cars. And we've pointed to other buildings, in fact, in downtown Bethesda, that the sales have shown that for that unit type, that is in fact the case, that those people have 2 cars and they require 2 cars if it's a 3 or a 4 bedroom family style unit. You are right, we're approximately half a mile from the metro. But in general, hopefully that answers the question, which is that the market, from our research, does demand the 2 parking spaces for those family units. And also the other main point being that relative to the overall density, when I said the ratio is a little misleading, in the sense that if we develop this in a more traditional manner without focus on trying to achieve the goal of the deeply affordable family style for sale housing, then we would have, call it 150 apartments, in which case we probably wouldn't need all 99 spaces. It might be more like 75, but even so, at the 99, that's a much different ratio of 0.6 something as opposed to the 1.67, but it's just a product of the product type that is all part of this.
Yeah.
Let me just, okay. So yeah, thank you for bringing this project forward. It's attractive design, but most important, it provides, as my board members said, for sale housing. There's a definitely demand, and most important, seeing how we can provide for sale for affordable projects. We're going to look forward to, once it's built, to see how that works. At 50% AMI, we want to see how that works, but I think that's great that you're able to do that. It's great that you're also extending the greenway, doing that piece that is so needed, and making a payment to upgrade the park to the south of this. I like how you have this off-site loading in there. I was just going to ask staff, I mean, I think that that's a great way to work. If you definitely, on projects where it's very hard to put the loading inside the building, I hope that maybe this is a trend, that that we could recommend to happen in other projects and maybe downtown, because then having to put the loading, if it's difficult within the building. And then, and I like how you know, that they, I just wanted to ask, so the parking will be hidden, even though it's above grade, it will be hidden from view? That sounds great. And then I liked your question, Mr. Linden, about the parking, but I would say, once it's built, we'd like to get some feedback to how you know, how is there really two cars? You know, I know you have to hedge your bet because you know, you can't build all that and no one wants to buy, but I would like to get that feedback, you know, how is it working? You know, is it really two cars? And maybe give you some comfort level in your next project, you can scale it down, because, you know, that means you can possibly make the building one floor lower and something like that, or things like that. So those, all very positive, love the project. And also at the park, about you're building the park for parks, correct?
Yes.
So that's a very positive, and then, you know, it's like a turnkey and give us, so that's very positive also. So thank you so much. Any other comments?
I'm just curious, in regard to the parking garage, and I know that I work for the Parks Department, and I know that we didn't like the parking garage to go under the park, but that could be a possibility if would add more to residential. So I'm curious, that was it ever idea that rather than having the parking above the ground, we have parking go a little bit more under, you have more under the ground and under the park to provide more residential building, or that was financially not feasible? For my curiosity, why did we decide to bring the parking above and not to go under the park?
Sure. Well, that's answer is multifold. The first being what you alluded to in the beginning, which is that we found the neighborhood and other stakeholders involved did not like the idea of going under the park. Nonetheless, it's not, you're correct, it's not an impossibility. The important point, however, is that if we, well, first of all, if we were underground, having to provide that amount of parking going down, it's cost prohibitive in the first place. But additionally, we would actually end up with less residential in that scenario, because bringing the parking above grade, right, that's how we're getting the additional height, and those levels of above grade parking also have residential. It's lined with residential. So like, we're getting additional residential density as a result. So if we didn't do that, we would have less units and less residential density.
So you're saying that the reason that you could get the 44-foot additional was because you couldn't do, that was something that was written in regard to zoning or the requirements of the regulatory requirements, that it worked better on your side. But if you were willing to do it and you could still get the 44-foot height, you could have had probably more residential that way.
But it's the height is a product of the above grade parking in the zoning ordinance.
Yes, I understand.
Like, that's right. Like, we're only able to get the height. My understanding of the zoning ordinance is that the above grade parking is excluded from the height calculation. So if it was anything other than a level comprised of mainly above grade parking, we wouldn't be able to have that extra height.
Really? So that's something that I should ask our, you know, maybe Robert or planning staff. Doesn't it make sense that we have it in a way that they could have it in regard? I totally understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that in regard to our zoning, you know, regulations, that works to our disadvantage for creating more housing.
Okay, I have no other comments or questions. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Robert Cronenberg, for the record. To some degree it does, but I think what, you know, the way that the zoning ordinance was written was really looking at the public parking or the parking as more of a major public facility. And that really allowed for the additional height on top of that. So it was almost an exception to the additional height that's needed. And I think to the applicant's point, if they went below grade under the parking lot, then they might not need, that doesn't balance out with the additional height that's needed for the units. So it's a little convoluted, but yes, it's the way the ordinance is written was really geared more towards providing the parking, and then you get that height exception above that.
I also say building, having parking below the park is also a maintenance nightmare.
Exactly.
So that.
Yeah, just Matt Gordon again for the record, just that was consistent with these 3 blocks. The idea was that to not go underneath the greenway. And it creates a lot of challenges for dedication of the land if it's encumbered by parking. So it made everything a lot, which still took, not because of the park and planning process, but our process with the county, it made it a lot cleaner to just stay out of the greenway. And that's what dictated the height.
Great, great. And just last question before we vote on this. Assuming the project moves, we vote yes for the project. What's your estimated timing of maybe getting in the ground and finishing the project?
Sure. I would estimate that, well, we are hoping that we can put a shovel in the ground within approximately 1 year. We have to go through, obviously, the process of getting permitted.
Right.
But it is our thinking that we can be at that point within 1 year.
Mm-hmm. And it would take how long to finish, you think?
We are estimating the construction timeline to be approximately 18 to 21 months.
Great. So no other comments and questions? Do we have to have 5 votes on this, or how do we need to do this?
We have mandatory sketch preliminary site.
Ideally, yes. One vote for all of them.
Okay. Great, great. Makes it easier. So do I have a motion to approve mandatory referral number MR 2024-021, sketch plan number 3/2019-006, is it B or 8? I don't know. B, preliminary plan number 1/2024-0110, site plan number 8/2024-0140, and forest conservation plan number F 2024-0720, where staff is recommending approval with conditions and transmittal of comments to Montgomery County Department of Transportation.
I move for approval of whatever you said.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing the project in 3 years. Thank you. Bye
Thank
now.
you.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're continuing the planning board meeting of September 12th. We're on item number 10, East Silver Spring Neighborhood Greenway Mandatory Referral Public Hearing, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. This afternoon, we have Lily Mernon presenting from Parks. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. It's nice to be here. So like you said, my name's Lily Mernon for the record. I'm a transportation planner in countywide planning, and this is a mandatory referral for Montgomery County Department of Transportation Neighborhood Greenway on multiple streets near downtown Silver Spring. The project manager for this with MCDOT is Matt Johnson, and we also have the project consultants from Stantec, Dave Merrihew and Steve Zender. And planning staff is recommending approval of this mandatory referral with transmittal of comments to MCDOT. All the staff comments are aiming to improve the safety of the design and reflect guidance from our master plans. And then the proposed project is fully funded using general obligation bonds in the County Capital Improvement Program. So first, I just want to start by defining the neighborhood greenway as it's defined in our bicycle master plan. These are streets with low motorized traffic and traffic volumes and speeds, and they're really designed to give walking and biking priority on the roadway. And they do that by using signs, pavement markings, speed and volume management, otherwise known as traffic calming, which you'll hear again throughout the presentation. And this is really to discourage through trips by motor vehicles and also create safe and more convenient crossings of busier streets. So the intent is really to create an environment, a bicycling environment where you'd be comfortable allowing a young child to ride a bike with an adult. And that's really the intent of this project as well. So this project involves 6 streets near downtown Silver Spring. The first street is Grove Street, shown here in blue on the map. And what MCD is proposing to make a pilot treatment that's currently on the road into a permanent feature of the roadway. So they will be constructing a 5-foot sidewalk along with speed humps and some roadway narrowing as well to really make that a neighborhood greenway. Cedar Street, Bonifant Street, and Woodbury Drive, shown here in green. There are, again, proposed neighborhood greenway treatments like speed humps and other features, traffic circles, but the focus is really on some intersection improvements in those areas as well. And then Houston Street is going to get a 5-foot sidewalk, and Sligo Avenue, shown here in red, there's a proposed 10-foot side path on the north side of the road and a protected crossing at Woodbury Drive. And the existing Grove Street pilot's been in place since 2021. And here's a image of the existing pilot project on Grove Street. Existing conditions vary on all of these streets, but generally they're mostly residential and they have 2 to 3 traffic lanes. All the streets except Grove are 25 miles an hour, and Grove is posted at 20 miles an hour. And there's also a lot of frequent driveways from the residential homes in the area. As you can see, some of the streets don't have sidewalks existing. Other ones have sidewalks of varying widths, like 4 or 5 feet. In some places, there's no street buffer. Other places, it's fairly narrow. And then bikes are sharing the road with vehicles at this point. And then between 2015 and 2023, there were 29 collisions within the project area. 6 involved pedestrians and 2 involved bicycles. And there was 1 crash at Cedar Street and Wayne Avenue that was severe, but then more fatal. So the surrounding neighborhood is mostly single family with some multifamily and townhomes. It's very close to downtown Silver Spring, so there's nearby commercial businesses and also lots of transit options with the existing red line and buses, and then the forthcoming purple line, which will kind of intersect at the north end of the project at Wayne Avenue. This is also part of a larger bicycle network that's underway in Silver Spring, so I just want to highlight the At the south end of the project, it will connect with the Metropolitan Branch / Capitol Crescent Trail. And then there's a concurrent MCDOT project on Fenton Street, a cycle track, which will be a completely separated bike lane, a high-quality facility on a busier road. And then as part of that project, and it's actually underway now, there's some intersection improvements at Fenton and State Route 410. And this project will actually receive some benefits at the end of Woodbury Drive with a better side path connection for bikes to connect into that whole network there. And then the Bullis Local Park and Fenton Street Urban Park are also on either ends of the project. So MCDOT hosted 2 community meetings in 2023, and then planning staff received 10 comments related for this public hearing, and those were related to, in particular, the design of both the traffic circles at Woodbury Drive, which I'll show in just a minute. It also related to traffic volumes and speed, as well as safety on Grove Street. And then there were some specific issues for certain properties on Grove Street as well. So staff responses are included in the staff report and also in ongoing correspondence with the commenters. And I believe the planning board should have received those comments ahead of time. And we will forward all of these comments on to MCDOT as well. So after we reviewed the project, we find that the project related to the mandatory referral uniform standards, it's consistent with all the existing zoning, and it will improve safety and access to the existing and proposed future development, and the design and layout of the project's compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and it will improve travel conditions. And the whole project really aims to improve that safety and efficiency of the transportation network. And a forest conservation request was exemption request was granted under Section 22A5E as a county municipal highway project. And there is a stormwater concept for the project that was approved by Department of Permitting Services. And then in addition to these, we also find the project is consistent with all relevant master plans. And in particular, I want to highlight the bicycle master plan from 2018, which recommended what it called the Wayne Avenue to Fenton Street Neighborhood Greenway, or the Eastover Spring Neighborhood Greenway, as we're calling it now. And it's as a Tier 1 bicycle facility. So we have Tier 1 through 4, and Tier 1 is the highest priority. So this is an important connection. And all of the roads in the project are included except for Houston Street, which was added by MCDOT later in the project based on public feedback that wanted it included in the project. Otherwise, all the other streets are classified as receiving neighborhood greenway treatments, except for Sligo Avenue, which was master planned for two-way separated bike lanes on one side of the road. And the proposed design we find consistent with these recommendations. In addition to reviewing the project for compliance with master plans, the project's also consistent with some of our design and best practices guidelines, in particular the Complete Streets Design Guide. So Sligo Avenue is classified as a neighborhood connector in the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, and this classification then translates to specific design guidelines in this design guide, which you can see here in the table. The facility on the road is the first column. The second column are the standards in the Complete Streets Design Guide for this type of road, and then the proposed project is proposing in the last column. Overall, the side path it meets the width requirements. In some cases, the street buffer is slightly less than we would like, but overall, we find it to be better than the existing conditions. And then the vehicle travel lanes in some places are narrower than our design guidelines, but I think as a neighborhood greenway, this is appropriate because it will help slow traffic speeds as well. And then with protected crossing spacing, with the new proposed crossing at Woodbury Drive, that's about 300 feet from Fenton Street, which is an existing protected crossing. So that meets the standard as well. And then all the other streets are classified as neighborhood streets with neighborhood greenways. And the main design features we look for on those roads, in this case, are the traffic calming measures. So the proposed project includes speed humps, roadway narrowing. It also includes some curb extensions to kind of help some of the challenging intersections that are in the area. And then at the intersection of Sligo Avenue and Woodbury Drive, there is a proposed hawk signal, which is pedestrian and bicyclist activated, but it includes a full red traffic signal, and there's stop bars, so the cars are required to stop on the red signal once it's activated. So these are all in line with our neighborhood greenway recommendations. And we'll talk more about this in just a minute. So we're gonna highlight some staff recommendations that really just aim to improve the safety of the design. And we'll have time at the end if the planning board would like to talk through any of these and add any other comments. The first comment, so in each of these slides, you'll see different elements of the roadway are just highlighted in different colors. Sidewalks are yellow, bicycle facilities are green, traffic calming measures are in orange, and then the blue and red colors kind of indicate different elements of the roadway that I just wanted to highlight. So the colors are what matters, not necessarily the shapes that are shown. But here I just want to highlight that the project is planning to improve one curb ramp by making it directional with the detectable warning surfaces, but the other curb ramps around this traffic circle are not planned to be improved, and just based on the challenging angles and geometry for people with low or no vision, we'd recommend realigning those curb ramps. And then the other traffic circle, so there's two traffic circles on Woodbury Drive. This is an existing traffic circle, and we received public comment that drivers were coming from Fenton Street and trying to avoid the signal, and they were turning northbound onto Woodbury Drive in the wrong way around the traffic circle. So we're recommending some right-in, right-out splitters to just reinforce the traffic flow and also narrow the lanes so that cars have to just use the traffic circle as it's intended.
Can I ask a quick question on that? Are those intended to be sort of those raised concrete triangle things? It is an actual, it's not like a paint marker, it's an actual physical.
In the other traffic circle, MCDOT is proposing some painted ones, but here I think we prefer like something raised.
Yeah. Okay, that would have been my comment, thank you.
So this slide is showing the intersection of Sligo Avenue with Woodbury Drive and Grove Street. The project's proposing a side path on the north side of the road, and the crossing for that side path would be at Woodbury Drive, and that's where the proposed hawk signal would be located. This recommendation, we'd like to recommend adding raised intersections to both of these intersections. They're pretty close together, about 300 feet between them, and there's currently no traffic calming or traffic control at Grove Street, where it's already a well-used crossing, and there are 2 bus stops there as well. So we recommend just adding more traffic calming to this area to really slow traffic, because we've heard many comments about speeding and traffic volumes on Sligo. And next recommendation is to prioritize bike traffic on Grove Street. So one of the neighborhood greenway design features in the bike master plan is to minimize the need for bicyclists to come to a full stop. It just makes it less strenuous to ride, especially when you're on a hill. So that we recommend the project team consider removing some stop controls along Grove Street, which is that priority greenway, and then determining if additional traffic calming treatments are needed to slow and control vehicle traffic while also giving bikes the priority to move on that street.
I have a question. You actually asking bikers not to come to stop at the intersection and just straight go through it?
Yes.
Isn't that not safe? Just, I'm not a transportation planner, but I like the bikes to stop at the intersection to see if the car is coming before they go. I do it. I ride bike. I look. So you actually recommending to remove the stop and let them move on?
So in this specific case, there are stops on the cross streets. And so we're recommending, yes, removing the stops on the main Grove Street while the stop controls remain on the side streets that are perpendicular with Grove. Just to prioritize the movement of bikes on this greenway.
I know prioritize, I understand, but I don't know if that's safer. Just my logic tells me that's not safer for a bike because you don't know if the car is going to stop for a bike.
So Eli Glacier, for the record, I think the way that we think about this is more about right now, these locations in the proposed design are essentially operating like a four-way stop, which is a common stop configuration for motor vehicles and bikes alike. But instead, we would recommend, and the bike plan recommends, essentially making it a two-way stop, viewing Grove Street as the primary street and the intersecting streets as secondary, so those streets would stop, but Grove Street would continue. I think it's always wise for road users to sort of pay attention to their surroundings, and they may need to potentially stop, even if they don't have stop control, if a car runs a stop sign, for instance, but that's sort of how it would be in any intersection situation. So I think that's the recommendation, and that's sort of part and parcel with using this treatment and this facility to prioritize bicycle mobility.
Have you done survey or investigation that the two-way, this is safer than four-way stop? That's my question. I'm not talking about priority and everything. I understand your goal. I'm just concerned that a four-way stop, we make it two-way stop, and we are hoping to be safer, but is it really safer? That's the question.
I think in this case, maybe safety is not the issue. It's more of a, it's not more safe, but it's not less safe. It's just prioritizing the bicycle facility. And I think that there could be additional traffic calming treatments that are added to these intersections that can control the vehicle movement more while having no stop sign on Grove. That's just, yeah. But I think that's a good thing to consider. The next recommendation is at the intersection of Grove Street, Bonifant Street, and Hankins Street. And the current configuration is MCDOT is proposing adding a curb extension between Grove and Hankins Street so that there's less open intersection. Here, I have a picture of this. So the current treatment is just some flex posts with some paint. So they're proposing to just make this a full curb. But we're recommending to also just maintain clear sight distance because if you're approaching from Hankin or Grove Street, it's difficult to see the other stop bar that's next to you on the street next to you. So we're recommending to make sure those sight lines are clear. And the proposal is moving the stop bar at Grove Street up a little bit, so I think that will help. Just wanted to make sure that it remains clear.
When you say clear, I think the angle of the road is hard.
Yeah.
So how could you make it clear except changing the angle? And we are not thinking about changing the angle. It's nothing on the way of the site. It's just that they come at an angle. And when you extend the curb, it's going to make it even harder to see.
They are changing the angle of the Grove Street stop bar. They're moving it up so that it's parallel with Hankin, which will help. There's just some existing vegetation here on this slope that we think could be removed and you'd be able to see a bit better. And then the curb extension they're adding will not block any view. It's low enough. It'll just prevent any movement through that space. But yes, it is a challenging intersection, yeah.
So the bushes, they're just bushes there. That's not the slope there, is it? Or it's a combination of both?
Yeah, the bushes and the,
I think, so the recommendation is sort of agnostic about how the site distance is maintained. It may be a matter of coordinating with the adjacent property owner. There may be some earthwork required to maintain that site distance issue, but the sort of unique nature of the intersection requires the maintenance of site distance, and we're just trying to, I think, be proactive in understanding that there could be some site distance issues with that intersection.
the next recommendation is for the intersection of Bonifant, Houston, and Cedar Street. Again, another tricky intersection. The project is proposing to add this oval traffic circle median shown in white on the drawing. And staff is recommending to expand that traffic circle median further to reduce the amount of open pavement that exists, and then to also, there will be yield signs at all of the intersecting roads, but we also recommend some yield markings on the roadway as well, and to just reinforce that traffic circle flow. And then the next recommendation,
One question. You
right
had mentioned there were several accidents
yeah,
at various places. Are places that, as you go through, were there more accidents than less accidents? I'm just saying, yeah.
there were bicycle accidents at Wayne Avenue and at Silver Spring Avenue. And then there were a few, the other pedestrian, there was no like a specific pattern to the pedestrian strikes either. But yeah.
Sorry, I can ask another question because I do a lot of this mistake. I'm coming from Bonifant and going toward the circle, and I want to turn on to Houston. I miss Houston, and I have to go around the circle to come back to Houston. Okay,
correct.
I do that all the time, by the way. My mom used to do that, and somehow I'm doing that. The shape that you have makes it very difficult to maneuver that they go around it. I do not know if this is a conceptual or
It's mainly
something,
conceptual,
but
yeah.
it still should allow people to circle around the circle or whatever you're proposing if they miss the Houston or miss one street to be able to come back to it.
Yeah, that drivers should be able to circle around.
circle around,
The final configuration will leave to MCDOT's expertise, but we'd
Okay.
like it to be expanded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The next recommendation, so Dartmouth enters Cedar Street. Both of them are one-way, so we would like to just extend the curb and make it clear that you have to turn right onto Cedar, and just avoid any possibility that someone will, there's plenty of pavement now to go the wrong way at this intersection, so we just recommend a curb extension. And then overall, where possible, we'd recommend tightening the curb radii to 15 feet and providing those directional curb ramps. And then if a wider radius is needed for emergency vehicles, mountable curbs could be used to just keep the turn tight while allowing emergency vehicles access. And then MCDOT will submit a final tree save plan to Montgomery Planning during the final design phase of the project. Right now it's at about 30% design, I believe. So once they have a more final design, then they can really assess the tree impacts of the project, and they'll submit that final tree save plan. And then the last recommendation is about stormwater runoff at Bullis Local Park. So there's existing runoff that's eroding the hillside into the park, and the proposed project will add some impermeable surface, which could potentially worsen the problem. So this recommendation is to remove an existing asphalt apron, which you can see here in this picture, and then just provide a more stable conveyance of that stormwater into a current outflow channel on the park. And we just recommend MCDOT coordinate with park staff on the appropriate design. So in conclusion, planning staff recommends the approval of this mandatory referral and the transmittal of comments to Montgomery County DOT. And we're happy to take questions and discuss any other recommendations the planning board would like MCDOT to consider. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions or comments from the board? Or also, would MCDOT like to provide any comments based on staff's recommendations?
Thank you, members of the planning board. For the record, my name is Matt Johnson. I'm the bikeways coordinator for MCDOT and also a capital project manager. And I am the project manager for this project. And we just wanted to make ourselves available to answer any questions, including any follow-ups to the questions you asked earlier. I don't know if there's any public testimony as well that's
Yes, yes, there is one person, there's a Gray Kimbrough, an adjacent property owner. Are you online, Mr. Kimbrough?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Okay. So I do live on Grove Street, and I'm also the president of the HOA for the Towns on Grove.
Okay,
so
one
I'm not really
second. If you're
anyone.
speaking for the HOA, you get 6 minutes. So you don't have to talk as fast. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'm speaking for myself, but I did want to. I want to first say that I strongly support the neighborhood greenway. It's been a massive improvement that we've seen with the temporary improvements. And this area has needed significant pedestrian and bike improvements for many years. I see a ton more bikers than we saw before. And there's just a massive flow of kids in both directions at beginning, right before and after school lets out, with multiple elementary schools at the end of this, at either end of this greenway. That said, the process to get these improvements is really broken. And I'd like to comment briefly on that. There have been meetings on this project every 6 to 12 months now for 4.5 years. We've had temporary treatments in place for years now. And we just need a lot more of these improvements, and we need to find a way to get them faster. I also want to say that it's really hard to comment on the materials that are provided. We have really vague slides that talk at a very high level about what a greenway is. And then we have incredibly technical engineering drawings. It's really, there's nothing in the middle. There's nothing really explaining that. And for example, the slides talk about a crossing at Sligo. And it wasn't until that previous presentation that I hear that what they meant was Woodbury and not Grove. And so it'd be great if we could have something in the middle that people could actually comment on. All that said, I do think that there are some additional elements that should be considered. And my biggest one is one that I've commented on before, is that there should be a review of the curb cuts along the Grove Street route in particular, where we are extending the sidewalk. There are some curb cuts that have become disused, and in particular for planning, there's a public right-of-way that's next to the art space property, between the art space property, between 8028 and the 8100 block of Grove Street. There is a public right-of-way that has a curb cut with a ramp on it, and it's currently being used by a neighbor for their own private parking. But I would like to see personally that curb cut be reviewed, and that we might make better use of that public space, and that is public right-of-way. I also noticed this proposal, and I didn't see this until I saw the engineering drawings, that there's a proposal on Sligo for a wide path on our side of the street. I think this is great, but this is also kind of the first time hearing of this. It does seem like there would be taking of land from both the art space property and the Towns on Grove property. And I'm not sure when MCDOT plans on communicating that, but I'm glad to see a much wider path there. And I really want to see that. And the other thing that I would like to comment on is the crossing at Woodbury. And I really wish this had been included when we built the art space building, but we definitely need a better crosswalk there. So I think I'll end my comments with those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. It's really important to get the comments from the community.
Mr. Chair, can I mention something real quick?
please.
I just want to make sure that I get on the record. Gray and I are colleagues at FHFA and work together, so I want to make sure that gets on the record. I had nothing to do with him being here today, but I do. Hi, Gray.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. So why don't we have the DOT? Sure. Yeah, please come on up. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks very much. So my name is David Schneider, and I live on the corner of Thayer Avenue and Grove Street. In fact, my house was, I think, the first image of the slide deck. If I had known I'd be planning board famous, I might have mowed the lawn. I'm here to really strongly support the recommendation to refer this to MCDOT. I've got two daughters. They're 18 and 16 now, but they were littler before, and one of them walked to East Silver Spring Elementary School, and the other walked to ESS and to Coma Park Middle School. And in both cases, they walked on Grove Street. And it was nice for them to be independent, but I was always very nervous about them walking down that street because, as you've heard, it doesn't have any sidewalks. So the temporary treatments have been really, really helpful, and I'm glad to see that this is kind of finally making it along to permanent treatments, and I'm really looking forward to that. And my kids are old enough so that I'm not worried about them, but as Gray mentioned, there's lots of little kids that are walking to school and other places, so I really support this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Thank you. So now we can, unless there's anyone else who would like to provide testimony, let's go on to the DOT. Thank you.
Sure, I'll just address Mr. Kimbrough's comments. I'll note that we did have, he mentioned this, but we did have community meetings in May of 2023 and November of 2023, and in both of those meetings, we did discuss in the May meeting, we discussed the possibility of which side of Sligo Avenue the shared use path should be on, because there does need to be some kind of crossing between Grove and Woodbury. And because they're offset, that path there needs to be a path somewhere on either side. We got feedback from the community, and at the November meeting, we presented that it would be on the north side of the street. I do have some consultants here with me, and I'm just going to ask them to nod. Are we acquiring right-of-way in front of the art space, or are we building this in the buffer space between the sidewalk? Do you recall? There's a minimal right-of-way impact in front of the art space development. Of course, we agree that it would have been great to include this when that project was built, but this was not on the radar at the time. That was happening before the bike plan was adopted. And if we had a time machine, we could do a lot of things more efficiently, but they haven't invented one yet, so we'll hold out for that. So we understand that community engagement is always something that we want to improve on. I really think that Grove Street is an example, and the East Silver Spring Neighborhood Greenway is an example of MCDOT really excelling at community engagement. We had our first meeting about this project in January of 2020. It was a pilot project. We did traffic counts, speed counts. We've had probably a half dozen meetings over the past 4 years. This was referenced by Mr. Kimbrough. This is probably more engagement for this project than we've done with any other project in the county, in the history of the county. So I know that we're not perfect, but I think this is a really good example of how we can do a better job of engaging with the community and making modifications to projects based on the community feedback. And I would also agree that I wish we could deliver these projects faster as well. There are issues with funding and with staff availability and just the general complicated nature of the fact that this is a street where we have literally about 30 inches behind the curb of right-of-way. And there are utilities there, and these are old properties, and there are grade issues, and it's a tight space, and this is a really complicated area. If we were out like in Clarksburg, we have a lot more space to work with. It's not as complicated to do projects out there, but it's very complicated in our urban areas. And so I think I'm very proud of the work that we've done here, and I'm looking forward to getting this built as quickly as we can. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the planning board has.
Yeah, there was one of the, there was a question about there's this curb cut at 8828 that's not used. Is there some way, do you close the curb cut, or do you investigate? Will you at least see if there's some, I don't know if that's an issue or whatever, but could you at least look at it,
Yeah, we can investigate these. It can't, even if a curb cut is disused, the property owner still may have
see.
rights to use it. So
I
it's
see.
not always as easy as just going out and closing it, because they might have a garage that they've enclosed, but they
I
might want
see.
to have a garage again in the future.
I see.
And I think the one that was referenced is actually it's actually a public alley that is not, it doesn't connect to anything, but it is a public alley. So I think we have to maintain that.
Okay.
But we can certainly look into redesigning it so that maybe it's
No,
a better slope
no,
for the sidewalk.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, if you had even looked at it. Sounds like you may have looked into that piece, yeah. So any other questions or comments from the board?
I had one quick comment, and
Okay.
or one quick question on this. I think this is for the staff. Number 8, the recommendation on the mountable curb, figure 12. Why are we recommending a mountable curb there? Figure 12. It's recommendation number 8 for the wider turning radius. Is there a particular reason we have a mountable?
I think it's just if it's needed for emergency vehicles,
Okay.
because these are narrow spaces.
Yeah, but I mean, when I see mountable curbs, I see car tire tracks on them, and I see people coming in. Generally speaking, I would think that I want a mountable curb there, because if I'm trying to bike, when I see mountable curbs, what I see is black tire marks where I'm riding my bike. And that's what I'm concerned with on the mountable curb, unless there's an overwhelming reason to have
Yeah,
one.
I think the intent of this, so this graphic is just largely illustrative
Yeah.
to try and attempt to get to the 15-foot curb radii with the acknowledgement that there may be situations based on the roadway geometry
Yeah.
where to accommodate certain large vehicle movements, you may need some part of that curb to be mountable.
Okay.
I think this is also an issue in some of the traffic circle recommendations that Ms. Mernon identified, where
Exactly.
we have the potential to make a larger traffic circle that sort of better constrains sort of reckless driving behavior. If some of that is mountable, so larger vehicles can safely traverse the circle. So that's all it's saying. It's not that the whole curb will be mountable, just that it's a helpful treatment as part of that process.
Yeah, my comments are, my preference obviously for those and for the traffic circles is having actual physical structures there and something that actually prevents encroachment. I think that's
understood.
all the point. And to make that, if we're trying to make a bicycle greenway as comfortable and as traversable by bike as possible, I think that separating that is key. I come up to those intersections and I automatically get hesitant about what's going to happen, because I see that it has been mounted and a vehicle has frequently come into that space where I'm supposed to be riding. And so that was my one comment there, is to sort of the point is to make them slow down and go wide. And so slowing down and going wide is preferable. And the other is and this is a general comment to earlier in the presentation, where there's the paintings and the guide and this was a Shero style approach. I much prefer seeing something, at the very least, some sort of poster separation where we have with the existing greenway of some sort of concrete separation as much as possible, because otherwise it seems not to be something that is adhered to by vehicles nearly as much if it's paint or here's your bike path, here's your paint. Nothing stops anybody from rolling over that. So that's my preference there.
And just to clarify, I agree. Thank you for your comment. And just to clarify that the greenway with the paint symbols, like the bikes will still be sharing the road with vehicles. And then the curb, there will be a curb for the new sidewalk, which is in that space between the curb. Yeah.
I just want to make the separation as much as possible along these lines for the comfort of driving.
Yeah, thanks for staff for kind of bringing our kind of additional recommendations forward, and obviously thanks to MCDOT for kind of pushing this process forward. I know it's been a long time. It is the end result is a fantastic project, and the amount of community engagement that you all have done obviously is pretty extensive, and it's led to something that I think will increase what we're already seeing is like pretty well used corridor. It really is like a key connection point between, I guess it's actually part of the outer green loop in Silver Spring, and it'll connect kind of going north and all the way across and around into Fenton, which we have hopefully any time now, the Fenton cycle track coming any day /year. I I have a few, so there's one staff recommendation I'm hoping we can talk about, and I think Commissioner Pedoeem alluded to it before. And then I have, if you all indulge me, I have a few additional recommendations that I'm hopeful we can talk about as well, and then a couple of questions for MCDOT. So going back to our recommendation to remove stop signs on Grove to allow for kind of smoother bicycle movement in particular, and to your point, prioritize bikes on that road. I take your point. I know there's lots of good examples around the country of using this approach to prioritize bicycle movement and pedestrian movement on these greenways. The issue of bicycle momentum is also huge. It's sort of an all ages and abilities concern. Like some people really prefer to kind of maintain momentum, especially going up a hill. And as we move north on Grove, we do encounter a hill going all the way up to Bonifant. So it's a reasonable concern, and I take that point. My one hesitation in the case of Grove is that I think there's still significant east-west traffic on Silver Spring, Thayer, and Easley as we go north. And my concern is less about bicycles and pedestrians going north-south. I'm a little concerned that cars will be able to pick up a little bit more speed on Grove going north-south and could lead to somewhat more dangerous conditions for bikes and peds going east-west crossing Grove. And I say that mostly because, in MCDOT, you may have data on this, over the course of your work on this. Despite the pilot project right now, which does have some speed tables, narrowing of the street, there still is some speeding that happens in between those treatments. Cars sometimes are already sort of picking up speed as they enter Grove, for example, from Sligo. They're picking up speed before they get to intersections going north. So I'm just a little worried that this could exacerbate what still is, I think, a little bit of a concern, and hopefully these other design elements would further mitigate the speed concern as we move forward. But I'm not 100% sure the benefit is worth the potential cost in this case. And I'll just say on top of that, and this second point is a little bit outside of our control, or entirely outside of our control, but the state, there is this advocacy around state legislation to allow, what is called the Idaho stop, or there's other names for it in different areas, but basically allowing bicyclists to yield for stop signs but not stop, and to getting to the same concern of like maintaining momentum as you go through. Obviously, the state's going to do what it's going to do, but assuming that this has some national momentum as well, assuming that the state of Maryland does allow Idaho stops at some point in the future, I think that would address some of this concern. So before I get to other recommendations, I just wanted to pause there and hear your thoughts on that, if maybe we could reconsider this one.
Yeah, I think that the Idaho stop would definitely be helpful. But I think one thing we want to note is that traffic control, like a stop sign, isn't the same as traffic calming. And so maybe there are other traffic calming treatments that could even be more effective at slowing vehicles down. And maybe we should consider looking at other options.
I brought this up last week for a different mandatory, but for the cross street where there is an existing stop sign, is it possible to implement sort of a raised speed hump, or a raised crosswalk there to encourage the cars to make a full stop, make a full slowdown to allow for that lack of a stop sign on the main street on Grove?
Yeah, I think that could be one example of another solution.
Yeah, I'll just note that any changes to the stop signs would have to be approved by our traffic division, and I'm just going to say that I think it'd be a pretty heavy lift to get the stop signs on Grove Street removed. The main issue here is that the predominant streets in this neighborhood are the east-west streets, which means they carry more traffic. So you typically don't want the main street to stop while the minor street doesn't stop, because what that trains the drivers on the main street to do is they stop, and there's never anybody there that they're stopping for. And so over time they learn that they don't really have to stop, and one day there is someone there, and that can lead to a collision. The other issue here is that we're trying to reduce the amount of drivers who are choosing to use Grove instead of Fenton Street, and making Grove stop less will make Grove more attractive maybe not more attractive than Fenton, but it will make it more attractive than it is today. And that may mean that we get more vehicles on Grove, which is counterproductive for the bike ped priority that we're trying to do here. So we can examine it, but I kind of think it's a big lift. Maybe it's some of the intersections we could look at removing the stop control, but I don't think we could make the entire street stop free. And I will say this: I'm a cyclist. I bike when I live in Washington D.C. I predominantly get around on a bike there, and I can tell you it's a pain to stop. Although D.C. has adopted the Idaho stop law, but I'm not sure that it's the best treatment on Grove in this case, but there are other neighborhood greenways in the county where it may be a treatment that we can examine. But I think given the disparity in volume on the east-west streets versus Grove, it may not be the best solution here.
And how about the suggestion for raised crosswalks on Grove as you approach these intersections? Is that
well, we have not looked at the raised intersection treatments on the Grove Street intersections, but I would note that it does sometimes bring up drainage issues because a lot of times we do have storm drains at our corners, but a lot of times we don't, especially in older neighborhoods. And so without examining the drainage issues, that's the biggest impediment, because water drains largely down the streets to the nearest inlet. And that's the most expensive thing, because once you move a drainage inlet, you start hitting utilities that have to move out of the way, and we could start doubling or tripling the cost of this project to do that. So it's not necessarily, it may be possible, but it's not always an easy solution. We can look into it, but it's not always going to be the
But the raised intersections, as you talk, as a biker, I don't like them. I hate them. And I try to go around them, whatever that I don't go on them. It's very uncomfortable. And if you want to make it priority for the bikers, frankly, I like to stop rather than having those raised things. It's really hard on the body. Maybe for the younger people, no, but for my body does.
I'm also talking more on the cross streets, the streets that are crossing what is supposed to be the main biking situation. Is the raised crosswalk encourages the cars themselves to stop at that stop sign and not, like you're saying, roll through and hit me. And I mean, there are raised crosswalk options and designs that allow the gutters to remain free that are on the side of the streets. I realize these are old streets and may not have the bumpers there, but I think there's options in encouraging them and signaling through the engineering process that the purpose is to stop and allow the bikes to go through. I think is worth considering, even if there's an issue with drainage that we may need to address. So I think it's worth taking a look at. There are different options of it that doesn't have to cross the entire street.
I'll say I think that sort of the suite of treatments that MCDOT and the team have identified for this corridor, I think I'm very hopeful that they'll show significant improvements in the pedestrian bicycle experience, speed, et cetera. But I think the fundamental nature of the neighborhood greenway concept is if they don't, we can come back and we can tweak things and we can add things. And I think one treatment not in this toolbox at all on Grove that you're seeing is traffic diversion and potential changing flow of Grove from being a two-way street to selective. Like, there are other options that can be even more effective at stopping through movement than just the speed options that MCDOT has proposed. So this can be iterative and can continue to iterate.
Yeah, and I'll just note that we have a pilot in place that has been referenced. So we collected data, and what I can tell you is that compared to the before condition, which was in early 20, before the pandemic in 2020, we've seen a 40% reduction in traffic on Grove Street, in vehicle traffic on Grove Street, with the speed humps that are in place now. So some of that is just drivers don't want to go down the street because it now takes a little bit longer. It also could be that the traffic levels have not fully recovered from the pandemic, so maybe Fenton is not as congested as it was. But what we did see is there's actually been an increase. It's very slight, but there's been an increase in speed on Grove Street. And we think that this is largely because the speed is counted at discrete locations. We have tube counters that are placed on the roadway. So what happens is people slow down to go over the speed humps, and then they speed up to make up that speed. So when they go over the counter, they're actually going faster than they were in the before condition. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but the neighborhood has, we've heard resounding approval from the neighborhood from these treatments that they think it's better than it was before. So I agree with Mr. Glazier that we can always come back and add treatments later, but we think that what we proposed is a good approach, and we of course appreciate the feedback from the public and from the planning board and planning staff.
So I fully support the iterative approach too, and I think maybe for that reason, for now, I would suggest and also considering what we heard about, maybe it's a high lift to kind of get these stop signs removed anyway. I might suggest that we just pull back that recommendation but continue to evaluate, and maybe there's opportunities, if the Idaho stop looks like it's never going to happen, we could kind of reevaluate in the future. But I don't know how others would feel about that.
Yeah, given, I would feel comfortable with that, given there are a couple of board members here that were concerned about that, so, and.
I'm
yep.
good with that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to try to move quickly through these next ones, and I guess I'll direct this first one toward MCDOT, because I think that it'd be good to get your immediate feedback. I'm sure you've heard what I'm about to say before as well. So the controlled intersection you're proposing, the hawk signal, I think it's a hawk signal at Sligo and Woodbury. That's great. Desperately needed. 3/4 of a mile between Fenton and Piney Branch with no control at all currently. So this is a huge improvement over that, and for the connection going south. The intersection with Sligo and Grove, I strongly think that we need some sort of control treatment here, and there's a few reasons why. As staff mentioned, bus stops on either side, so it's frequently crossed by people catching the bus, getting off the bus. But I think more significantly here, it's very commonly used by kids, and kids often during the peak hour because they're walking to and from school. And this particular segment, even with the control at Woodbury and Sligo, you've heard about speeding, obviously, like throughout the Sligo corridor, but this particular segment, I think, is still going to be a pretty big concern with speeding, both as people go west, trying to sort of beat the light at Fenton, and I want to come back to the light at Fenton later on, because I think that's maybe contributing to the speeding problem slightly, because it's a very short cycle going west to cross over Fenton on Sligo, as opposed to going north on Fenton. I'm not sure if this is part of the Fenton project or not. So speed is a huge issue, and it'll continue to be a huge issue. And, as you know, through this project too, the sidewalk on the south side of Sligo is considerably wider than the north side. So it's much more comfortable to walk on that side. There's also parking protection. So many people choose to cross from the north side to the south side just to have that calmer experience. But that crosswalk currently there, very few vehicles currently stop. And on top of that, for those trying to cross, especially kids, it's an extremely dangerous current situation. I know Sligo is an emergency response route, or at least I highly suspect it is, because there's vehicles going on the street all the time. So I'm not sure if that's a consideration in terms of the type of control that goes there, but I think that we at least should consider recommending a stop sign, if not something more than a stop sign, something that a pedestrian or a cyclist does not have to activate as well, because I don't think we can rely on kids to do their own activation to safely cross the street. But I wanted to hear, I'm sure you've heard this concern, and like, what has been the response so far about that intersection, and like, is there anything we can actually consider putting there?
Yeah, our traffic division has evaluated this intersection on several occasions, and it does not meet the warrants for stop control or for greater control. So I think that's the challenge. Also, having both these intersections are very close together. So we really feel like we needed to pick one, and Woodbury makes more sense because it's not really feasible to install the shared use path on the south side without removing all of the parking, which there's not very much parking for the houses there. So they were very resistant to losing all of that parking. And so that's why Woodbury was chosen for the location of the protected crossing. So I'm not sure that it's feasible to have protected crossings at both of these locations. The planning staff report, I believe, does recommend a raised crosswalk at Grove. We can evaluate that, but I believe we're currently waiting for the executive regulations related to speed humps, which a raised crosswalk qualifies as, to be updated. So I'm not really sure where that stands. We can certainly evaluate the recommendation that's in the staff report if it's adopted by the planning board, but I don't think that we'll be successful in getting traffic to approve any kind of higher traffic control given the warrant, the lack of meeting the warrants.
Just out of curiosity, what is the warrant level that would trigger some sort of control?
I don't do warrant analysis, so I don't know it off the top of my head. There are a couple different warrants we can use, but basically you need to have either a certain number of vehicle movements, either in the peak hours or throughout the day. Those are different warrants, or a number of pedestrians and
Pedestrians, right.
bicyclists crossing within a particular time period. And there just aren't quite enough and I don't know how close it is. Our traffic division does
Sure.
those analyses.
So I think, I understand that we sort of need to cross certain thresholds technically in order to kind of trigger putting in things. I think this is an instance where, are there any cases where in Montgomery County, where exceptions can be made? I think one of the reasons why we're not seeing the pedestrians meet the warrant here is because they're jaywalking elsewhere on Sligo. As currently, it's an extremely long corridor without any safe crossing at all, and people are going to cross where they have to kind of get where they need to go. If we made that a safer crossing, so it's the classic chicken or egg. It's like people are not going to use it because it's not safe. They're going to take whatever opportunity they have. That's a broader comment for the warrant system. It's a problematic system. I'm hoping federal government can update that so we can incorporate our own regulations. But is there any opportunity for an exception?
Well, the warrants are not maximums. They are recommendations. So, I mean, the risk is that the risk is if we install an unwarranted traffic control device that it gets disrespected. It's the same sort of argument that I made about the stop signs, where if people are required to stop here and no one's coming out, they're going to not stop, and then one day someone's coming along and they don't stop and there's a collision. So that's the reason the warrants exist. I will note that, yes, Federal Highway Administration sets the federal warrants, but the state of Maryland has its own state manual, which is currently being updated. It's required to be updated within 24 months of a new federal manual. The federal manual became effective in January of this year, so by January of 2026, Maryland has to adopt a new state manual. So if you have thoughts about the warrants that you would like to change in the state manual, you should direct those to the State Highway Administration.
One other thing. In the pedestrian master plan, we made a recommendation to use sort of anticipated volumes as the basis for warrant analysis rather than existing volumes. And I also haven't seen the warrants for that location or for the Woodbury Drive location, but just as a policy matter, we should be planning for the situation that we anticipate rather than what exists today.
So here's my recommendation, because I'm sure you have some more. We can also, like we've done in many others, write in our letter, well, things that, we would like them to still consider, right? Even though it doesn't make the warrant, and just submit it on. So your comments are very well taken. Also, you live in the area, right? And also it's your background. So I would suggest that we continue, but keep these in, and then as we do some final, we can, is that all right with you?
Yeah, that sounds good. I think there's maybe an opportunity for us to make some progress on this one, but yeah, I'll get through the full list.
Okay.
I don't want to suck up all the oxygen in the room for a whole hour.
No, we want to hear your comments.
So second thing, I think you've heard about this too, where Twin Holly on Grove, which is very close to Sligo, and I'm pretty sure it's a private street, where that meets Grove. I think you heard from other people, like there's a lot of kids who live both on that street, but elsewhere in the neighborhood. The current sidewalk on Twin Holly, when it meets Grove, it just ends. And the sidewalk currently there is on the other side of the street. There's no sidewalk being proposed or current or existing on the east side of the street where it meets Twin Holly. So is there any opportunity to add a curb cut on the opposite side of Grove from where Twin Holly meets Grove, to allow for more accessibility in that area? It's very commonly used with like small kids going to and from daycare.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. We can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Almost there. I would suggest that for kind of on this theme of safety at intersections, that we consider recommending daylighting all the intersections throughout the greenway where relevant, minimum 20 feet. So basically not disallowing parking within 20 feet of all intersections up and down the greenway. I don't know if there's existing county code that speaks to that generically, but I think along this greenway currently there's no restrictions at least many of the intersections.
I don't know if Lily can go back to some of the slides, maybe show some of the side street intersections, but we are building bump outs on the side streets. Yeah, you can maybe zoom in, I don't know. But yeah, for example, anywhere there's on-street parking on the east-west streets, we are building bump outs. I don't know that they're 20 feet long, but there are bump outs that will actually physically prevent someone from parking within a certain distance of the stop sign of the corner. And then, yeah, you can see one that Lily is highlighting there. And then on Grove, there will not be any parking at the corners because we have to have room for people to pass each other coming out of the intersection. So the Grove, we won't have physical barriers preventing someone from parking, but there will be a no parking sign, and drivers are going to be kind of against the curb so that people can overtake them in the opposite direction. So I think we're essentially achieving your objective here.
Yeah, sounds good. Is it possible to add on Grove, where it's not possible to have the curb extensions, is it possible to have some sort of paint that also kind of visually indicates this is not a place for vehicles to park?
The road will have a double yellow center line at these locations, I think, to indicate that, although I'm not seeing it on these plans. Oh, yeah, no, we're not. Okay, well, we can revise the plans, but there's currently a little bit of double yellow center line to indicate, because there is on-street parking on the east side of Grove, but we have to stop that in advance of the intersection so that if someone is at the stop sign waiting to go northbound, for example, and someone wants to turn left off of Silver Spring Avenue, there has to be room for them to be able to get down there. So the traffic kind of veers into the parking lane. So we can't do anything physical, and we can't like paint the lane because it's actually part of the travel lane, but we potentially could. We don't really paint curbs in Montgomery County. It's not something that we maintain. We're not, LA would paint the curb red, for example. But there will be no parking signs, and we think it will work fairly well. But of course, we can always come back and make revisions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks for that. Another thing on parking on Bonifant between Grove and where it meets kind of the Starburst intersection with Cedar Houston, and what else is there? Something else is up there. Dartmouth, thanks. There's currently parking on the north side of Bonifant, I believe, and it's a pretty narrow road, and it's currently painted for two ways. Is it remaining, is it going to stay painted for kind of bi-directional?
Yeah, we're not proposing any changes to one-way operations in the neighborhood. So Bonifant will remain a two-way street.
With yellow paint kind of down the middle?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd recommend removing parking on Bonifant entirely. I think that as bicyclists move through the area and go particularly basically southwest on Bonifant toward Grove, cars are allowed to park there, and it really pushes bicyclists like out into the middle of the street, and when doors open, it can push them into the opposing lane of traffic. I think that it's a bit of a dangerous situation, particularly for a greenway, and every home on the north side of Bonifant currently has a driveway that can accommodate at least two vehicles. I don't think there's a compelling reason to maintain parking on Bonifant. I'm not sure if you've heard kind of feedback about that, but I think there's a compelling safety reason, particularly on a greenway, particularly because this is a segment that's connecting a significant network. I think there's a compelling reason to consider just removing parking on that street.
We can certainly take a look. We have not proposed this to the neighborhood, so we didn't hear anything, because people don't, if you don't say you're taking something away, they're not going to come out and say, don't take it away. But it's a similar chicken egg question that you posed earlier. I will say that parking is a very sensitive subject in the neighborhood, because people do park here, and they park here for a reason. And so if this parking were to go away, that those vehicles, some of them might move onto private property, but some of them would also move to other streets, which could present other challenges for other neighbors. So I think it would be fairly contentious. This is a project that has pretty broad public support, and we don't want to generate too much ill will, but we would generally agree with the principle that parking is not more important than safety. And so I think that we can take a look at it, but I think it again might be kind of a big lift to get support for removing parking on Bonifant in the neighborhood. But certainly if there are particular areas near intersections that we need to make some modifications, we can take a look at that. And we are moving the parking on Cedar Street to the opposite side of the street to make the bike lane so that it's not sandwiched between oncoming traffic.
Yeah, and I think the change on Cedar is a great change for sure. I think that's going to lead to a better feeling of safety for people using that street. So that's a really big improvement. I'm okay, to your point, for the sake of moving this forward, quickly, I'm okay with kind of leaving parking there now. I think this is one of those kind of maybe put a pin in it and reevaluate in the future type of situations. It's not a critical need to have to just get this project moving. So maybe we can revisit it down the road. Final thing, and then I'll shut up and other people can talk. The speed table that you're proposing on Grove between Sligo and Silver Spring. So there's a current temporary one, and then you're proposing one, I think maybe 100 feet or so north of Twin Holly. Right there. My recommendation is to move that a little bit closer to Twin Holly, either on the north or the south side. And it comes back to my point earlier, and something that maybe your data has captured already. When cars coming off of Sligo, turning onto Grove, either turn quickly, already moving pretty fast, or pick up speed pretty quickly on Grove as they approach that kind of downhill temporary speed table. So adding another one in general, I think, is a positive, but I still think there's a little bit too much of a gap between Sligo and where the current one is proposed. So this is admittedly a minor recommendation, but I think that moving a little bit south could lead to a little bit more safety for this stretch.
Yeah, we can take a look.
Yeah, I think sort of building on that and building on, I think, the comment about the Twin Holly curb cut in general. I guess the extent to which that could just become a raised crossing of Grove at Twin Holly would be beneficial.
Yeah. Is that something MCODOT is?
We can take a look. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So maybe we can see where are we? I mean, is someone keeping track of?
Yeah. So I have.
And then I mean, just one before that. It's just about process for, when you have like a building going up, you have the nearby neighbors here. When you have a large transportation project, you have lots of neighbors, different blocks, different whatever. I wonder how the process could be a little bit different so that, because it seems like this project is pretty far along, right? And you met with community, trying to get buy-in, and then it comes to the board, right? And so you've already got it priced out, all these other things. So is there a way that, I mean, at least we know about things as it somehow moves along? Because this is all your comments were great comments, and maybe there's some of them are mine, some of them are big structural, like, remove the parking, with all this stuff like that. So how do we, just a comment, I don't know, it's something how we discuss, how do we have some, if we're supposed to comment on it, how do we have input early on the process? Because just like some of the other projects, so we've gone out to bid, it's, we're set, we can't, this is hard, we got to go back to the community and stuff like that. So just throwing it out there, is there a different process that we can have if we're supposed to be making comments?
Can I just add one thing? From what I remember, mandatory referral comes to us at 30% design. So they have to do 30% design at least. For this kind of work, 30% may be a little bit more because it's different than really new roadway construction. So even conceptual in here, if this is the plan, what is your stage? I think that's around that, hopefully.
Yeah, we're currently at 30% design.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. And I know having plans makes it look like we're really far along, but there's still a lot of work to do. So the changes that are being proposed here are not, it's not too late to make really any of these changes. So the issue is maybe they're not feasible or they're not politically feasible, but they're not technically. It's not too late to make the changes that you're suggesting. We're only at 30%. The next stage of design will be 65% design, and then 90% design, and then final design. So we still have steps.
No, I know there's time for some things, but some things where
I think this is a situation where generally when we bring you a mandatory referral project, there are often earlier stages of review that the board also has. You may remember I brought the Germantown multimodal analysis alternatives analysis to you where we looked at really in broad strokes at what types of facilities should be on these roads. So that is a 5% or like a 2% of the design process opportunity for the board. I think this is a really unique project in that Mr. Johnson and the MCDOT team brought forward a pilot sort of in concert with the work they were doing on Fenton Street to make sure that the Grove and the East Silver Spring community weren't sort of left behind or didn't bear the brunt of sort of cut through traffic that the Fenton Street project would potentially create. And COVID played a role in sort of extending this timeline and these sorts of things. So there is a lot of community history with this project that does make it seem like some of the recommendations and ideas that the board has may not be, it may not be fruitful to advance them, but I think Mr. Johnson's correct that there's still plenty of time. The only real limits are sort of the technical feasibility of what we're asking, and then the political feasibility also is a very real concern.
Okay, well, that's just a general, we don't want to get things where it's too late or it's insurmountable to go back to the community, whatever, because it feels like you've negotiated some things. So where are we now? And so there was a base recommendations, then
Sure.
And then we had staff recommendations, and then some additions we wanted to add.
So yeah, I guess what I have generally is the board has made changes to staff recommendation to remove recommendation 4, which was the stop control changes. And then what I heard is support for investigating the Twin Holly Lane curb cut and having that potentially be a raised crossing as well. And that was it. So if that's accurate, then we can move forward with that.
I think definitely, I think you captured those two for sure. I think that there's still room for us to make a recommendation about Sligo and Grove, that intersection to acknowledge the constraint in terms of how the process typically works. Based on what we heard, it sounds like it's not always kind of a hard and fast set in stone, like it doesn't meet this, it never happens. I'd like to actually include pretty strong language about putting in a control at that intersection. Obviously leave it to MCDOT team, the project team, to work through that. But I want to make it very clear that like our preference exists outside of the sort of arcane, limits that are placed by either the federal government, FHWA, or the state of Maryland. Like, our safety shouldn't be constrained by those limits. So, and our recommendation shouldn't be constrained by those limits. So I'd like to include that if there's support from the board.
I mean, yeah, I would support the recommendation.
I support.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know exactly what I missed, but I support you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's our recommendations to MCD and
These are transportation experts, so.
So with those three, we would like to.
So yeah, I think with that in mind, staff can, with the board's blessing, develop a transmittal letter to reflect the staff comments as amended, and then those additional comments from the board.
Right, the stop sign, the Twin Holly piece, and then the control at Sligo and Grove.
Yes.
Is that?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, so great. So do I have any other comment, discussion? So I'd like to make a motion to approve the East Silver Spring Neighborhood Greenway mandatory referral, transmitting comments to Montgomery County Department of Transportation with the three changes that we talked about: the stop sign, the Twin Holly change, and recommending a control at the intersection of Sligo and Grove.
Move to do everything the chair just mentioned.
I will second transmitted comments.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. So thank you for
Thank
this
you.
wonderful project. It's really important, and thank you, Ms. Murnan, for presenting, and we will just take a 3-minute break and start with item number 11, Innovative Housing Toolkit. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 12, North High Street Extended Project Mandatory Referral, MR 2024-020, public hearing, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to MCDOT for this project. And today we have Sophia Aldrich is presenting this project from Montgomery Planning. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Sophia Aldrich from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And today we're going to be going through the North High Street Extended Mandatory Referral Review. And actually, hold on a second. I think I need to share my screen. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, perfect. So joining us today, we have Dan Sheridan, who's the Design Section Chief, right there. Project Manager Angel Chang, Rebecca Park, and Pam Destino from WRA. So this project is for a very short section of North High Street, approximately 600 feet or so. And this is something that has been in our master plan for about 19 years. So it's great that we can get this done, and we see this as an important grid connection for the downtown-only town center area. So as part of the mandatory referral, the recommendation you're going to hear from planning staff is an approval of the mandatory referral and transmittal of comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And in general, when we do this review, we really try to add value and look at, can we improve the safety and efficiency of the design in general? Does the design reflect master plan recommendations? And in this case, planning board guidance that have been given a couple of years ago, and it is consistent with some of our best practices, including the Complete Streets Design Guide. This project is fully funded in its own CIP. I think it's about $2.4 million, and it's projected to be completed in fiscal year 25. And I think we're generally on schedule. Angel? Okay. All right, so this street currently is a short street that terminates. It starts at George Avenue, gets almost to Morningwood Drive, but stops very, very short of it. The street currently serves a mix of commercial and residential uses. People who live in Olney are very familiar with McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts and trying to get in and out of this, but there's also a lot of other uses that front on Morningwood Drive as well, and also some uses adjacent. There are also several single-family homes along this street, but that may not always be the situation. So I'm going to take you through the street with some photos. The road today, North High Street, this is the eastern section headed towards Georgia Avenue. This section right now tends to be fairly wide. There's room for 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. There's room for on-street parking. And as you can see, there's some miscellaneous stuff in the street, like a clothes repository. There is a sidewalk on the north side along the McDonald's frontage. The south side, it may look like a sidewalk, but it's really just a whole series of driveway curbs. Although there is a short section of sidewalk a little further down the road. The western section, which is pretty much after the McDonald's property, narrows to about 15 feet wide. It's a pretty narrow street, what you can see right there. There is only sidewalk provided along the Goddard School property, which you can see on the photo, which is a pretty short little section. And so there's 2 disconnected segments. One, I guess, to this side of the photo, headed back to the other sidewalk, which I'll show in a plan view in a second. And then from the end of the Goddard School property all the way down to Morningwood Drive, where there actually is an existing stairway, you have to pretty much walk in the street as a pedestrian to get there. This is the street termination. Not the best photo, my apologies, but what you can see here is that the street currently terminates not in a cul-de-sac and pretty much just dead ends. And the home that's right down there, they're the only ones who effectively use it. So it works as sort of works as a hammerhead. It works for them. And then there are driveways opening from the businesses on the south side. And then the stairway, the arrow sort of points down to pretty much where the staircase is. It's on the south side of the right-of-way. I didn't present it in this presentation, but it's in the staff report. The existing right-of-way is really a hodgepodge of different things right now. And we have two sidewalk sections that exist in different places. So it's, it's something that we would like this project to help correct. This is something I think that was master planned with the idea that development would solve the bulk of these issues, and to date it hasn't happened. So, DOT is working on this project, and we think that, it's a great first step, but definitely as any redevelopment occurs, it really needs to tie into the ultimate plan, which I'll present later. The guardrail, which is, you can't really see in this photo, but it's at the end. The reason the guardrail is there is because Morningwood Drive is 6 feet lower than the current design of the road. And here's the photo where you can see it. So as you can see, this stairway has been here for a while, and it's not in the best condition. It's definitely not usable by people on bicycles, although some bike riders actually use it, not too safely. And it comes down to a landing, and there's no crosswalk here at all. So, it's seen better days and certainly needs to be improved. It's not ADA accessible and doesn't accommodate bikes in any way, shape, or form. Next, we're going to talk about the proposed improvements. These are a couple cross sections from the design plans, and I'll also have some more illustrative cross sections later on that we can talk through. But the general idea is that this road improvement is going to provide two 11-foot travel lanes, one for each direction, which in some parts of the corridor already exists. And then in the narrower sections, it's a significant increase. It also proposes a 6-foot concrete sidewalk. And in some sections, that's snug up against the eastbound travel lane. And in other locations, it's separated by an 8-foot parking bay. In both of those conditions, there is no, grass buffer proposed at all. So the sidewalk as proposed is pretty tight up against the right-of-way, up against the road. This is the plan view, and I'll talk you through some of these things. The red highlight indicates portions of sidewalk that are being proposed to be removed. The one on the left is the Goddard School property, and the one on the right is really the sidewalk that's sort of moving away from the alley. And as you can see, the proposed improvement, which is shown in blue, is proposing a brand new sidewalk of about 600 feet in length along that distance. There is an existing sidewalk, as I mentioned, on the north side. This project really is not touching the north side, with the exception of moving the north curb through this area, and I think making some improvements right around here. And there are some sidewalk connection improvements down on Morningwood as well.
Are all of these within the county's right-of-way?
I believe there might be some right-of-way takings, yeah, which we can have the applicant go through those a little later. I think the intent of this design was to minimize right-of-way takings and to get a sidewalk that would be continuous and effective sooner rather than later. And the budget is rather limited. The profile, this is a portion of the profile showing, the grade of North High Street. And this is looking from the south. So on the left side of the drawing is Morningwood, and on the right side of the drawing doesn't quite get to Georgia, but, and then the red shading indicates the amount of soil volume that would need to be cut in order to transition North High Street down to, to a smooth intersection with Morningwood. This is the profile for the road. Am I right about that? Yeah. So the profile for the sidewalk might be a little different, and because of ADA requirements, I think there are going to be a couple step downs to smoothly transition people on the sidewalk to make this. And there is actually a fair amount of retaining wall through this section as well in order to facilitate that.
Is a step on the sidewalk?
Sort of.
We cannot have a step on the sidewalk for it.
No, the retaining wall is needed in order to affect the grade change in general.
Okay.
And this design does not include off-street accommodations for bicycles, so bicycles would be accommodated in the street. This is right now a very low volume street. The proposed connection certainly will increase volume on this road to some extent, but it's likely to continue to be a pretty low volume road. So as we look at master plan consistency, we really like this project, but we found that the project is mostly consistent with master plans. The idea is great, and we think that there needs to be some thought about how do we get to the ultimate, and how do we accommodate bicycles, et cetera. Overall, the project is not entirely consistent with best practices, which in this case is the Complete Streets Design Guide. And I think that is primarily to do with the lack of buffers between the sidewalk and the road. And I know that parking can be a very effective buffer when it's used in combination with vegetated buffers. But we feel like if it's just a parking buffer, if you can actually put in some type of grass buffer in between that in places, it leads to a better design. One of the things we often do when we have these kind of sections in probably more urban areas is we'll propose an 11-foot section where you have a 3-foot, usually concrete, and then it widens out whenever you don't provide the parking. So you can provide parking 3 feet out to 11. So you can definitely plant a tree in that area. In this situation, we might be able to plant a tree in this 8-foot section when we don't provide parking, but not as ideal.
But did county had any other choice?
Well,
See, we are saying that they're not entirely consistent, but was it any other choice? Because they go outside the right of way then.
So this is what I if you can hold your question, or just they're almost, I think let them finish their presentation and then.
Okay. The next one is the project is not consistent with previous planning board recommendations. In 2021, the planning board was provided with a briefing by DOT and was presented with 2 alternatives. One that provided I believe it was a sidewalk on the south side. An alternative 2 was providing a sidewalk on the south side and a shared use path on the north side. And what the planning board ended up recommending is that they liked alternative 2 except they wanted the facilities switched. So they recommended a side path on the south side and a sidewalk on the north side. And the reason for that was that the north side, it may take a long time to get there because it would require properties to redevelop. DOT's project was primarily going to be focused on the south side. And so the feeling from the previous planning board was, let's get a facility that can be used by both bicycles and pedestrians. So that was the basis of the recommendation in 2021. All other mandatory referral and uniform standing findings are adequate, and this project does have a forest conservation exemption. So, this sort of gives you a little hard to see, but I wanted to zoom in and show you this is a conceptual look at alternative 3, which, again, really just changed alternative 2 that DOT presented by switching the sidewalk and the side path. All right, so, as part of our analysis, one of the things we did is we started looking at, what is in the ground today, what's being proposed, what does this corridor ultimately need? And, we started to see that, well, one, the proposed design widens on the north side, and it actually widens pretty much where we want it to be widened. So that's good. The proposed design does not provide adequate buffers between the sidewalk and the street, as I mentioned. And you can sort of see in the next slide, in the bottom of the planning board recommendation proposed a 10-foot side path, and it's not in the location, it's a little to the south of where DOT is planning their sidewalk. In general, the street location matches the ultimate cross-section, but not for the sidewalk. And it's not the same facility, so certainly it would have to be widened or reconstructed anyway, at such time that it was built. We would love if DOT could modify their project and build a side path. Not sure that that's going to happen. So I think the reality is that a sidewalk is going to occur on the south side. We would like it to be in the correct place if possible.
Can I ask a quick question about the previous planning board recommendation? Sure. I'm not sure if we'll have all the reasons or answers, but do you know why at the time we suggested parking lanes or parking on both sides of the street? Is there demand? Obviously there's homes on, I think, the north side for the most part, and then there's surface parking on the south side. But was there some expectation that things would change that would require more parking on both sides?
Well, all properties on both sides of the street are zone CRT. And currently, if you go out there, some of our photos don't show this, but if you go out there in the middle of the day, the south side of the street is pretty heavily parked. There's an existing on-street parking in front of the Goddard School. There people park on the grass strips, and where the curb radius comes out, people park there as well. And then where the street gets wider, there's usually quite a lot of parking. So I think the idea was that, as a town center street, it needed to be able to support on-street parking. And, some of this might have to do with, sometimes schools have peak rushes, so picking up kids. It's something that may not have been anticipated within the site plan of the Goddard School, for example. But I've been out there several times, and, I think in the afternoon, I don't see as many cars, but middle of the day, a lot of cars are parked in the street.
I had a similar question, the proposed having parking on both the north and the south sides of what is essentially a very narrow street. And I think parking on the north side would almost require moving the power lines seem to run along the north side fairly close to the current.
There are a lot of impacts. If you actually wanted to build this full section, the this north sidewalk would be like 5 feet from one of the properties'
It would be
front
running
door.
up against
Yeah.
somebody's stairs,
Yeah.
yeah, into the thing. And I mean, I think for the ultimate cross-section, it'd be willing to consider, it'd be worth considering taking out a parking lane along the north side, because, and I'm looking, and I haven't been to the location, but I'm trying to look through the Google Maps, and I looked at them last night for the pictures. The Goddard School seems to have done their frontage fairly. They've got a sidewalk, they've got a curb, and then it kind of, it's like a river delta, just kind of disappears into a morass of asphalt over there. I think it'd be worth considering something with what we have with the proposed cross-section of sort of scooching and taking advantage of the existing and having something on one side than a full cross-section that addresses the north side. But just a thought, because I'm looking at how to put this together. We're getting there. Okay. We're jumping the gun. It's cool. All right.
All right, great. So I'm going to move right to recommendations. And I do have a slight modification on one of the recommendations because I presented 2 graphics. And so I just providing a little bit more clarity in here, which would then change what is put in the transmittal to the applicant. The first recommendation is to coordinate with, for DOT to coordinate with M.SHA to explore improvement needs for the intersection of Georgia Avenue and North High Street once this project is complete. There's an awful lot of circulation activities that take place now because of McDonald's and because of Dunkin' Donuts. And so some people could be using this as a way to get to those facilities from Morningwood Drive. And then the flip side is once the access is provided, it's very difficult, especially if you want to turn left out of this intersection. It's almost impossible sometimes of the day. That traffic can actually now would be able to go down to Morningwood, turn left, go out to the signal Morningwood at Georgia and access it. So one of the possible things to think about here is how could this intersection be improved to work in tandem with the county improvements? One of the first thoughts was, well, could this ultimately be another protected crossing? It is 320 feet away from Morningwood. It's below our minimum of 400. I think that it would have to be evaluated, and right now, especially in the morning peak, the queuing from the signal at Morningwood backs up past this intersection. So it could be a little problematic, but definitely, getting the 2 agencies together to say, hey, our project is going to make some changes. Could you please start looking at what could be done here to make this work better and to be safer? Our second recommendation, and this is the intersection of Morningwood with North High Street. The proposed design proposed crosswalks on 2 of the 3 legs of this intersection. We're simply asking that a crosswalk be added on the north leg of the intersection, which is sort of consistent with what we've been really trying to achieve with improvements, is being able to provide movements for bicycles and pedestrians on all corners. Why make them go an extra leg? The third recommendation, and I haven't talked about this, but the property on the west side of Morningwood, I believe it's owned by HOC, and they have a right-in, right-out curb cut. And the proposed intersection design really, I'm not going to say nicely, but it sandwiches the drop-off loop within the intersection area. And so you could just sort of imagine going through this intersection and you're thinking that that person coming the other direction is going to go straight and then they turn left into the loop. It's just too close to a future functioning intersection to have it continue. So we're recommending that it either be closed or relocated. One option would be maybe you could move it to the south along along Morningwood, or it could be relocated entirely within the HOC property, within the parking lot. The fourth recommendation is to provide raised crossings at all driveways, also called sidewalk level driveways, in line with the 2024 Complete Streets Design Guide. And I believe the design was already doing that. I think we were just reiterating that for the record. The fifth recommendation is to retain the existing sidewalk alignment on the south side of the road along the Goddard School and modify the alignment of the proposed sidewalk to connect to it. So for some of the reasons we talked about before, it did come across to us as a little odd that we're building a sidewalk, and in order to build it, we're removing the two sidewalk sections that are out there. So our recommendation would say, look, at least one of those sidewalk locations got it right. So let's build on that. And it's only 6 feet away from where the sidewalk is proposed. And by moving it, it allows, some flexibility to maybe provide more of a buffer between the street and the sidewalk. The next recommendation sort of broke into two sections because, one, we have to look at the proposed design, and two, we just made a recommendation to move the sidewalk. So the issue here is that as you're walking on this street and traveling from right to left, if you're a person with vision impairments, with the proposed design, you're going to get to a place where the sidewalk transitions laterally at an alley. And so visual cues of how to make that transition will be difficult for some people. And so really best practice as good design is to make those kind of crossings across streets or alleys to make them perpendicular. And so the idea here was to remove the red pavement, to add the blue pavement, so that when a pedestrian is walking on the sidewalk, they naturally transition to a location where when they get to the alley crossing, they're just going in a straight line right across the street. A very slight modification, but definitely when, thinking about continuity and trying to make it a smooth transition, we think that is a good change. The sub-recommendation of this really has to do with it. Well, if you follow the recommendation number 4 and you move the Goddard School sidewalk, well, you're actually going to make it worse because now you have to transition back. And so this drawing actually shows transitioning from the existing sidewalk, the proposed sidewalk, to the Goddard School sidewalk and then back. So it looks, kind of like a hill. But, the one thing I will say is that if you move the rest of the sidewalk to the Goddard School location, it will only be one transition. And because of the, with this location, we are able to avoid any impact to on-street parking. Recommendation 7, in general, with the Complete Streets Design Guide, we added a lot more focus to what you do within the active zone. And this street is a town center. And so we really looked at if you're going to make some changes, what are those? And the highest priority in the town center is the street buffer, which is why a lot of our recommendations are really focusing on ways to provide some type of vegetated buffer. And then where on-street parking is provided, reduce this buffer width to 3 feet so that you're providing 11-foot total buffer width. And then on the sidewalk, we are recommending that the sidewalk, because it's a town center street, should be widened to the default 10-foot distance. It is 8-foot minimum in the Complete Streets. And at this point, not only will it be more consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide, but it will essentially become a side path due to the lack of off-street parking facilities with this design. So, the desire to have a facility that could be used by both modes, coupled with the fact that it is a town center street, essentially lead us to a recommendation where we end up with a 10-foot sidewalk, and it is very likely to be used by bicycles if it is built to that width. The last recommendation, when looking at our environmental analysis, is that when we're replacing street trees, the applicant should use native tree species specified in the Montgomery County Tree Manual. And they have submitted the required documents within the mandatory referral package, and that's certainly headed along that track. So really, this is just for the record. And with that, planning staff recommends approval of this mandatory referral and transmittal of comments, but we're certainly, we'll hand it over to you, Mr. Chair, to talk, to see if there are comments, and we can try to answer the questions the best we can.
If I just could say one thing that I probably should have said at the beginning, I really wanted to take a moment to commend MCDOT and the county for advancing this project. As we all often discuss, lack of a street grid is one of the biggest challenges that we face in Montgomery County when trying to improve multimodal travel conditions, and it's not easy to fix. Sometimes we're able to do so with development projects, but with capital projects, it's even rarer. So I just wanted to acknowledge this project. It's a small little project. We do have a lot of comments, as we often do, but we're very appreciative for this project moving forward.
Okay, thank you for those comments. We have two people giving public testimony. One in person, Helene Rosenheim. Yeah, and for the Greater Olney Civic Association, you have, please come on up. There's a spot for you right here. And you have 6 minutes to provide your testimony, and then after you is David Tucker, an adjacent property owner. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the staff report on this project. I'm Helene Rosenheim. I'm a 40-year resident of Olney, Maryland, and a member and officer of both the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee and the Greater Olney Civic Association. My comments were prepared by the Olney Town Center Advisory Committee and are supported by the Greater Olney Civic Association. And I don't know how familiar you are with these two groups, but just briefly, Olney Town Center Advisory Committee was created by the County Council when they approved the 2005 master plan. They directed Park and Planning to create this committee. It's all made up of local residents. And their job is to oversee the implementation of the town center portion of the master plan. Greater Olney Civic Association was created back in the 70s when previous versions of the master plan were being worked on, and we're an umbrella association of about 30 homeowners associations in the Greater Olney area. So we work kind of in tandem with the advisory committee. And I, just in response to a comment that was made earlier, the reason this street hasn't been developed is because the cost of this improvement project, which would be a requirement for anybody trying to develop along there, made the project so cost prohibitive that a couple of people have considered developing there, and just it was not financially feasible. So advisory committee submitted a request for this project a number of years ago in the hopes that if the county built this small project, then North High Street could be developed the way we had envisioned in the master plan. The advisory committee and the Greater Olney Civic Association are both pleased to see this project continue to move forward and appreciates both the planning's and transportation's efforts in improving this Lincoln Olney master planned town center street grid. Both organizations understand and support the concept of implementing the roadway improvements now with a pedestrian bicycle facility on the south side, with the expectation that a second pedestrian facility will be constructed on the north side of North High Street as adjacent lots are redeveloped. This is a reasonable compromise between the goal of providing excellent active transportation facilities and keeping costs within available funding. However, we share the planning's concern with the 6-foot sidewalk the Department of Transportation has proposed on the south side of the facility. In the absence of an on or off-street bicycle facility, this would become the default bicycle path and thus should be widened as planning recommends. We also support planning's recommendation regarding a crosswalk on the north leg of North High Street and Morningwood Drive intersection, as well as the raised crosswalks at the driveways and the enhanced connection to the sidewalk along the Goddard School and across the alleyway. Finally, we would like to confirm that the mid-block crosswalk and the crosswalk at the intersection of North High Street and Georgia Avenue will be visibly striped, as will the 3 crosswalks at the western intersection with Morningwood Drive. It was not clear from the design plans that the first 2 crosswalks were going to be striped. Again, while we have a few concerns with the sidewalk design as presented in the 35% drawings, overall, we are very supportive of this project and are happy to see it continue to proceed to construction. We've been working with Montgomery County Department of Transportation staff, Angela, assigned to the project, and look forward to continue working with them on behalf of the Olney community as these plans progress.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Rosenstein. We'll now have our online David Tucker provide his presentation.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the North High Street extension to Morningwood Drive. My name is David Tucker, and I, along with my family, live on Morningwood Drive, west of where North High Street is planned to connect through to Morningwood. As someone that has lived in Olney since 2018, I'm gravely concerned about safety on our street and throughout our neighborhood. Especially post-pandemic, drivers are frequently speeding, ignoring stop signs, and coming dangerously close to striking pedestrians when they're crossing our street. While this project has components that improve pedestrian safety to cross Morningwood Drive, improvements that are vastly needed, especially for elementary school children that need to cross Morningwood Drive to get to and from Olney Elementary School, spending over $2 million to connect North High Street to Morningwood will only benefit a handful of businesses, merely providing a convenience for their customers to turn left on Georgia Avenue after turning left on Morningwood from North High Street. Rather than spending $2 million on a project that will benefit a handful of businesses, I would like to encourage the Montgomery County Planning Board to proceed with making a pedestrian ADA accessible connection between North High Street and Morningwood, but not a street connection, in addition to sidewalk connections, and use the funding proposed for the street connection to improve pedestrian safety along the entirety of Morningwood Drive. Doing so would represent a greater public use of tax dollars, providing additional safety for the thousands of residents who live on and in the community surrounding Morningwood Drive. As a resident who walks with my 10-year-old and 5-year-old daughters frequently, as well as my dog on a daily basis, I have almost been struck multiple times by cars while crossing Morningwood Drive on multiple occasions. I would highly encourage you to consider putting in devices such as speed cameras and other traffic calming measures. Again, a much greater use of public funding than connecting North High Street, which will, again, only benefit a handful of businesses and is part of a master plan that is nearly 20 years old and has yet to be revived, to the best of my knowledge. I also have concern with stormwater runoff from extending North High Street to Morningwood Drive and the perceived lack of mitigation for water that will be flowing down North High Street to Morningwood, potentially causing flooding concerns where North High Street is planned to connect to Morningwood Drive. And should this project move forward, I highly encourage you to look at much more comprehensive and vastly superior safety measures at all crosswalks that you're proposing, because merely putting a crosswalk on the street is not nearly adequate enough to ensure the safety of pedestrians that will be crossing that street at that location. Thank you for the time today. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Tucker. We'll now have, could MCDOT come on up? I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop you there. I thought you were, I'm sorry. So why don't we, well, what I'd like to see, is there a plan showing, I know you showed one showing MCDOT's proposal, right? Is there one showing your full proposal, the staff's full proposal? Is there,
So no, we did not prepare a concept of this, but we do have it in cross-section form.
Yeah.
Which you can see here. The center cross-section is what is proposed by DOT for this project, which is two 11-foot travel lanes, in some places an 8-foot sidewalk, and then I'm sorry, an 8-foot parking lane, and then a 6-foot sidewalk. And in other places, the sidewalk would actually shift over to where the sidewalk is shown. And then the master plan cross-section, consistent with Planning Board Recommendation Alternative 3, essentially shows parking lanes on both sides of the street, one travel lane in each direction, and then a sidewalk on the north side and a 10-foot side path on the south side.
okay, and then now can you show the plan version that MCDOT, I thought you also you have a plan version, right?
Sure.
Okay. And what you're proposing is that the difference is that in front of the Goddard School, which is that the further to the left there? Or
Yes.
further to the right?
Yes, the one to the left. Yep.
Okay, so just take your arrow and you would like it, well, to go left to right, and it would cross that same crosswalk, whatever, it would go all the way to the right, correct?
Correct. The idea would be that the sidewalk location would shift from the blue to a sidewalk that is along the same alignment as that Goddard School sidewalk. So over on the left side of the drawing, oops. And I'm sorry, on the left side of the drawing, let's see if this works. There we go. In this area, that property, there's now existing parking within their property. That parking would have to go. An additional right-of-way would have to be acquired through that area. And then to the right, there's plenty of room where the other existing sidewalk is located to fit a new sidewalk. And really, you know, given that's conditions of the corridor, you actually might even be able to retain this and shift the sidewalk slightly. It would look a little weird. But if you're looking to save money, that's certainly something that could be considered. And then would have to, again, go generally in the location of the Goddard School driveway as well. There might be some issues as you get closer to Georgia because of, you know, this is like a service station. So the alignment here of the sidewalk, you know, where it's shown might end up where it would need to be anyway, given site constraints on these two developments. But, you know, the idea in general is to have a sidewalk location that is slightly further away from the street and, you know, gets us down to Morningwood with a little bit of separation from the street as well.
Yeah, so it would provide this buffer that you were looking for. And now this proposed improvements from MCDOT does not have the sidewalk on the north side, correct?
Right. And you know, you know, even if they incorporated our recommendations, we're not proposing that they build it. We realize that there are definitely long-range planning reasons to wait. And as I mentioned, at least one of the residential properties, if you put in the ultimate cross-section, you would find the sidewalk on the north side, you know, practically on the front step. So, you know, there definitely has to be some redevelopment in order for that sidewalk on the north side to be implemented.
Okay, so I would, you know, given cost constraints and other, I would be okay with not having the sidewalk on the north, but a nicer sidewalk on the southern side. You know, ideally with the, you know, the 10-foot, if you can, and maybe make the Goddard wider and then that parallel all the way across. I don't know what constraints you end up with. Maybe MCDOT can talk about it. But I am supportive of having a sidewalk that connects to, was it Morningwood? And I also feel that, yes, your recommendation to remove the driveway, whatever, name, in HOC's property is probably the right thing to do, but I mean, it's their property, right? And I don't know if, but, you know, so they would have to be involved in this and make sure that works for them, but I am definitely supportive of sidewalk on the south, ideally wider, and maybe MCDOT can talk about constraints of why couldn't you do a wider sidewalk, 10-foot sidewalk on the south side, maybe where the Goddard sidewalk is, and that would provide this buffer, because we're talking about safety, not having the roadway against the sidewalk. So maybe
Okay, well, I have a comment and that maybe a suggestion. The comment is that when the choice has to be between providing safe intersection operations versus safe driveway access, safe intersection operations wins, generally. You know, DOT, when they do the CIP projects, they are very sensitive to residential and commercial driveway access, and, you know, would generally try to accommodate. We're just making the recommendation that the current location creates the potential for some safety problems. And there could be design solutions that, you know, relocates the driveway, maybe only uses one driveway instead of two, relocates it to the south, or looks to basically say, please relocate this use. You know, it is not a site, it is a drop-off. It's not a site access. It's not for providing primary access to the site, like parking, et cetera. And actually, people can use the parking lot access, which is further to the north, also, and drop off. You know, and that certainly, you know, might have some impacts in terms of ability to have number of parking spaces, but you know, certainly a discussion would need to occur between DOT and HOC to move that forward. In terms of the right-of-way question, I think what would be useful would be for the applicant to talk about where they are currently proposing to have right-of-way acquisition with the proposed design, and then maybe some kind of guess of how that right-of-way acquisition would change if you move the sidewalk and made it 4 feet wider. In some places, there is likely to be no impact because we already have the right-of-way, but in other places, there is. And I think Angel could take us through that.
Yeah, that would be great. You know, this is what you have is better than nothing, but your recommendation, I thought staff's recommendation is to make the sidewalk wider. And could you just go, Angel, what are the constraints in making the sidewalk wider? Okay.
Yes, this is Angel Chang from MCDOT for the record. I'm a project manager for this project. So as you can see on the plan view right now, there is a, if you don't mind, I can just grab this. This is hard. So you can kind of see at this boulder line right now, that is the current proposed right-of-way take. The existing right-of-way line is actually closer to where this proposed curb line is at for this particular property. Now you can kind of see all these boulder lines throughout the south side of North High Street. So there's another one right here. There's another one closer to the intersection where the gas station is currently at. So there is a lot of right-of-way constraint on this row. Not to mention Morningwood Drive right now is 6 feet below the grade of North High Street. So in order for us to minimize impact to this particular property, we try to have this, proposing a sidewalk that is at 6 foot wide. And also there is a proposed retaining wall here to, making sure that we are not completely change the access of this property. Is there a graphic with the aerial? Because I would like to show that.
I think what we can do is,
Maybe go on to Google Maps. Can you do that?
yeah, just go to Google Maps.
So the other piece that I would like to mention of the our proposed sidewalk not utilizing the existing sidewalk at the Goddard School, part of it is because the constraint that we have at both ends of the street, and we feel that if we can keep the sidewalk as continuous and straight as possible, that would be probably better for pedestrian who can access this road and walk along this road without having to go weave in and out throughout the whole North High Street. So, oop, I don't think this is. Is this showing up on the screen? Google Map, no. Screen. Yeah. It's on a browser. Oh, stop it. Oh, I think you can undo that. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Yep, that works. Okay. Ooh. All right. So this property here, this doesn't really show the grade difference right here. But in order for the vehicular access and the new sidewalk access to work from Morningwood Drive to North High Street, we would have to essentially take over this whole, acquire the property all the way up to the front of this business building, commercial building. And so with all those reasons that I mentioned, we believe that our current design would be least impactful to properties along North High Street, but also being able to provide a accessible sidewalk for pedestrian. So if you have any additional questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you for addressing that.
And as you can see, it is their only access.
Yeah, this is the only access.
Which is on the right or the left?
To the right. So whatever on the left is actually a drop-off. It's not a vehicular access. It's just runoff and gravel, so it's not an access point.
So the left is not an access point?
Left is not an access point.
Okay, great. Great. That's, I have some more, but I'll let my colleagues ask their questions, okay?
So I did have questions about the right-of-way that I had asked. I said that we have a lot of varying depth or width of the right-of-way throughout the whole, length of the project. Well, just looking at here, it looks like that we are keep the alignment of the road as what it is for the sake of saving construction, or else if we could shift the alignment a little bit, we may have been able to accommodate, some of the improvement that we are talking about, especially at the end where it comes to the Morningwood. One thing I don't understand about the merit of this project, I understand that the side pedestrian connections and sidewalk, that's the main purpose of this. But you have not discussed, maybe you discussed it in the previous planning board, that why this connection at Morningwood is important. I think especially for the sake of the people that are listening, I think it's important that what kind of traffic improvement or development improvement this intersection provides when we connect them together. Or is it just to improve the pedestrian accessibility, or is it that it helps in regard to the traffic flow and the traffic movements? And I couldn't figure it out that why we are doing. And I looking at here, I understand that you have some issues with the right-of-way, but still I didn't understand that why it may be too costly, or maybe it's because of the utilities. What are the obstacles to go to the, planning board recommendation before? And is there at any time we are proposing to do that, or we are just saying that this is it? If there is anyway ideas that we want to maybe in future to look at it because of the traffic improvement or whatever case it may be, then we want to make sure that, or this $2 million or whatever I heard, that the cost of this project would stay intact if at a future time we're going to come and we do the recommendation to do the full option. Is this the ultimate work, or is it that at one point we are planning to come back? And what kind of traffic flow or merit for this project? I don't know.
There's so many questions in there. Thank you, Vice Chair
Yeah,
Fedway.
sorry.
So
I
I'm
couldn't
gonna-
ask it, so I kept them all here.
Sure. So I think that to answer your last question, what's being proposed is the CIP project that will be the catalyst so that development projects will occur to complete the work. It was never intended that this would be the full build out of this road. It was to provide a connection that completes the street grid, provides vehicular connectivity for the commercial mixed-use land uses in this area, provides some impetus to improve access, and maybe in some locations share access, share parking, and as properties redevelop, really make this more of a part of the downtown only area instead of a series of parking lots and properties. So from the planning perspective, when the recommendation was made in the master plan, the idea is that we want to get to that. It probably needs some kind of action. That's what, from the planning perspective, we'd like to see. And then, I would say from the connectivity perspective, this is definitely the bicycle and the pedestrian connectivity are way up there on the list. The vehicular connectivity is important. Planning staff didn't really focus on that because, one, it's already in the master plan of highways and transitways as an approved facility. I know during DOT's work, they looked very carefully at safety analysis and traffic analysis. Those were included as attachments to the staff report. And I think Angel can speak a little bit to some of the benefits when they looked at what is the traffic impact of this connection.
Okay, so if the idea is that we're going to do this connection that facilitate future development in the town center for Olney, that it's perfectly understandable. So that means that some of these properties that are along this road would be future developed, and we could ask them to dedicate the right-of-way, okay? So it would be good that if we have some kind of ultimate design, not that we're going to build it, but the ultimate design, that what we want this road to be, that now that we build it and we put the government money in it to open the way for the future development, then we have something on the paper that when the future development comes, they can dedicate the right-of-way, that we could build this to ultimate sections, that we could put the side path or everything on the north side, and we be able to build it. That's why I was suggesting that if that has this merit, then it's good to put those on the paper that we could get to our ultimate typical section. And one more comment that I had in regard to the 2 sidewalks that we were talking about. If we can use the sidewalk that is to the left, the way that you suggested, that's fine. I really, in regard being at DOT, to having 2 sidewalks parallel to each other, 6 feet away, it's just extra cost for maintaining, and it's not really needed to have 2 sections. Although it's there, it's okay, why are we removing it? Because we don't have to maintain it. The operational cost could come down, so I just don't see to have 2 sidewalk. If we want to move the proposed sidewalk to come at the location of the existing sidewalk and widen it, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But I think having, redundant sidewalks just because it's there, it just can add to the cost of the maintenance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And do any of the board members have other comments that we can? Okay. Okay. So I would just like one last thing. If this is a short-term solution, so I don't know what short-term means, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and it's fine. If it's for connection, some sort of safety, but if it's built as proposed, it's probably not a long-term because it's going to be totally redone when the property's redeveloped, because it's nowhere near the, what we look forward to as the proper design of a town, what we call this the town road. So I'm fine if it's a short term because we need this for safety and connection. That's great. But I just want to it is not the long terms.
So the one thing I will say is that, when interim designs are constructed, it's critical to get the curb and the drainage in the right location because that what impacts the cost. So the fact that we feel like it's in the right location. I know Vice Chair Bedouin, you mentioned you thought it might be better moving one direction or another. I'm not sure which direction you were thinking about.
I wish I could tell you. I could tell you if I spent some time to design it, but I was just looking at ultimate design. What is the best way? I'm not suggesting to do the ultimate design under this CIP. I think your project is good. I just don't want the existing project to not allow the future project to be done without removing all the money that we have already spent.
Yeah.
And you could do that exactly while you know how far you want to go in your ultimate design.
Could we actually bring the PowerPoint back up? I just want to, and Sophia, if you could go to slide 13. The reason for this graphic is we're showing how the curbs align. And that's a really important consideration. So you see the existing cross-section, the proposed, and then the ultimate section. And what Sophia just mentioned was it's really important to get the curbs in the right location. So the lines that are dropping down are there to show you how they align and ultimately build towards that ultimate section.
And the existing cross-section is the Goddard School slice of the graphic. So we had 2 different sidewalks, and so when we first started this, we didn't know which one to show because we didn't know what was the correct location. But when we assembled these cross-sections together, it became very clear that planning was done for the Goddard School and it was done well because they picked a location that appears to be where it should be. And what I think is important about interim improvements, is that interim improvements often become the permanent improvements. So, having a sidewalk without adequate buffers, could we live with this on this street given the low volume? We could live with it. This is not Georgia Avenue, but it's not consistent with our design standards. It's not what we want to see on a facility. So there's either a trade-off or there needs to be a recognition that when we do the ultimate, there's going to be a push for the sidewalk that's built to be essentially removed and replaced with the ultimate. And that could be done by some redevelopment or not. And what usually happens is when the answer is or not, it doesn't happen. So the time to get it right, if you can, and the project can afford it, is when you're doing the interim improvements.
Okay, okay, I understand. So you're saying that if you go back to the plan location, that, well, other than this here, you're saying you're recommending the furthest to the south is in that, the furthest to the south, where is that curb line in this plan right here? Is it the southern end of this, the red part? Is that your curb line, that the southern boundary?
Sorry, the curb lines that are shown in that cross-sectional view, the existing and proposed are the same in terms of the curb line at this location. So what we're saying is that the proposed street is in the right location.
I'm sorry.
We can't see your cursor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why. I know you
So
see it, we
right-
can't. No, we can't see it. The red dot that,
There we
oh,
go.
here you are.
There we go.
Okay.
Right. So the street, and even the street and the parking that's as proposed through this section is in the right location for the ultimate. The sidewalk is not in the right location for the ultimate.
Yeah.
If you put the sidewalk where it is today, that is the correct location. Yeah.
For the sidewalk.
Sorry about that.
And it also, just to make one comment before we go on, I mean, looking at the pictures and looking at the staff report, we obviously during the planning process for the people at the Goddard School and a couple of those other locations, had them design and build out this infrastructure. It seems both counterintuitive and a little bit inefficient to not incorporate that infrastructure into our system. I would like, very much for this to be a full side path and everything, but given the low volume, we've got existing pieces. It's the commercial toward Georgia and the very tail end toward Morningwood that need to be upgraded, and there's one little piece in the middle, I believe, on the south side. If that includes taking more or that includes reorganizing, it seems like it would be reasonable to integrate it with the existing infrastructure we already had them build. Is my
And it is worth noting that if you build a 6-foot facility and you widen it out to 10, you're more than likely going to have to reconstruct the whole thing anyway.
Yeah, and that's another piece of it as well.
So why don't you conclude by saying, let's take this picture here. This is what the applicant is proposing. Show the north-south line on here. How would it change from what you are recommending? Is the road in the right place here?
The road is in the right place. What's not in the right place is the sidewalk. So the sidewalk would shift, and that would require a change in the design. And the sidewalk would get wider.
Okay. The sidewalk would be the same as a Goddard sidewalk, is east-west or whatever.
I mean, one possibility is that if the applicant was to widen the sidewalk into essentially a side path, is that they could do so, and for an interim condition, they could actually widen to the north instead of to the south, which is where we're saying the ultimate is, because as I said, it's close. We'd like it to be in the right location, but if that is going to make or break the project in terms of cost, and they can fit something in within their budget, we'd like to see the side path put in as part of the project.
Okay, great.
If not, like I said, whatever's put in is going to have to be ripped up. So just please don't rip up the curbs and the drainage.
Great. Okay, so any other, so the recommendation is to go with staff's recommendations. And did you have an additional condition, or did Did you make a change? Did you say you had some?
Yeah, the only change that was made was providing some language which was presented in the staff report about the relocation of the sidewalk and in relation to accommodating the vision impairment issue. It's a detail, but it was an important detail.
So the modification is to recommendation number 6.
Yes.
Can we bring that up just for a
Sure.
moment? So in the staff report, number 6 says realign a short section of the proposed sidewalk to cross the alley driveway at a perpendicular angle. Now we're adding an A and B to that.
Yeah, so A would be if the alignment of the sidewalk stays as proposed. And the other one is if they accept and modify their design to move the sidewalk design to the Goddard School location. And as I mentioned, this graphic doesn't probably really fully incorporate it because it would then push the sidewalk design further south through this area as well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion to approve the North High Street Extended Project Mandatory Referral, MR 2024-020, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to MCDOT, including this latest revision, adding a B to, was it number 13? I forgot what it was.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Move to transmit to approve and transmit the comments, including the update to number 6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. We do also want to extend thanks to MCDOT for working on this project and putting in that well-needed extension. Thank you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to start our last item, which is formerly item number, it was item number 11, which is Innovative Housing Toolkit, where staff is briefing the board. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, Innovative Housing Toolkit, where staff is giving the board a briefing. And Ms. Lisa Gavoni is spearheading this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So way back when we started Attainable Housing Strategies, we did, as we know, AHS builds upon a lot of work that the department has done in regards to missing middle. And AHS was finally transmitted to the council this summer after years of work and analysis. Back in 2022, Montgomery Planning, we issued an RFP for the Innovative Housing Toolkit as we were calling it a pre-work on the pattern book. We thought it would be really helpful to get outside consultation to better understand zoning regulations, to better explore the architectural and design framework that could support multiple smaller units, and also to better understand innovative construction techniques and environmentally sustainable site planning. So we're pleased to be here today to bring you the results of that work, and I'm going to turn it over to the consultant team to introduce themselves and walk through the presentation.
Now, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Peter. I'm John Fennell with Michael Baker International. I have here with me today Peter Quintanilla, and also on the phone, Samantha McLean, to walk you through our work on the Innovative Housing Study. The goal of the study was to look at ways to increase density in single-family zones in the county, specifically single-family neighborhoods. And it's, as Lisa said, it's building upon the work that was done for the Attainable Housing Study. The aim was to better understand how the existing proposed zoning regulations can support this housing.
And what was interesting about, as we came here and visited the county, what was interesting is actually being able to talk to some of the folks that were around. And we just happened to pass by this house, which is a house that it's Habitat for Humanity. We're able to go in and see what they're doing, how they're doing it, but also ask them a lot of the questions. What are the things that are stopping you from actually building more houses like this, right? What are the regulations, zoning, but also in terms of permits, everything, what is it that will help you making your job a lot easier? Obviously, if we help Habitat for Humanity, we will be helping developers that want to bring this type of missing middle housing to the county. Thank you.
So the project was broken up into 5 tasks, 4 with deliverables. The first deliverable was the zoning analysis, where we went through the zoning code, the single-family zoning codes, and looked for key barriers to doing just what we wanted to do, which was to add density to these different zones. The third task, or second deliverable, was a conceptual design package that Peter worked on, showing in our 40, 60, 90, and 200 prototypical market-responsive ways to implement duplexes, triplexes, ADUs, and such. The 4th and 5th deliverables were innovative construction techniques for architecture and also for site planning. And we'll start on the zoning analysis with Samantha.
Great, thank you, John. So as John had mentioned, when we looked at the zoning code, we looked at 4 focus zoning districts: R40, R60, R90, and R200. So if you hear me refer to a focus zoning district, it's one of those 4. We were also asked to look at how different attainable housing types could be introduced within those zones. So when I say focus housing types, I'm referring to those duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, cottage courts, and accessory dwelling units, because you'll hear me refer to those terms quite a bit throughout the presentation. So from that zoning analysis, we identified some key barriers, and then associated recommendations were developed to address those barriers. The first barrier that we came across was a complicated zoning ordinance. You all work with the zoning ordinance all the time, so you might understand it, but when we're looking at homeowners or small developers who might be looking to do these projects, it is a very complex document to navigate, and that complexity might be a factor that discourages these homeowners or small developers from attempting attainable housing development projects. We also identified that the ordinance does not have one of your focus housing types, which is a cottage court housing type. So we were recommending to address this key barrier to simplify the ordinance, simplify some approval processes for these attainable housing types, and then to introduce cottage courts as a housing type in the ordinance, because it would be, and then provide a more straightforward development process for developers who would want to build that housing type. The second barrier we identified was some of the minimum site area standards. So there are a lot of lots within the focus housing zoning district, or sorry, focus zoning districts that are substandard lot sizes. So right now, and in the AHS amendments, the minimum lot area per unit is based on the existing minimum lot area standards. We understand that there's value in keeping a consistent lot size throughout the zoning district. So we're not recommending that any minimum lot areas change, but there should be an easy path for relief if there's an existing substandard lot and that's proposed for attainable housing redevelopment. So for example, it'll allow a substandard lot in an R90 district to rather than meeting that minimum lot area requirement, it would allow it to be developed with that relief. The third barrier, and this emerged from we looked at both the existing code and the attainable housing study amendments. This emerged from the attainable housing study amendments. Those amendments go a long way in opening up the focus zoning districts to those focus housing types. However, they don't permit any of the housing types except duplexes outright without an additional requirement, like the pattern book, for example. Duplexes and triplexes must conform with the pattern book in most cases, and quadplexes must conform with the pattern book and be located in the priority housing district. While we believe that a pattern book is great and it can be used to ensure consistency with the surrounding built character, we also believe that the zoning code's existing dimensional regulations, such as height and setback, can also ensure that housing types fit within the scale and massing of the surrounding residential environment. So we're recommending that duplexes be permitted, by right in all of the districts, regardless of, whether it follows a pattern book or is located within the priority housing district. This is because we find that, additions to a single family or conversion of a single family into the duplex is probably your greatest opportunity for creating additional units on a lot. We want to encourage that. We also recommend that the county explore a way to use the pattern book rather as a mandate, use it as an incentive. So if someone chooses to use a pattern within the pattern book, presenting incentives like reduced permitting fees or expedited permitting review. These are important because requiring compliance to the pattern book can add an additional level of review that could add time to the approval process and potentially dissuade homeowners or small developers from completing these renovation projects. The fourth barrier that we took a look at or discovered was maximum lot coverage. So you'll see in a little bit when Peter talks about our conceptual design package, we conducted a site analysis as part of that and tried out different approaches to introducing attainable housing on those sites. And in those conceptual designs, we noticed that in a lot of cases, there was a need for an additional 1 to 2% of lot coverage just to make that project work. So we are recommending that lot coverage is increased by 5% to allow additional flexibility for attainable housing types. The fifth barrier was minimum side and rear setbacks. Once again, this was discovered during our site analysis. The conceptual designs required a minimum relief of about five or so feet. We think that altering the side or rear setbacks by 5 feet will not impact the overall form or character of the neighborhoods. Front setbacks are much more important to creating that cohesive look. So we are recommending a reduction in side and rear setbacks for attainable housing types. And then the final barrier that we identified was in the geographic limitations of the AHS amendments. So those amendments stated that triplexes and quadplexes are only permitted in the R40, 60, and 90 districts, and only within the priority housing areas. They're not permitted within R200. Due to the existing lot sizes in the R40 district, which make up only 1% of the focus zoning areas, it's unlikely that many triplexes or quadplexes will be developed in the R40 district unless consolidation occurs. This means that triplexes would only be permitted in conformance with the pattern book in about 50% of the focus zoning districts, and quadplexes would be permitted in even fewer areas based on the boundaries of the priority housing district. So rather than use the priority housing district as a limitation for quadplex housing types, we're also recommending that potentially it be used as, once again, an incentive, an area where further relief can be sought, parking minimums or certain incentives can be provided for development within that district. Furthermore, many of the R200 districts are located further away from transit, and which kind of understandable, triplexes, quadplexes may not be an appropriate housing type for those districts that are further away from transit. We want to situate attainable housing closer to transit. However, there are a small portion of those R200 districts within the priority housing area, which is located near transit. So if the priority we recommend that those districts be upzoned to R90 so that there's more opportunity to concentrate like some more gentle density in those areas, and would allow for triplex and quadplex development in those areas close to transit. Whereas if they remain 200, they might not be able to permit quadplexes. So you're probably wondering, how do we come up with all of these barriers and potential recommendations? I'm going to walk you through briefly kind of how we situated our analysis. So our analysis consisted of two parts. You'll hear about one of those parts, the site analysis and conceptual designs, from Peter in just a bit. But our other part of the analysis was what we call the existing landscape analysis. So we wanted to understand the geographic and regulatory landscape of the focus zoning districts, the attainable housing zoning amendment, and the focus housing types. So we looked at, what land patterns exist in the focus zoning districts, what opportunities or constraints do they present, and then the second part was looking at the existing code regulations and attainable housing study amendments. So looking at the zoning districts first, and taking a look at what is currently existing, we came away with some takeaways here. So as I had mentioned, while lots generally get larger based on the zoning district's minimum lot size requirement, there are overlaps in patterns due to substandard lots. For example, there are 90 lots that are smaller than the minimum lot size and are more in line with the R60 minimum lot size, which led us to that recommendation about providing relief for those substandard lots. We also found that there's a lack of vacant land in all of these focus zoning districts, meaning that most of the development that we're probably going to see is renovations to existing structures, such as additions or internal remodels, or the redevelopment of existing property. But within those kind of areas of additions and renovation, there is a lot of opportunity with the single family homes in the R60, 90, and 200 districts. There's opportunity for conversion into single family homes, into duplexes within the single family building footprint. There's potential for an addition of a unit on a single family house on the side or the rear, if there's ample setbacks, or as a second story addition. There's also opportunities for conversion of garages or additions on top of garages of detached or attached accessory dwelling units. Additionally, many of the houses have driveways that can accommodate additional off-street parking spaces that would be required with the unit. But the zoning district that has kind of the most limitations is the R40, just due to its limited geography and smaller lot sizes. So if any kind of any development that's more than a duplex, it's most likely that there would be some lot consolidation there to allow that to happen. So after looking at the existing conditions of these zoning districts, we wanted to understand what the zoning regulations, existing and proposed AHS amendments said about each of the focus housing types. So we created these charts that you're seeing on your screen for each of the housing types, identifying the permissions, the existing permissions in the zoning ordinance. So currently, duplexes are permitted use in the R40, and then limited uses in the R60, 90, and 200. Limited uses as part of a moderately priced dwelling unit, optional development method, a cluster development, TDR overlay, or in the Clarksburg East Environmental Overlay. Beyond the existing zoning, we want to kind of compare what your existing zoning says compared to the AHS amendments. And we did this for every housing type and every focus zoning district. This is just a screenshot of one of the tables. And this helped us understand, what's existing versus what is proposed. And we did this for every housing type. So looking at triplexes are not noted as a specific residential use type within your existing zoning code. They're considered multi-unit living use or an apartment building use. And they are not permitted within any of the districts, outright, just within the overlays. The AHS amendments would permit triplexes by right if they follow the pattern book. Moving on to quadplexes, it's a similar situation here, not permitted in any of the zoning districts. It's also not a specific residential use type in your existing code, would only be permitted in those overlays. And once again, it's the same situation with the AHS amendments. The quadplexes would be permitted in the priority housing district if they follow the pattern book. Looking at ADUs, these are also not currently permitted use within all of the districts, but they are a limited use within the 60, 90, and 200 districts. And then finally, this chart kind of summarizes what the AHS amendments are proposing. And while these amendments permit these focus housing types more so than the existing zoning code, it should be noted that the duplex is the only permitted completely by right, no additional requirement of a pattern book or certain geography. The duplex is only permitted in the R40. Every other housing type and zoning district has an extra layer of requirement. And that could provide some significant guardrails for some homeowners or small developers. So from this analysis, it takes us back to the set of recommendations that we showed you in the beginning. These recommendations we tried to assign a priority level to them because we understand that all of these recommendations will work together to allow for and help create attainable housing based on this zoning analysis that we did, but also we brought in best practices nationwide in creating this type of housing. So they do work together to accomplish your ultimate goal. However, we realize that the adoption of all these recommendations might not be possible all at once. So we conducted an initial prioritization based on level of effort. So for example, zoning rewrite can be a long, complex process. It might not be something that you can embark on right now, so it might be a lower priority. However, something that might be easier to do in the meantime is, providing that minimum lot area per relief in the code. So these recommendations are meant to be used in tandem with the developed conceptual designs that Peter is going to share and the innovative construction and site planning tools that you'll hear about from John. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in really quick because I want to make one thing clear is that these recommendations are based on the previous planning board's attainable housing strategy. Obviously, this board made some adjustments, especially to the R200 and the priority housing district. It wasn't fair to the consultant team when they were, 3/4 of the way of the project through to have them relook at the new planning board's recommendations. We still think, it's great that the planning board adopted one of those recommendations. Also, these recommendations, the planning board sent up its best recommendations to the council already. We didn't have these recommendations in time to review them when we transmitted the document. This is something to keep in mind when we relook at AHS if it passes in 2 years. Obviously, we do not want to change the consultants' recommendations based on their best practices and best understanding, but I just wanted to make that clear that these can be looked at in tandem with our current AHS recommendations, but we don't expect, immediate action given where we are right now in the process. The timing was just didn't align as perfectly as we wanted to.
Lisa, can you explain what is a cottage court?
So that's a great.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask Mr. Sharma to do his best urban design work.
Thank you. So good afternoon, members of the planning board. So a cottage court is essentially a group of anywhere from 4 to 8 or 10 small detached single-family homes. Usually these are 1-story or 1.5-story. A lot of times you see them in aging-friendly places because you have a ground floor living arrangement. And the important difference between a cottage court and just any other single-family home is that the open space is a shared open space versus each unit having its own lot, which enables you to have 7 or 8 cottage court type of units in the same space that you might have 2 or 3 single-family homes in. So they're detached single-family homes, often small in size, often geared towards ground floor living, and share a common space, and also share common parking areas quite frequently. So they just are more efficient at providing detached single-family living within the same plot area.
Do we have any in Montgomery County?
I'm trying to think of whether we have a few in Kentlands or not. But the most popular one recently was the railroad cottages that were built in Fairfax County, I believe, where they took what could have been 2 or 3 single-family lots and instead created 9 or so cottage court-style units on that piece of land. In Falls Church, yeah. Great. Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Atul and Lisa. And good afternoon, everyone. And we're very happy to be here and share some of this concept and ideas that we came up with. And I do have a graphic of a cottage court that I will show you in a second. But again, here what we try to do is we try to try to figure out if what we're talking about actually makes sense graphically, right? So next slide, please. And some of the things that we want to keep in mind is the following. Number one, again, as the other previous studies have said, increase the density should happen near transit lines. That makes a lot of sense because you're decreasing the amount of cars that you need per unit. More people will be able to use the transit. So that's absolutely spot on. Number two, obviously now we see a huge shift about people using bicycle, but more than just regular bicycles, electric bicycles. So, prioritize that. Also the units, any new units could also have an electric charging station for the bicycles that the owners or occupants are using. It's very simple to do actually. The other one is, this is something that I know that we don't have a lot of in the county, which is the introduction of alleyways. And especially when you have a lot of houses and a lot of curb cuts that happen because all these houses have, access to their garages. If you're able to access the garage from the back, then all those curb cuts are gone, and therefore the sidewalk is much better, easier, more friendly for people to be able to walk. So, wherever you can, please try to push that forward. And then the other one is, there's something about the volume of the buildings that happen at the street level. And this is something that, a lot of folks don't really think about it this way, but when you're driving around, you're walking at the street level on the sidewalk or driving in a car, and you look at the houses, and I live in Pittsburgh, I drove from Pittsburgh here, but in Pittsburgh, we have a lot of this, which is you have a 3-story house right next to a quadplex that is exactly the same volume. The only difference is one unit is 3,000 square feet, the other one is 700 square feet, and I have an apartment that is 900, another one 800, another 700, and so they match it up into a same unit as a 3-story building. So, being able to keep that volume is very important, because that's how that volume, and also the setback, like Sam was saying, right? That's how you're able to keep that consistency in the language of that neighborhood together. So those are some of the things that we actually were looking at doing in this case. Thank you. Next slide, please. And so, if we were to look at, R40, for example, it's one that it's, out of the 181 acres in the whole entire county, this actually ends up being less than 1% of your county. But what we did notice is that even though you say R40, that doesn't mean that the front of the house, the front of the lot is actually 40 feet, because actually it could be a little bit longer, but it's actually turned on its side, So the frontage itself onto the sidewalk could be more than 40 feet. So that is where, in those rare occasions, it creates the opportunity for us to do some of the things that we're going to be showing here in the next couple of slides. Next slide, thank you. And so this is where what we did was we did a graphic where we show up on the top right is the existing condition. This is the R40s that you have at the moment. On the bottom left, it's where in red or in yellow, it's the introduction of the new units that you could potentially add in the cases where you do have more than just 40 feet width, fronting the sidewalks. And then in red, of course, is where we're hoping to be able to cut in the parking. But again, in this case, since there's no alleyway, you see all the new curb cuts that are created when doing so. Next slide, please. And so in looking at it more specifically, one idea is that, yes, you are able to actually create a duplex on an R40. And if you think about an R40, the problem would be that the side setback would be one of the barriers for creating a duplex, in that you could actually have two 18-foot townhouses, basically, you attach to each other, sharing party wall, and that's your duplex. But then that means that you have to get that new 36-footer, and you have to move it to one side or the other, and so that is where you start having the barrier of the side setback. And so that's what we're showing here is two townhouses in a way attached to each other, and that becomes your new duplex. Next slide, please. Another idea is, of course, it's where we get, a existing house, and in some cases, we also notice that some houses are not exactly centered on the lot. They may be shifted off to the side, and that could create an opportunity for you to actually integrate a whole new, ADU toward the back. Most of the time, this is where you have the garage. So you could actually add the ADU, of course, on top of the garage, which is, it's a lot easier because you already have the footings and everything. But that creates an opportunity for an ADU very easily. Next slide, please. The third idea, of course, is where you have, and in this case, is on the green, and you see the green box is the idea of being able to create something at the back of the unit. So rather than having a backyard, you start to add in the back. And of course, that creates a much wider space, because now at that point, you're talking about from fence to fence. But of course, the setbacks to the fence is always going to be the question at that point. Next slide, please. And this is the one that is a little bit more exciting in my head, because it is the conversion of a duplex into a quadplex. And this goes back to the question of how many square feet does a family really need? There are some two-room units that they could be about 900 square feet, And so it's also about not having those grand units, but instead something that is a little bit more affordable, and that is where you start to play around with the square footage, the same footprint as a duplex. But in this case, you have 2 units on the ground floor and then 2 units above. So yes, 2 units on the above will have to be accessed by stairs. Next slide, please. So this is now looking at the R60. And then on the R60, of course, is where we have more space, which gives us, of course, a lot more possibility of doing, no worries, a lot more possibility of doing things. And again, if you get the R60 and you turn it on its side, you know, in which we have noticed that a lot of time, you have a single-family house on an R60, but because it's the 60, it's not fronting the street, but it's the side of the lot, then you have much bigger frontage. Those are the ones that a single-family house could be actually removed, and then you could start adding, you know, the quadplex, but actually in this case, kind of combining townhouses, you know, packing up 4 townhouses in this almost the same area as a single-family house is. You could also, of course, do the duplex one above the other ones, and or you could also do ADU toward the back, as we're showing here in this image. Next slide. And then in this case, we went ahead and we kind of put them all together. So one idea is, of course, is in the one all the way on the left is creating a 3 units plus 3 ADU in this almost the same footprints as an R60. It's tight, but it is doable. But in this case, the one unit all the way on the left is one that is a corner lot, which means that it's accessible from 2 sides, not only the front, but also to the side, which means that then people are able to access the other units from the back. But in this case, this gives you a unit, 6 units that are complete different type of square footage. You know, so you could have anything from 1,200, 900, 700, and then you could have small little studios. But those are the ones that, for example, students could actually use, you know, from universities, and they could stay there very easily.
So these ADUs, I just don't know why it's unit and ADUs. How do you distinguish between them in regard to the size? Is it a requirement? I know that ADUs, the owner has to be there. Is that what is in your mind? Or how do you distinguish between ADU and units in your analysis?
Yeah. Do we have a definition of ADUs locally?
Sure. So an accessory dwelling unit is a subordinate dwelling unit to the principal dwelling. You are right that it must be owner occupied in either the principal unit or the accessory unit. We have a pretty loose definition here. In 2019, we went through some pretty big update to make it ADUs more liberalized in the county. We've seen, you know, increased production for accessory dwelling units. They're becoming more common in the county.
So could we, instead of saying three units and 3 ADUs, say 6 units? Or is it a specific reason that you want to have it ADU? I don't know what is the benefit or the differences in your analysis for doing this.
So a lot of the times the ADUs tend to be more like studios also, very, very small. That's why they tend to happen over a garage. You know, and if you think about a garage, you know, as freestanding garage building, you know, which is like 12 feet by like 20 feet, you know, well, that's basically the unit that you have right on top. Now, that means that that's not going to give you enough for like 2-bedroom apartment, but it could give you enough for like a nice big living room with a kitchenette, you know, restroom, separate restroom, and then a small bedroom on the side. So again, those are the ones that, for example, college students will be absolutely happy to jump on.
So let's, the way that your analysis refer to ADUs, there are like efficiencies or very small units.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. And actually that's where, again, it goes back to being able to be built on top of a garage. So there will be automatically small units, yeah. Thank you for that question. Good question. So then we start looking at all the different type of units. Now, the one all the way on the right side, which is called Design 5-6 unit, this is almost kind of like a cottage, because in this case, you see there are 3 units that they are facing each other. The front doors are facing each other, and then in the middle, right there, there's a small little area that is kind of like a public, semi-public area, right? So that's their front door. And then the cars, which are parked on the streets, you know, those are the brown squares. That's how you access, that's where you park the cars and you enter your unit from that side walking area. So this is a more extreme. It's not perhaps the best definition. I do have another definition for you, or graphic definition of a cottage.
One thing I want to add is that for accessory dwelling units, they're currently only allowed for detached dwelling units, and our recommendations also make that clear. You can't have a multi-unit development in attainable housing with an accessory dwelling unit. One of the things we asked the consultant team is kind of to break our zoning code, to kind of look at it from a different angle about, you know, different housing types and mixing and matching, and tell us what parts of the code they broke. So that's part of this, and that's why they're showing multiple ADUs, but it's not something currently allowed by code.
Yes, they asked us to break the code, and of course, we gladly did. So R90, and perhaps this is actually a much better definition of a cottage, and you see that on the top on the left side of the one that you have the big orange, and those are 6 units with a small little courtyard area. And again, those are the same concept that you had 6 units marching toward the back of the lot, and then you have the access to the parking toward the back. So this actually you're able to do already in the R90, especially if you start thinking about taking over 2 lots, right? So once you consolidate 2 lots, you have enough space and you're able to actually start bringing in all those different units. Another idea, of course, is from a single family housing, you could remove the house and you could add 2 houses in its place, or just like in the other ones, you could add ADU or like smaller little studio over the garage or just on the side of the house. And that's what we're showing here. On the R200, that's the next one. Oh, no, actually we have yes, sorry. And here on the left side is where I'm showing again the courtyard type, the cottage type with the units facing each other. And again, in this case, what you see to be able to allow a cottage type is that you have the front setback, which has become a problem, and then you also have a rear setback, which becomes a problem. What is interesting about this courtyard or cottage type is that because the houses are fronting each other, the side that you see that is onto the street, that's actually where you could end up having the door. So you almost like flipping where the door happens. So if you're driving around on the street, you're gonna see this facade of a house that is, 2-story or 3 stories with a door right there. But you don't know that behind it are 2 more units. So that is how you are tricking and you're allowing for units to actually hide behind the bigger facade. And you still have the density, but still you're in keeping with the volume of the rest of the R90 units and neighborhoods. And of course, you see more other ideas where, on an R90, we saw a lot of houses that were built for some reason on the side of the lot. Obviously, you could add on the lot on the side of the lot that is still open. You could add another unit, so you end up having a complete addition with 2 stories. Next slide, please. And here we are. So the R200 is the one that, of course, as we know, it's the one that gives more flexibility because it has more space. However, it is mostly in a lot of areas that it's not very connected to transit, which is an issue. And areas where it is connected to transit and has already been identified as an area that should be developed, is where you start having a lot of these really great units, like what we're going to show you now. Next slide, please. And then in this case, for example, you could get an R200, and you could almost add a duplex. So in other words, two houses attached with sharing a wall, but you could actually add 6 of them next to each other, much more compressed. But in that case, like here, we just put them kind of marching down on the side next to each other, Another idea, which is the one in the middle, is where you have a duplex, and then you have the 2 ADUs step back toward the back. And then you have 2 more units in the front, and that also creates a little courtyard. But again, here what we're doing is basically getting the different units, the different pieces of Lego, and we're laying them out in its different ways that makes it actually interesting, and also kind of maintaining and keeping with what the character of the neighborhood. And then the 1 unit all the way on the right side is basically where you add another whole unit to the house, and then you add ADU toward the back. Next slide, please.
And I'll take over for the last 2. They're much faster. Innovative construction techniques chapter, we separated these techniques into architectural and site. For the first chapter, the architectural ones, we reviewed a series of innovative performance strategies, methodologies, and techniques for construction that could be helpful in moving us towards our climate action goal. And we rated each of them level 1, 2, or 3, level 1 being the most or easily accessible or easy to implement, and 3, still worthy of implementation, but a bit harder or a bit more expensive. In the chart you see in front of you, we created two major categories for these architectural interventions: building techniques and materials. The second column, innovative strategy. These are the different technologies we looked at, like modular units, permit-ready ADUs, translucent wood, shipping containers, all sorts of things. And then we evaluated them: cost to implement, return on investment, and environmental performance, and all sorts of things. In the chapter itself, we go through each of the technologies and give detail for each of them. So this is one example for solar glazing. We thought it was an applicable rating of 3, so useful but a bit expensive. And for each, we talk about opportunities and challenges, typical maintenance, and cost implications, so that a developer or a single-family house owner who wants to make these improvements could understand what impact this would have onto their utilizing these things. And here are some other examples of things we looked at: pre-built 2-story ADUs, wood trusses, structural insulated panels, like pre-made wood panels for construction, and also precast concrete. And in sustainable site planning, we did a similar exercise using the similar rating system and created the summary chart. In this case, we had 4 categories we were looking at: building orientation, on-site energy generation, on-site water use and recycling techniques, and strategies for preservation and enhancement of the tree canopy, all that relate back to the Climate Action Plan. And you can see the different things that we looked at: architectural interventions or orientation on the site, planting strategies, generating wind and solar on site, rain barrels, cisterns, shade tree planting, and the like. And similarly to the architectural interventions, we had cost to implement, return on investment, a scale of implementation, and environmental performance factors for each. An example would be cisterns that we see being used more and more on large scale and small scales. So the small scale is a rain barrel, and larger scale can be something like this that can be added next to a building. And we went through the description and opportunities, challenges, typical maintenance, and cost implementation for each of them. And then we linked all of these different technologies and concepts to the Climate Action Plan. And you could see that each of the main headings that we found in the Climate Action Plan, there were multiple ways of using these technologies to get to our goals, our climate action goals. And with that, we thank you for listening to this rather long presentation, and we appreciate your time. And we're here to answer questions if you have any.
No, it wasn't long at all, and very, very interesting. Thank you. So I'll just ask, I'll maybe start out. So you had mentioned that maybe the most likely option, probably the easiest option for existing homeowners is to create their existing home into a duplex, right? Based on our current zoning law, what would they have to do? Do you have to create, and what's all involved? Is that easy? That's hard? I know probably you have to change some stairways, but in the party wall, is there something really big and heavy you have to do? I'm just trying to think, is that easy or not easy? Yeah.
I think that Habitat Humanity is an exact example.
Yeah, no, indeed. So the Habitat Humanity is a fantastic example because in that case, what they were saying is that there were so many different fees. For example, just they had to separate the water service per unit, even though they were going to the same unit, and then they had to do fire sprinklers in different places. So there were like a lot of things that for them ended up being like, I think like just the fire sprinkler was like $30,000, I think he said, or it was
quite expensive.
Quite expensive.
So it's the same building volume, and you doubled, tripled, quadrupled the cost of development because now it was cut down the middle.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which it makes you think.
But I was just wondering, is that more cost effective? So you sound like it may not be as cost effective just tearing the whole thing down and building a new duplex, I'm just trying to see what,
Yeah.
so,
I don't think it's that expensive, but if our target audience are existing homeowners, as opposed to larger scale developers, that's a meaningful difference.
the reason I'm asking is that, one of the things is that we meet residents talking about this. I want to say how do, they have to visualize how it works for them, right? Because right now, what I understand is people are thinking, well, there's someone outside out there is gonna, investors and whatever. But I think, how do we make it relatable to existing homeowners, right? So this could also be very important for you. You benefit from this. It's not someone else out there. So those are just trying to think out loud. How do you do that? And I was thinking, well, is it easy or hard to convert the typical single-family home to a duplex? That's all. Yeah.
The one thing I will say in a nutshell, though, is what age of the house is and when was it built. And the reason why I say that is because houses built during the 60s and 70s, which are ranch style houses, that means that they tend to have one door, which unless if you are like on a corner lot and you're able to subdivide the house and somehow create another kitchen, a small area that is accessible from the other side, you're always going to be seeing those people, whoever the other person is. But older houses, for example, especially the ones that are 2 stories, they tend to be a lot easier to separate because all you have to do is just basically add another set of stairs that go up to the 2nd floor. And they already, they don't even exist unless if they have kids and they're running around all the time, right? But otherwise, it's almost like a complete different world altogether. So it depends on the house, depends on the size of the house. But the other problem ends up being adding to an existing house because then you have to worry about the foundation to the house. So that's why a lot of people end up adding an ADU, which is kind of separated from the house, like a little carport, and then they add a unit on top of it. Or they just add a whole new unit off to the side that is a couple of feet away from the house because then the foundations are not competing with each other.
Well, the way I see it, correct me if I'm wrong, right now, this is a very good question. I like to know if I have, most of the single-family houses right now, they're 2-story. But there is no way, I know my house, that I can make a duplex out of that. Although because just the bedrooms are upstairs and all the living space and kitchen and everything is downstairs. I just don't see how I can, make a single family. And mine is not big. It's average size. And it's like about 2,300 or 2,400. And there is no way I can think of. But if you can think of that, a regular single family that easily could be convertible without completely rebuild it, that would be an option that we could encourage our people to come. But there is a big difference now that we talk about ADU and this attainable housing. If you want to do attainable housing, the way that we are proposing right now, the footprint of the building stays the same. ADU, no, you can just go and build ADU as long as it doesn't increase to 50% of the size of the original house. So actually ADU can give you much more flexibility in regard to footprint of the house. You suggest that 5% increase, but ADU, I think is like about 50% increase because if you just build something back there, but right now we are making it to be, owner present. I think one way to make it part of attainable housing, we remove that.
That's a great point, Commissioner. The council recently held a briefing on accessory dwelling units, and they had national experts in there, and they kind of went through kind of the changes that we did in 2019, and one of the biggest hurdles that they noted was that we still had that owner occupancy requirement, and that is something that we should look at in the future. I think, in 2019, the accessory dwelling update was very, very controversial.
Yes.
So I think, we needed to do what we needed to do to get that passed, to make it even allowed and more liberalized in some of the residential detached zones. But I think that's something to keep in mind. one of the cool things about the accessory dwelling unit ordinance in the county is that it's been incrementally updated since about 2013. Every couple of years, we've been relooking at it and looking at ways to tinker to make it, work better for people that want to build accessory dwelling units. I think that's a separate it is a separate conversation for attainable housing, because like you noted, we're not allowing accessory dwelling units for attainable housing typologies. We're simply limiting it at those, 2, 3, or 4.
I understand, but now I'm going back to the question that Chair just asked, that how can we encourage existing homeowners that this attainable housing may be a good thing for you? And one way of that is that if we bring this accessory dwelling as a part of the attainable housing that would allow not to be owner occupied right there, they give them 50% increase in the footprint, and it's okay. And they can just be where they are, and that is a benefit that they receive. And if then their next door neighbor wants to remove it and make it, even though if we go with 5% increase, they're still using less footprint than them. And they create, 4 units. So it's a way to encourage people to think about how to share the land to bring more income and bring more economy and bring more people.
If I could add a little bit, Paul Mortensen. I'm an architect. I have built many missing middle units in the past in my career. There's a couple of things that, just to answer to both of you, as Lisa mentioned, ADUs are associated with the existing house, right? So and there's a size limitation. So if you wanted to convert, for instance, a basement or a portion of a basement to an ADU, you can do that. You have to add, a bit of a kitchen, and obviously they have to have a bathroom and so on for that unit. But I don't believe there is the same requirements, for instance, for fire separation. Yeah. It's a unit in your house. For an attainable house, to turn a house into a duplex, you would have to fire separate the 2 units from each other, which is a cost, which, the construction cost. You would have to create a new kitchen, a fully usable kitchen, and then bathrooms as well. And so oftentimes, and then that has ramifications because, I'm not sure if we've gotten into the full extent of ownership. But in a duplex, you could have a fee simple type ownership. One unit's owned by one household and the other unit's owned by another household. Where in an ADU, it's owned by one household and it's rented. So you could have that. You could have a condominium type situation if you wanted to for a duplex or larger. Most times, if you're taking an existing house and you're going to be converting it to more than one unit, you pretty much have to close down the house, redesign it. Oftentimes, redesign might be as much as adding a kitchen upstairs and a stair, and then fire separating it. You'd have to do that. And so there are some costs involved, and then there's obviously, you have to have 2 meters, you have to have 2 electrical meters outside, 2 water meters, and so on, so that you can control, the utilities for each unit. So those are kind of the main, if typically a small developer would buy a house, wants to convert it to, let's say, a triplex or a duplex, they would buy it, they would convert it, and then they would sell it. That's what the small developers do because they're trying to have income. And so those would be the differences.
I think the best, easier way, because even fire separation is very expensive. It's not easy to do. They probably demolish the existing and build it. That's cleaner and safer and easier to do. I don't know, unless it's a very big house.
Yeah, not always. There's different reasons. For one, if you have a historic house and it's a beautiful house, you're selling essentially the character and the quality of that house is an amenity. I mean, you want to keep that. To fire separate two units, it's not hard. I mean, it's a matter of, for instance, you have a 2-hour separation. If you put another layer of sheetrock on each side of a continuous wall that's between the two units or between the two units, vertically, that's the fire separation that you need. Now you have a 2-hour fire separation between one unit and the other. So that's not an impossible thing to do. And it's actually not even really hard. You might have a house that's configured in a certain way with rooms, not aligning from upstairs to downstairs, and therefore you have to do some reconfiguration of room layouts, again, but creating a wall, a firewall between them. You can do that. And so I would suggest that tearing one down or renovating, that's something that the developer would have to think about. And a lot of times, particularly in cities like Seattle, where you see a lot of additional missing middle housing, they would keep the house and then add to it or build behind it or something in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. Just, no, thank you. Also, your analysis was sort of a validating or whatever, some of our current recommendations, and we're seeing if we were, in the next phase, some things we could possibly tweak, down the road, see how this goes, whatever is implemented, and then, evaluate at that time. So this is wonderful that you did and give some ideas on the ranking, what's easier, what's harder, energy efficiency, and some building tools and stuff like that. So thank you so much. Give us a lot to think about. Yeah.
Oh, I just largely echoing what everybody else said. I would like to think about as we're moving forward with the attainable housing and we get sort of our marching orders for the ZTA, writing out the ZTA from the county council, how much of this we can attempt to incorporate as we go on, including the setbacks, the minimum lot size stuff, like how much we can, given what we get back from the council whenever they send back something to us, to incorporate this and like putting the cottage courts in there, which I know I think some of these are things we can accomplish during that process as long, we're being transparent about what we're doing. But particularly one of the things that I'm interested in, and you guys brought it up and we talked about it during the attainable housing strategies, is the lots that are non-conforming, is those smaller lots that don't conform to the minimum lot size that we have, and you showed us the variations on where we have. I think considering things like the lot size relief and things like that's important as we actually write out the details of it for the ZTA. So something to keep in mind as we're moving forward. But I think when we get whatever we're going to get back from the county council.
Yeah, great comment.
Because we want them to build.
Great comment, and I what you said, I also heard that maybe the front setback is more sacrosanct than, from the visual, right? Because then maybe some of the sides or rear setbacks. So all good comments. Thank you.
But can we do those setbacks under ZTA, or that's changing the zoning requirement? I don't think it could be done with ZTA, or can it be done with ZTA? I don't know.
So the planning board sent up a report of its recommendations. Right now, we're focusing on the listening sessions and not necessarily on the zoning text amendment. So we're not really sure what form or shape that will take, or who's introducing it, who's writing it, or any of those details really at this time. So it's something that we could talk about, but I think that we right now just need to focus on the listening sessions and collecting feedback, and then see what the next steps look like.
Yeah, I'm jumping the gun on the process, so something to keep in mind as we're thinking about depending on what we get back from the county council.
So thank you so much, and if staff, any comment? You're good, Lisa? Okay, well, thank you. So this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thanks everyone for participating. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we have. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, we have a public hearing tonight at 6:30 on the Master Plan of Highways and Transit Ways 2024 Technical Update Public Hearing, which starts at 6:30 this evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mitra Peduim, the Vice Chair of Montgomery County Planning Board, and I will be running the public hearing tonight. Thank you to all of you that have come tonight to share your thoughts on the master plan of highways and transitways. At this point, I'm going to turn it to Sophia Aldrich for a brief overview of the master plan.
Thank you. For the record, Sophia Aldrich, Countywide Planning and Policy. I am the project manager for the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. Technical update. Tonight, we are, oops. Why is that not doing it? I'm sorry, having some problems here. What?
That's the last.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, so tonight's agenda for the public hearing, I'm going to read a statement of record for the project. I will then talk briefly about the schedule from this point forward, and then we'll move to the public hearing, which I'll turn it back to the vice chair. So for the record, my name is Sophia Aldrich from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, and I am the project manager for the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways 2024 Technical Update. This public hearing is for the Master Plan Technical Update, which was advertised in the Washington Times on August 5th, 2024, and duly notified via hard copy and/or electronic formats on or before August 12th, 2024, to the Montgomery County Council, Montgomery County Executive, Montgomery Planning Board, applicable Montgomery County departments and other public agencies, public libraries countywide, residential neighborhood and homeowners associations, and other interested parties. The public hearing is an opportunity for the Montgomery County Planning Board to receive testimony on the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways 2024 Technical Update Public Hearing Draft Document, to be discussed in more detail at work sessions in the month of October. The Master Plan of Highways and Transitways Public Hearing Draft Plan is an amendment to the following: Thrive Montgomery 2050, the county's general plan. Oops, excuse me. The countywide transit corridors functional master plan as amended, and that was from 2013. The 2018 master plan of highways and transitways as amended, and all area master plans, sector plans, and master plan amendments within the entire county. Especially because this is a functional plan. I'd like to enter into the public record the following documents, therefore. The approved Thrive Montgomery 2050 document, the county's general plan. The 2013 countywide transit corridors functional master plan as amended, and the 2018 technical update to the master plan of highways as amended. All of these documents, as well as other meeting materials and recordings, are available on the on the Montgomery Planning website at www.montgomeryplanning.org. I am also entering into the public record the following three documents. One, a letter transmitting the public hearing draft plan to the County Council President, Andrew Friedson, dated August 1st, 2024. Next, a letter transmitting the public hearing draft plan to the County Executive, Mark Elrich, dated August 1st, 2024. And third, a proof of publication from the Washington Times newspaper ad placed in the paper's August 5th, 2024 issue. Staff recommends that the public record remain open for 14 days after this hearing, until August 26, 2024, until the close of business. This completes my statement for the record.
Thank you, Sophia. We have a number of speakers in person and also virtually to hear from. For those in person, we will call names in groups.
And actually, I'm sorry. I had a schedule that I wanted to go through. Shouldn't have turned it back.
Okay,
I'll
go
do it
ahead.
real quick.
Go ahead.
The schedule that's shown on the screen is the schedule from start to finish for the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. We started this in September, actually a year ago. So we're very happy to be where we are tonight. We are now at the public hearing for the planning board. And, the goal is to get this through work sessions in the month of October, maybe extending into November, depending on the amount of comments and our ability to present them to the planning board and come to some resolutions. And then to go through council review. Hopefully we can get that done by the end of the year or at least into early 2025. And that's my presentation on schedule. And Madam Vice Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying that we have a number of speakers here tonight that are in person and also virtually. So the way that we're going to do it, I will be calling those people that are in person. I will call them as a group. When your name is called, please come up and take a seat at the front table. For those speaking virtually, we announce the current and next speaker. Please remain muted and off camera unless it is your turn to speak. At that time, please turn on your camera and start speaking. Individuals have up to 3 minutes to speak, and organizational representatives have up to 6 minutes. Please stay within this time frame. I really do not like to, cut you off. And there is a timer in front of you. Please make sure that you conclude your final remarks when the timer finishes. Thank you. So the first, I think we have 6 seats. So it's the first 6 group of speakers that I will be calling. Please come and sit forward. Diane Cameron, Margaret Shope. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Okay. Tim Goodfellow, Kathleen Bender, Najwa Hassan, and Alexandra Nelligan. Thank you. Ms. Cameron?
Thank you. My name is Diane Cameron, and I am testifying as an individual. I do join with my colleagues who are here with me tonight and the county executive in asking you to remove proposed M83 Mid-County Highway Extended from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways to remove it in its entirety. And I am providing 2 reasons for this. One is pedestrian safety, and the other is social housing. Regarding pedestrian safety, the staff draft proposes to rename proposed M83 highway to Boulevard with a target speed of 35 miles an hour. Target speed is one thing and actual speed is another. Even at 35 miles an hour, severe injury or death may occur in car collisions with pedestrians and cyclists. In February 2020, I attended a memorial service organized by Action Committee for Transit for a pedestrian killed on Mid-County Highway. named Adonias Gomez. He was a 62-year-old resident of Gaithersburg, and his extended family members told us how he had supported the family in El Salvador. The loss of Mr. Gomez and other victims of car crashes moves us to make all of the changes required for Vision Zero. And one of those changes that we are here to ask for tonight is to remove proposed M83 highway from the master plan, because if built, it would only add to these car crash statistics. Avoiding the worsening of pedestrian and cyclist safety is a top reason for removing M83 from the master plan of highways. My second reason tonight is to promote green social housing. Route 355 between Clarksburg and Montgomery Village is included in Thrive Montgomery 2050 as one of the places for corridor-focused growth. Let's use this policy to create green social housing projects at a scale to fully meet the need served by bus rapid transit within the Route 355 corridor. As a first step on this path, we must remove proposed M83 highway from the master plan of highways and transitways, because as long as it remains in master plans, it clouds the planning horizon with the specter of a highway project, impeding our ability to co-create socially just investments in housing. Removing M83 clears the way to invest in affordable housing accessible to nearby nature, the Seneca Creek Greenway Trail, and the forests that are now threatened by M83. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Margaret Shope.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Shope. I'm speaking on behalf of the TAME Coalition, Transit Alternatives to Mid-County Highway Extended. We are going to take you all on a short hike with a video, and the video lasts for 5 minutes, 42 seconds. We are ready. Play where? I don't know what to do.
With that arrow. Maybe. Is it touch screen?
I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that. It begins in silence, and then we will have a narrative.
Okay, thank you.
Dayspring Silent Retreat is a steward of their forever forests, their fields, meadows, and Dayspring Creek. Let's take a look.
This is an amazing area. As you just look around here at all this wetland vegetation on this beautiful little creek valley in the forest here. Just imagine, this is like a little piece of original creation right here in the middle of Montgomery County. A place to sit by the stream and meditate or take a walk along here like we're doing right now. And wetland plants like that skunk cabbage over there, that's called skunk cabbage because in the spring it smells a little bit like skunk, but a wonderful wetland indicator. But beyond that, a number of species growing here, the wild columbine, the false hellebore, that only grow in places like this, 1 or 2 places in Montgomery County, which is why the County Parks Department has officially designated this area right here where we are as one of the 10 highest biodiversity areas in the county. And the road, what would be the impacts of the road? The road, as it's proposed, right-of-way is right up on the top of that ridge, right there across from you, not 50 yards uphill here. And pollution, water running off, coming into the stream valley in high volumes and storms, hot water coming off of pavement in the summertime, all degrading the stream valley here. air pollution coming down from that, noise pollution of the coming down into this perfectly wonderful little place of creation. Just wouldn't be the same at all without that. And we're in the middle of a forest as well, where this creek cuts through here. And there are actually 600 acres of continuous interior forest. And the highway would bisect that and fragment it. And this is really important for those species of birds that require large interior nesting forest in order for them to nest. And this is one of the largest places in Montgomery County of unbroken forest. And so the stream, any kind of proposed highway would also fragment the forest and degrade this area naturally that way as well.
So here we are standing at Day Spring Silent Retreat Center, and we're looking across at the Silent Retreat Lodge. It has been here since 1956, and it's been a place for spiritual retreat since then. We have visitors from all over the area, all over the country, and even all over the world who come to be on retreat here and experience the quiet, the spiritual silence and solitude in community. The open space and the quiet of this area really contributes to the inner quiet that people experience on retreat. That silence of retreat is a universal value across religions and cultures, and we welcome people from all religions, any religion, and also people who are not religious.
30 years ago, government planners at all levels, including the Federal Environmental Protection Agency and right here locally in Montgomery County, decided that they would use what they called the watershed planning approach to protecting our natural resources. And this is based on the science that says when you want to protect a stream or a lake or a river, you need to protect all the land that drains into that body of water. And that means we need to protect Day Spring Creek, and that means we need to protect North Germantown Greenway, Stream Valley Park to the north, and we need to protect Day Spring Creek itself and Day Spring Silent Retreat Center. All of these resources are threatened by the proposed M83 highway. This is unacceptable, and the only way to remove this threat permanently is to remove the M83 highway from our master plan of highways and transit ways.
Check out these reports on the TAME website for a detailed analysis and critique of this severely flawed and damaging highway, and you'll agree that its construction is not warranted and that Montgomery County should remove M83 from the master plan of highways and transit ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Goodfellow?
Goodfellow.
Goodfellow.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good evening, Planning Board members. My name is Tim Goodfellow. I ask you to fulfill your role to implement smart planning, to protect neighborhoods, and to steward public parkland by removing the entirety of the Mid-County Highway Extended, also known as M83, from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. In the public record is a letter from County Executive Mark Elrich advocating for the same exact thing. The proposed M83 highway is destructive. The alignment of M83 bisects 5 public parks and would destroy significant natural resources and habitats, such as woodlands, floodplains, wetlands, stream systems, and forested slopes, all critical for climate resilience and quality of life for county residents. The proposed M83 highway is harmful to people. Approximately 500 residences abut the alignment of M83, and thousands of people who live there will suffer from air pollution and noise pollution if their community backyard forest lands are replaced with the 4 to 6 lane highway. The alignment of M83 traverses 3 equity focus areas, home to people with greater economic and social challenges. Social and environmental justice demands that decision makers not impose unnecessary harms to health and quality of life. M83 Highway is an environmental, social, and climate injustice and insult. The proposed M83 Highway is obsolete. The M83 Highway has been removed from Visualized 2045 and from the draft of the Visualized 2050 plan. Those are the long-range transportation plans from the Washington Council of Governments Transportation Planning Board due to air quality violations and excessive air pollution that M83 would cause. The County Council passed Resolution 18957 that prohibits and nullifies M83's use in master plans. Realistic and viable alternatives exist to M83 that utilize existing infrastructure and transportation systems, and that's the essence, as you well know, of smart growth and sound planning for our future. Some of these include expanded MARC train service, intersection improvements and select widening of existing roadways, and a fully functional bus rapid transit system on Maryland Route 355 to Clarksburg without an inefficient substitute diversion onto Maryland Route 27 Ridge Road. Duty and obligation to planning for people, parks, neighborhoods, habitats, and the climate crisis demands cancellation of M83 Highway and its full removal from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kathleen Bender.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Bender, and I'm here tonight to urge the Montgomery County Planning Board to remove the proposed Mid-County Highway Extended, or M83, from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. I ask the board to recommit to innovative, climate-conscious strategies that improve the quality of life for all residents by prioritizing affordable housing near transit and making our communities more walkable. As a former member of the Montgomery County Young Democrats Executive Board, and through my experience working in the Maryland General Assembly and the Montgomery County Council, I have heard from countless residents and advocates about the critical need for walkable communities and expanded alternative transit options rather than more highways. While living in downtown Silver Spring last year, I walked along East-West Highway every day to my job across the street. One of the greatest benefits of living there was being within walking distance to my friends, my workplace, the metro, and retail establishments. It made my life more convenient, healthier, and affordable. The proposed Mid-County Highway Extended, M83, is a step backwards and fundamentally misaligned with Montgomery County's stated values in Thrive Montgomery 2050, which include promoting racial equity and social justice, environmental resilience, and economic competitiveness. Instead of advancing towards progress towards safe, equitable, and livable communities, projects like M83 threaten to undo that progress. In keeping with the county's commitments to social justice, public health, climate action, and equitable access to public services, I strongly urge the Montgomery County Planning Board to remove M83 and its right-of-way from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Najwa Hassan.
Good evening. My name is Najwa Hassan. I live in Germantown next to the road called M83. I also be voting for the citizen for the first time in November 2024. I don't want the tree to be cut down and the birds and animals to be killed for a big highway to be built. We need more buses to take us work and also to buy food and clothes. We need more animals and more trees than more. We need, sorry, it is my first time. I'm kind of nervous.
It's okay. Take your time, please.
Okay.
Sure.
We need more trees and more animals than we need more road. If we have more buses, we don't have to damage the earth with pollution. When one person's ride in a car, that's not good. If people have to wait for buses, and sometimes the buses don't come. So we need more buses to come more often. I'm not here for building this M83. It should be removed from every building. Thank you. I hope you guys can remove for M83. We need more buses, and yeah, we need more buses to take us to like somewhere. We don't need more car. It's just damaging for Earth, our Earth. Pollution, yeah, M83. it should be removed from building. Because also like there are animals living in the forest, and also young generation like us, we walk around there. I hope you guys can remove. I'm kind of nervous. It is my first time. Thank you.
You did great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Alexandra Nelligan.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Dayspring Church tonight, and since I have 6 minutes and everyone's just been talking quite fast, I'm going to invite everyone to take a deep breath with me. Dayspring, as we've just seen in this beautiful video, thank you, Margaret, is a retreat center in Germantown located on 206 acres of land that holds a rich mosaic of woodlands, meadows, ponds, and stream valleys. I grew up running around this land, playing in the creek with my sisters and peers, and learning about nature and my connection to the earth. I've attended many silent retreats here and have had the deep pleasure of getting to witness countless people coming from all across the county, state, and beyond to retreat to a place of solitude and rest that's available at Dayspring. It always brings me great joy to hear the impact that this land has had on folks. They share they didn't realize how important it was to have time in nature, and that they didn't realize that places like this still existed in the area, looking forward to return many more times to take care of their health. People coming from DC, from Baltimore, from across the county, and really being blown away by the wonders of a place so wild. For the past 5 years, I've been working with young children with various special needs, and bringing them out into nature has been pivotal for their well-being. It's challenging finding places in the area with plenty of space for them to run around and play and explore, away from the sounds and smells of traffic or perfectly manicured neighborhoods and parks. Dayspring has been a sanctuary to these children, allowing for a deep nervous system reset that I don't see in any of the activities that I do with them, even outdoor playground time. Each time I bring them out into Dayspring and then take them back home, their parents share that it feels like a different child returning home, one who is more regulated, can sleep better, and has a more attention span in school the next day and next in the following week. I remark at the power of nature's effects on our bodies and how much it helps us to feel truly well. I feel deep gratitude for the access to this locally through Dayspring. I'm here to request that the Montgomery County Planning Board remove and eliminate the proposed M83 that runs directly through this forest that borders Dayspring. If this plan were to be put into effect, it would destroy the untouched mature forest and wild environment here in a way that cannot be reversed. It would destroy the sanctuary that is Dayspring, that is this cherished touch point into rest and reset in nature for so many. This is one of the few places left in our county where people have access to this kind of nature, and is a saving grace for myself and so many that I know to be able to continue living in this area in a well way that is so rapidly being built up everywhere. At each retreat I attend, I share with my fellow retreatants the potential of this highway being built, and am met with horror and deep grief at the possibility. I get a similar response from my friends and peers my age, who ponder moving away from the area to have access to more nature, feeling somewhat hopeless about our current living situation. Dayspring is such an important place in countless people's lives, and these people are watching, wanting to trust that their leaders will take care of the earth that they claim they want to protect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will now call the next group. You can please move to your seats, and the next group come on. Helen Henrich, Deborah Sarabia, Dan Wilhelm, Karen Metchis, Scott Plummer. Is there anyone else sitting in audience that I haven't called? They can come forward. We have one seat available. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Helen Henrich.
Good evening. My name is Helen Heinrich. For those who may not be able to see me well, I'm a tall white person with short red hair, glasses, and a mask. I am here on behalf of the Action Committee for Transit, also known as ACT, to call for the county to remove the Mid-County Highway Extended, also known as M83, from the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways in its entirety. M83 probably seemed like a good idea when it was proposed over 60 years ago. Times have changed, and communities and the environment are still suffering with the consequences from things that seemed like a good idea 60 years ago. We cannot afford to keep a plan like this on the books. There have been studies, including the one MCDOT ran in 2017, as well as another one, demonstrating that M83 is the worst option for the county. It would increase vehicle miles traveled and travel times, putting additional burdens on individuals. It would also cut 3 diverse low-income communities in half. Communities around the country are working on the removal of highways that run through their areas. It's not enough for us to say that M83 is dormant and there's no need to remove it. If it stays on the plan, there is the possibility that it could put those communities at risk if eventually someone decides to implement it. Other speakers have addressed safety this evening. I will add that low-income communities, minorities, and disabled people are the most likely to die or be injured in traffic crashes. Too many people in Up County already lack reliable access to transportation, whether they are too young to drive or can't afford to drive, don't know how, or have a disability that makes them unable to drive safely, which includes many elderly people. This creates a gap in services for those groups and for people in other areas. If someone from another part of the county wants a job in Up County and cannot drive, they can't take that job. Imagine the impact lack of transit has on people who need to get to things like doctors, appointments, shopping, even something as basic as visiting friends or family. It also limits housing options for people who can't drive in an already limited housing market. Instead of a highway that MCDOT has demonstrated will make travel worse for everyone, ACT is urging the county to invest in transit to improve access for all county residents. There are options that have been discussed like a BRT line. We can also look at increasing service on the MARC trains, improving ride-on reliability and frequency. All of these steps would serve the community far better than an obsolete plan like M83. Several groups have also offered testimony here tonight, and I'm sure will offer in writing, on the environmental impacts M83 would have, and ACT stands with them. The proposed highway would cut through valuable wetlands in watershed areas and increase noise and pollution. Once again, low-income communities would bear the brunt of these impacts, as they always do in environmental issues. And this would include disproportionate negative health outcomes, loss of public green space for them. The rest of the county would also suffer from reduced air and water quality because we all breathe the same air. The county as a whole would also lose part of our agricultural reserve if this highway was ever built. One of the areas that would be cut through, as the TAME Coalition demonstrated, is the climate resilience forest. Adding more highways right now ignores the realities of climate change and the interconnectedness of our environment and the county and the world. There is plenty of evidence that M83 does not belong on any plans for the county. The only value it has is as an example of an outdated, harmful policy that would cause harm to the people and the environment of Montgomery County. Other plans like the Regional Transit Plan have already removed it. The best time to remove M83 from the county highway plan was years ago, but the second best time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Deborah Sarabia.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, my name is Deborah Sarabia. I live in Gaithersburg. I'm here as an individual. I'm also commenting in support of the TAME and the Seneca Creek Watershed Partners. We should be extremely careful about building roads because, as we all know, they impact air quality, surface water, groundwater, ecological communities, and of course, climate. They also degrade the experience of greenways and trails. The Seneca Creek watershed is being intensely built out with housing and a very dense road network. Therefore, I'm asking you to remove from the master plan of highway and transitways or redesign the following roads that will have negative impacts. The proposed Observation Drive extended and Little Seneca Parkway extended are 4-lane divided highways with a I-270 overpass. These roads would run over 23 acres of Priority 1 forest, the North Germantown Greenway Park, Little Seneca Creek, Cool Spring Creek, wetlands, floodplains, forest interior bird species habitat, conservation easements, historic and archaeological sites, 25% steep slopes, and place a 550-foot span over Little Seneca Creek and its wetlands. The existing Comsat Drive should be used instead, and Little Seneca Parkway and Observation Drive near Waters Discovery on the south end should simply dead end where they are to serve as new trailheads for the Greenway Park. The Dorseyville Road Bridge is yet another 270 overpass, just 1,800 feet north of the Ridge Road interchange, so I don't know why we even need it. The forest and open space would be lost, and even a cemetery would have to be removed. The planning staff has recommended that the Dorsey Mill Road Bridge become an iconic and placemaking feature that resonates at the pedestrian scale. But walking next to a busy road is never pleasant. This bridge should be redesigned as a pedestrian and bicycle bridge to connect the communities. That will actually be iconic and placemaking, and people will enjoy it, and there will be a far more reasonable footprint. I also support the TAME Coalition comments that the Mid-County Highway Extended is obsolete and should be removed permanently. The Montgomery County Planning Department concluded in 2013 that the master plan alignments would have a potentially calamitous impact to resources. These alignments bisect 3 of the largest biodiversity areas in the county. M83 would destroy 3 significant habitats with 50 uncommon or rare plant species. It would destroy habitat at breeding sites for 8 amphibian species and fragment the high-quality interior forest. And finally, I do support Seneca Creek Watershed Partners' arguments against widening Riffle Ford Road and the suggested removal of Roberts Tavern Drive and the 355 Clarksburg bypass. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dan Wilhelm.
For the record, I'm Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of the Greater Colesville Citizens Association. GCCA's at the intersection of Randolph Road and New Hampshire Avenue, where 3,500 houses in all directions. I've been involved with planning and dealing with the planning board for 44 years. I guess nobody's here that was here when I started. Anyway, the Greater Colesville, the Citizens Association desires safe and timely auto, pedestrian, and bicycle travel. We agree with reduced speeds in downtown and town areas with higher density of development and more walking, biking, and vehicle turns, but not on the roads between those areas. Rather, we believe that reduced speeds between the higher density areas will just cause people to ignore the speed limits and increase reckless driving. People need to get to the destination in a reasonable time frame, but reducing speeds in these less dense areas will substantially increase the travel time, that is, if the speed limits are obeyed. Reduced speed limits will also increase congestion, which, since reduced speeds means reduced road capacity. We point to the experience in DC where the number of accidents has increased under Vision Zero. To address Vision Zero, existing speed limits in less developed areas need to be maintained, and enforcement needs to be increased, especially with reckless driving. And by that, I mean the drivers that are weaving between lanes, tailgating, and driving excessively fast compared to the other drivers. Also, dangerous road conditions need to be addressed by road design changes. Road congestion needs to be reduced to increase visibility and negate the need to speed. Improved transit use is the best tool for minimizing congestion, but funding for it is severely limited. We urge the planning board to encourage the council to increase funding for the transit. The master plan makes reference to downtown and towns centers boundaries, but does not specify where those boundaries are identified. The plan needs to identify where these locations are identified. We understand that downtowns and towns are defined by the bicycle pedestrian priority areas, namely tiers 1 through 4 and areas already funded. In the written testimony, which I'm not going to cover today, there's a lot of detailed by roads where we want the speeds kept, and also there's some additional edits that need to be done. So I'll let you and the staff go through that at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Karen Metchis.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I'm Karen Metchis. I'm speaking on behalf of the Montgomery County Sierra Club. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We are asking you to remove the proposed Mid-County Highway Extended M83 in the technical update to the Master Plan of Highways and Transit Ways. In 2017, the County Council passed Resolution 18957, Transportation Solutions for Northwest Montgomery County. The resolution directed the Planning Department not to assume any additional road capacity for the northern extension of M83 when calculating land use and transportation balance in future master plans. As such, the existence of M83 in this master plan is a relic of the past, and therefore technically this should be included in this technical update. This can be achieved efficiently now. As long as M83 remains part of this master plan, future councils could revive it. Should this highway ever be built, it would destroy or degrade forests, streams, and wetlands in Germantown, Gaithersburg, and Montgomery Village. It would cause severe fragmentation of valuable wildlife habitat and damage 5 popular public parks, 100 acres of biodiverse interior forest, and the Seneca Creek Greenway Trail. If we are serious about prioritizing efforts to curb climate change, then we must make every effort, including updating our plans and policies to reflect the reality of climate change. We must reduce vehicle miles traveled, not build more highways, especially since the transportation sector is the single largest contributor of greenhouse gases. We must retain our forests rather than removing them, as would happen with the construction of M83, resulting in loss of their many ecosystem services, including carbon sequestration, cooling the planet, filtering our water, and many, many other social and environmental benefits. Now is the time to do this simple fix. Remove M83 in the Master Plan of Highways and Transportation, and let's get serious about controlling climate change. Thank you on behalf of the Sierra Club, our members, and our supporters.
Thank you. Mr. Scott Plummer.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Scott Plumer. I am representing the Darnestown Civic Association. We wish to thank Chair Harris, Vice Chair Bedouin, and the rest of the Planning Board for allowing us to testify today. We also wish to thank Director Sartori and the entire Montgomery planning staff for their exceptional work, which we enjoy every day as we live our lives in Montgomery County. These spoken remarks are in addition to our written testimony and give you a bit of an overview, and we'll follow this with a submission. We've worked with Sophia, Andrew, David, and others since the early days of the Complete Streets Design Guide work effort. The MPOHT work is best-in-class community collaboration. We need your direct support. It's a long journey from target speeds to posted speeds to observed speeds. Context-based design standards are best when they are informed by current conditions. Although most of your work on standards appears to apply to new construction, most severe injuries and deaths appear to occur on currently built places. Target speeds are a reference point. In practice, it's more useful from a safety perspective if they are context sensitive. With your support, we can start in a good place with a safe systems approach to target speeds. We have stepped through the roads in our community, pavement marking by pavement marking and sign by sign. We have submitted a detailed response to the draft update for each MPOHT road segment in our community. Some of our suggestions have been incorporated in the draft, many of them have not. We've also called for more granularity in some of the segments. Getting people to slow down, pay attention, and be courteous is incredibly difficult. Each time we miss an opportunity to provide a behavioral cue to make safer choices, we endanger everyone on the road. Speed limit targets are an integral part of a complex design set of controls. We know you will ensure each and every segment and each and every target speed in the plan is given due consideration. The work we do here is vital to Vision Zero. Our objective is safe, equitable mobility. To give you an idea of the incongruencies we see in the current draft, I'm going to quickly walk you through a few segments. We'll start at Darnestown Road, Maryland 28, westbound at Quince Orchard Road, Maryland 124. The intersection is loaded, an MCPS high school, a library, and 3 corners of retail. I call these areas civic and commercial cores. Posted speed on Maryland 28 is 30. Draft target speed, higher at 40. From there to just before Maryland 28 junction at Rifleford Road, when it narrows from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road, the posted speed increases from 30 to 40. Yes, that's right. Before an intersection and before the road narrowing, the posted speed is currently increased to 40. Just after the intersection, the draft target speed is lowered to 35. 35 is a welcome reduction as the road enters one of 2 high-injury network segments in Darnestown. From here, we proceed past a few residential neighborhood intersections to the start of our civic and commercial core. The posted speed here is 30 with a speed camera. Draft target speed higher at 35. Just down the hill is an intersection of long-standing and utmost concern for our community. So concerning, in fact, that we were approached earlier in the year by the principal of the elementary school, director of the early grade school, and director of the church, all located at the intersection southwest quadrant, and they were joined by a pastor at another church and the CEO of yet another church and school, who asked us to write a letter to our elected representatives about the dangerous condition of the intersection. Posted speed, 30. Draft target speed, higher at 40. Draft target speed is then higher at 40 all the way through the civic and commercial core. Details are in our written testimony. One more example. On Germantown Road 118, headed east from Darnestown Road towards Germantown, the posted speed is 30 with a speed camera and 2 schools. Draft target speed, higher at 40. Again, details are in our written testimony. You can see how easy it is to get target speeds and posted speeds wrong, especially on segments which transition through steep density gradients. We should do our best to get as many speeds and segments correct as possible, even if it means creating more segments. When it's impractical to do so, we should specify the lower speed as the target, not the higher speed. Moving on from target speeds, in addition to our written testimony, we have 2 additional items. We requested a full resolution view of the map book be made available so that we can zoom in and see detail for a wider area as an alternative to stepping through the specific map book pages one at a time. Lastly, as this technical update continues to codify the county's country area, we want to be on record with concerns over parts of Darnestown that are changed from country to suburban. We ask you to instruct staff to review how these areas became reclassified and to work with the community and our council members to ensure these actions are in concert with community needs, our master plan, other countywide plans, and the new general plan. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. This conclude our testimony
Vice
in
Chair.
person.
Well, one thing, I think we just want to correct something on the record.
Yes, thank you. The date for closing the comments, I mistakenly said August 26th. It's really September 26th. So thank you.
Okay, so it's open until September 26th, but we still have more testimony. We have, some people that are waiting for their testimony to be given virtually. I have two, Carol Falk, and the next one is Kevin Meisner. So, also I have three, and Jake Goodman.
Carol's not online.
Oh, Carol is not online? Okay, so I have correction. So let's go that way. We have Kevin Meisner. He would be first. He can turn on his camera and he can unmute himself. And then Mr. Goodman, you just mute your microphone and we call you after Mr. Meisner. Go ahead.
Go ahead, start. Okay.
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Meisner, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County, and I'm also the president of Seneca Creek Watershed Partners, who I will be speaking for. Seneca Creek Watershed Partners is a nonprofit organization committed to safeguarding the health and beauty of Seneca Creek Watershed. I want to first begin my comments by expressing Seneca Creek Watershed Partners' sincere support for the comments made by TAME and many other groups and individual speakers today against the M83 expansion. We also want to testify today in opposition to the proposed expansion of Riffleford Road from 2 to 4 lanes. Seneca Creek is the largest watershed in our county, and it is grappling with the pressures of relentless development and a sprawling road network that continues to expand. While we appreciate the need for infrastructure and the need to expand that infrastructure as the county grows, we must not sacrifice ecological integrity of our watershed where there is no need for that expanded infrastructure. New and widened roads come at a steep cost. They fragment habitats, increase pollution runoff, and disrupt the delicate balance of nature. The proposed expansion of Riffleford Road is a prime example of this. We submitted a letter with our primary position, but today I want to focus on what we saw on Sunday. We were there with a couple of other volunteers for a stream cleanup along Riffleford Road. What we witnessed was not a congested road in need of more lanes, but instead a vibrant community gathering space. Families picnicked on stream banks, children splashed in the creek with nets in hand, and cyclists and hikers embarked for scenic rides and walks along the Seneca Greenway Trail. The air hummed with the sounds of laughter and the flow of the stream, not the roar of traffic. Years ago, a gravel lot provided parking for visitors to this section of the trail, but it was closed during COVID after several enormous potholes emerged. Today, the grassy shoulder of the road serves as the only access point to this natural oasis. Expanding the road over this shoulder would not only erase this vital space, but also encroach upon delicate parkland, transforming a peaceful trail into a perilous 4-lane crossing. Beyond the immediate loss of recreation space as well, the environmental consequences of expanding the road would be significant. As we cleaned up the stream banks, we observed a thriving ecosystem. Delicate bloodroot orchids peeking out of the ground, and a range of native plants lined the stream bank and the trails. Fish darted through the clear water, and kids chased after the macroinvertebrates that form the lowest level of the food chain. Widening the road would unleash a torrent of pollution into this fragile habitat, poisoning the very waters that sustain their life. Accordingly, Seneca Creek Watershed Partners urges the board to reconsider the expansion of Riffleford Road and, as expressed, also remove M83 from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman?
Good evening. My name is Jake M. Goodman. I am a board member of the Action Committee for Transit, but I'm here testifying on behalf of myself tonight, though, and in general, I support the urge to remove the M83 highway from the master plan. I think it is a disgrace and very appalling that we are still in this day and age making plans to build destructive highways that are both environmentally destructive and that will also bisect low-income communities and very vulnerable communities too. And also, I do want to emphasize something else that has not been talked about much here, and that is any notion of removing transit ways should be reconsidered, because I noticed on your on the portion of the master plan discussing transit ways, proposed removal of transit ways from the master plan, there were three very important ones that were on the list to be removed. And I think it would be very wrong to remove any possibility for a future transit way along the ICC, a segment of any future North Bethesda BRT to go down Tuckerman Lane, and the one near Shady Grove Station that would possibly help out the new GSTN. These three alignments are very vital and they connect heavily populated areas, at least the one along Tuckerman Lane and the one near Shady Grove Station does. And the one along the idea that the ICC was purely built for cars should not be the continual idea in the future. If we want to have BRT or any sort of transit down through the ICC, we should have the ability to do that. Removing these three transit ways from the master plan would be a great mistake. So please cancel and remove the M83 and do not remove any of the listed transit ways that were slated to be removed in this master plan. Thank you. We should be building more transit ways, not removing any of them. I appreciate you taking the time to hear from me, and thank you for your time, and I yield to the chair.
Thank you. Just want to make sure this is the last call. Anybody in person or virtually that they want to testify? If there is someone that we haven't called in, just give a few seconds to call. Okay. Well, I really want to thank you taking the time, coming here or virtually to make your thoughtful comments. We really appreciate that. And thank you. I know you could have been home and having your dinner, but you instead come here to give us your comments. We will be hosting, our work sessions on this plan sometime in October and November timeframe. Exact dates will be posted on our website within the agenda link. And have a wonderful evening and drive safely home. Thank you. And that our public hearing tonight.